Hello? Wait, is that working? Can you hear me? Yo! I've got a window back. They let me have a window. I'm gonna get doxed off the brickwork. Nice for you, bro. It's like when you book a hotel. It's like when when you book a hotel and you look out the window and it's just like a car park and nothing else. I think it's the lighting. Because if you actually, pull one of these. It makes it better. Makes it better, doesn't it? Is that dude, I don't fucking know, dude. I need to sort it out, okay? Work in progress. It's still a work in progress. I need to get like a proper camera as well. Because I'm still using my Pixel 7 as a camera at the moment. I hope the other guy looks worse than you. What's that supposed to mean? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Oh, fucking hell. The abuse I get is unbelievable. Don't overheat your computer. Well, I've got one monitor coming today. Which is part of the new setup. And I've got the other monitor and a new keyboard and mouse and stuff coming tomorrow. So, yeah, it's all happening. It's all happening, guys. It's all happening. Coat hanger on the right side of the wall. Where? If it's wireless, you should... Okay. No, it's got both options. It's got both options. You can just leave it plugged in. And, because I looked, and I like Logitech. I use Logitech. And basically, their wired version of the keyboard that I want, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the fucking same. Sorry, one sec. So it just, I might as well get the wireless and just keep it plugged in. Logitech is washed. What's wrong with Logitech? Logitech's good. I like the form factor and stuff. I've got their new G502 wireless mouse coming as well. Yeah, the Logitech mice are great. I got a the wired G502 as like my first gaming mouse, and I was blown away by it. I thought, wow, this is actually really good. So I've always gone with the. They've got a new version of the wireless one, and basically I need a second keyboard anyway. So I ordered the latest version of the G915, and then I've ordered the key replacements for the keyboard from like a third-party place. So I'm going to refurbish this. I was thinking about getting a guy to do it, but honestly, I thought that would be excessive. Anyway, look, we've got more flexibility now. Hey, there we go. Oh my god, dude. Just buy a new one. Nah, it's only 50 quid for the keys. And the new one's like 150 quid, and it works perfectly fine. It's literally just the keys. And I couldn't find replacement keys. And then there's one place that did them. Why do you care well, I've just spent a fucking, we had a great week last week. We had a fantastic week. So I took some of the resources that we tucked away and put them back into monitors. So I've got new monitors. I was thinking about getting a new desk as well. But by we, I mean me. But I was thinking about getting this, but I thought, nah, this is fucking overkill, man. This is absolutely absurd. It's like it's too much, man. Have you seen this desk though? It's fucking crazy, dude. Can I show without doxing myself? Can I show without doxing myself? Have you seen this desk? This desk is fucking crazy, man. It's got to be the XL, obviously. Might as well get the XL. But it's got like internal cable management. So the back there, all the cabling goes into the back. And then it's got internal plugs as well. I've not got this. I'm thinking about it in the future. But apparently it's like the absolute best system for cable management. The Zanderhall desk. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. But it is overkill. It is overkill. That's a nice desk for a 13-year-old. Okay, dude. Bro, it is like the best desk on the market at the moment. I won't be standing, no. But you tuck all your cables behind there. What about a chair upgrade? This chair still works fine. When this chair stops working, then I'll get a new chair and I'll probably get a Herman Miller or something like that probably. But I thought, you know, this looks cool. But it is really fucking expensive. And it's honestly, it's too much. It's too much for a desk. It's too much for a desk. But I did get some new monitors. Walking desk. I need one of these. Get my fat ass fucking walking. God, dude. But yeah, I thought my money's better spent in getting decent monitors. This desk works perfectly fine. So I think, you know, I might as well keep hold of this one. And then this chair still works fine. But yeah, when this eventually gives up, I'll probably just get a Herman Miller or something like that. Chat controls the speed. That sounds terrible. That sounds like a fucking terrible idea, to be honest with you. But yes, so I've got an ultra sharp second monitor for chat, and I also need to set. Oh my god, I've got to start doing my accounts and shit like that. So I need to have a good monitor for like Excel and shit like that, because I need to start keeping better track of that, because you've got to do it every fucking 3 months now. Because of making tax digital in the UK, so that sucks. Pair due to I could get a bookkeeper, but honestly, it's for the amount of transactions I have. It's not worth the hassle. So I'm better off just doing my own bookkeeping. It literally takes. You can link it up with banking apps and stuff like that. So there's no need. And then obviously the accountant will do all the actual tax shit. So I need something that's good for data, like, you know, looking at spreadsheets and stuff and putting stuff into, you know, fucking whatever the programs are for accounting. And the main monitor is an Asus. It's an Asus. It's an Asus. I think it's got a dual mode. It's got a higher hertz with 4K, or it's got a lower hertz higher hertz with HD, lower hertz with 4K. And that'll pair up nicely with the 5080, because I'm not actually using the computer yet. I got it fairly recently. It came, but I've not plugged it in yet because I wanted to get the setup sorted. So I'm going to do that when it comes tomorrow. Yes. Why not 5090? Because it was like, 5080 is good enough, man. What do I need a fucking 5090 for, bro? 5090 is overkill. I do not need a 5090. 5080 is more than enough to do my gaming streams and to do my fucking, you know, the graphics and stuff. How is that boomer? The main screen is OLED, because that'll be all the videos, games, whatever are happening. And then the second monitor will be IPS, because I think it's better for burning and shit like that, apparently. Dude, what, dude? 800 for the RAM, 50 for the GPU. That's not true, dude. What are you on about? There's shit in, oh my God. Look at the price difference. 5080. How much is a 5080? A 5080 is about £1,000. And a 5090 is how much? I can't find one. £2,500. Are they? That can't be right. That must be second hand. That can't be right. Well, I'm getting ones here for 4,000. I'm getting some for 2,500 and then getting other ones for 4,000. But anyway, listen, I don't need a 5090. A 5080 is fucking awesome, man. A 5090 is ridiculous. 5090 is not fucking worth it. And also, I know that I spent a lot of money on RAM, but what fucking choice have I got, dude? What choice have I got? It's just how it is, bro. I've just got to soak that up and eat the fucking cost of the RAM. It is what it is. The 5080 is awesome. It's going to be a massive improvement to the 4070 that I've got. Or 3070. What is it? I can't remember what I've got, to be honest. Anyway, guys, that's going to... Well, actually, funnily enough, I tried to order because I got tons of stuff getting delivered tomorrow. And I thought I delivered it all for tomorrow, but apparently one of the screens is getting delivered today. So it's going to be a bit... I'm kind of waiting for that at the moment. So I've got to wait for that to be delivered, and then I've got the flooring being finished. So it's going to be a bit haphazard, but we will do a normal stream today. How many screens do I need? Did you put any of it on Klarna? No, I didn't put it on Klarna. I just paid it all just straight. I'm in a lot of debt as it is, so I don't need any more debt right now. Okay. So I just fucking did it, didn't I? Have you seen the MIZKIF video yet? No, I've not. I know it exists, but I've not watched it yet. Because, yeah, obviously was waiting for stream. Yeah, dude, I'll get this desk. What do you reckon? Get one of these. Get one of these bad boys. I got, oh, dude, I can't remember. I can't get into. Wait a second. Let me find it real quick. Could you imagine if I rocked up in one of these? Oh. Okay, I'll tell you exactly what monitor I've got. Okay, I'll give you the exact monitor. So the main monitor is the one you're interested in. Let's get to that. The second monitor is kind of irrelevant, really. I got an Asus OLED 32 inch 4K. It's 4K at 240 Hertz or HD at 480 Hertz. 0.03 milliseconds. I mean, that shit doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter how quick the response time of the monitor is. And a 5080. Yes. Bro, dude, I'm not fucking made of money, bro. There's only so much I could afford to put into a fucking computer, dude. If I'd have got a 5090 build, it would have been like fucking another $2,000 on top, probably. Bro, no, the Ninja, it's too late. I can't get it now. It's fucking done. It's finished. It's finished, bro. It's finished. Dude, this is the thing, right? This is the fucking thing. It's absolutely fucking pointless talking to you idiots about any of the shit here. All you get is fucking me all just moaning, complaining. Why didn't you get this? Why didn't you get that? I'm not talking about it anymore. I got what I got, and that's it. It's fucking over. Everyone's got their own. And guess what? I got an Intel processor as well. I got an i9. I got a fucking i9. I got an i9, guys. I know it's going to piss you off as well, but I don't fucking care, bro. I got a fucking i9. Dude, yes. I don't care. I like Intel. I've always used Intel, so I got an i9, and I don't fucking care anymore. I'm sick. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Yeah, it'll be fine. Dude, it's a good. The thing is, right? Here's the thing. Here's the problem that you've got, right? At the end of the day, any computer that you get, if you put stuff in it, it's going to be good, okay? And it's the autist, listen, it's the fucking autist. It's the autist people that are like, you should have gotten a Ryzen 6789 actually, that would have been the better. Dude, who fucking cares, bro? Who cares, bro? It's going to be fucking insane. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make that much fucking difference. It is Linus Tech. You could have got 2.7 more gigawatts out of the actual other processor if you'd have done that. Bro, who fucking cares, dude? It's going to be a shit-hot computer. Just keep your autism to your own fucking builds, okay? Keep your autism to your own builds. My computer will work great. Touch wood, I say, hopefully. And a 5080 is great. And a 5090, you know, I was maxing out my budget as it was, so I couldn't really stretch further. When I originally ordered it, it was literally, you know, basically, not to say that I'm like, you know, I'm not saying this to try and solicit donos, right? It's because my financial situation's great. It's more so just to highlight that when I ordered it, because of the timing, it was literally every penny that was in my business account just got spent on it, essentially. So I literally could not stretch to anything more. It was at the top end of what I could afford. So I couldn't have afforded a 5090 at the time anyway. But, you know, in the future, who knows? Maybe I'll upgrade it. Yes, the RAM situation is very unfortunate. But it is what it is. And it's going to be great. It's going to be a massive upgrade. Footy content. Oh yeah, oh, America lost, didn't they? Way! Even with Trump's, you know, disgraceful behavior, he got that player overturned, the ban overturned, and he lost anyway. What else has been happening with the football? I've got to be honest with you, I've been busy the last couple of days, having the flooring done downstairs, so I've been distracted. Dude, what is this, man?
We have the goalkeeper, of course. XQC is back.
XQC!
Feed the club. Left foot.
Was he bad?
Strike on the left foot, and we know he might have been on parry, you know. But either way, it's XQC, and he won't want it. And there's your problem, mate. You didn't train that one, did you? Oh my!
They've just spotted down there.
Gosh, is that? Gone for real. Batch. Gonna hit one. You watch this, look. Those left, they're curls to the right. That's actually what's done XQC there. From the now father, Simon.
Bosh, bosh.
Easy next to him at the moment. Will he take it? No. He's got to win. We have the goalkeeper, of course. XQC is back.
So what was the Jesus Christ, they got fucking battered, didn't they? Dude, I got to see the highlights of this. Let me see the highlights. Here we go. Let's see the highlights of this. Okay, who is this fucking retard? I guess Chud Logic, someone just added me in Discord. I guess Chud Logic was proven wrong on the Reckless Ben situation. Part 3 just dropped. Who was this fucking retard? They're getting banned for that, idiot. What are they on about, dude? What's happened in this fucking video? I've not watched it yet. Dude, it's so annoying when people ping you. Don't fucking... Do not ping me, ever. Do not ping me, ever. No, I never said part 3 will never be released. I never fucking did. I never said part 3 will never be released. It's not something I ever fucking said, because I didn't know. I'm sure at some point it would come out.
Sadly, you're raped.
Is this how far we have fallen? Watching sport ball like a pensioner.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. What is this?
Nos Estados Unidos!
Wait, what was that? Oh, the Trump dance. Oh, it's the Trump dance. The Trump dance, okay. The Trump dance. Dude, what's wrong with talking about football during the World Cup? God, so many people are so fucking annoying and whiny,
that's
honestly.
wonderful.
Fuck off,
But
man.
how do I make money off depressed people?
Chud, a hero fighting Trump is being snarked by Democrats because a woman had regrets. Only our top guy, Nick Fuentes, is defending him. Will you be another spineless actor or will you defend innocent rapist Platner?
I haven't really followed Platner that closely. The last time I spoke about Platner was when he had that fucking SS tattoo. And it was obviously an SS tattoo. And his excuse for it was very unconvincing. And I was just like, it seems like it's an SS tattoo. And he got it because he thought it was hard. And now he regrets it. But yeah, I did see the rape thing. Apparently Platner's been raping. Is that true? Oh, let's have a look at this.
You described your relationship with Graham Platner as a very good example of what modern dating is like.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is...
From what I understand, there is... So basically, there's a message that she sent to a friend before he was even running as a candidate that suggested something bad had happened, but it wasn't explicitly saying he raped me. It was more so like he's a bit careless with consent or something like that. Extra doubt. But it's funny because I know that a lot of the lefties have been shilling this guy, but this allegation seemingly has changed people's minds, and now everyone is saying he raped, and that's it basically. So I think he's under a lot of pressure to drop out or something, isn't he? Dude, isn't he running in like Maine? Is that even that big a race? Why is it so? Why is it? Is it only because of him? Why is everyone so concerned about what's going on in fucking Maine, dude?
Is that, I think there's a lot of situationships. I think people are dating multiple people at the same time, whether that's known or not known by the people involved. So it was just a very common practice is what I viewed it as.
And kind of casual?
Yeah, very casual.
And when did you meet him and how did you meet him?
Met him on Bumble, actually, in 2019. And I had known who he was. He grew up in the next town over. We had like a mutual family friend, so he always...
Maine is... Okay, fair enough. Okay, so it is important. So I've been a bit checked out of American politics, to be honest. There's so much going on in the UK. I just haven't really been following. Maybe it's an important race, so be it.
Knew of his existence, but that was when we actually met.
And what did you think of him?
At first I thought he was great. He's very well spoken, he's intelligent, he's charming. I thought a lot of good things. We had a great first date. It went and flowed really well.
He has described himself as self-medicating with alcohol.
Yeah.
He has described himself that way.
Yeah.
So I would think maybe that would have reared its head.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's something that I think a lot of people are desensitized to in general, heavy drinking.
Nick's recollection of the story's better.
And this is a shame because Susan Collins is a terrible Republican. She's one of the worst. Always votes against Trump, is in no way, shape, or form even meaningfully right-wing. And so if any Republican needs to go, it's her. And I don't like Graham Platner. I think he's another one.
Dude, I tell you another thing I saw was... What's the name of that guy? The one that was going on about Epstein's actually fine. What's the guy? What's his name? Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy is actually just a contrarian. He is just 100% a contrarian. There's no doubt in my mind about it, right? If there's some guy that is getting roasted for raping, he'll be straight in there to tell everyone why actually he's innocent. It's actually based. Because when everyone is singing from the same hymn sheet, to have one person that's willing to defend rape is actually very based. But, I mean, from what I could see, it seemed like quite a credible... I know, you know... I don't know the ins and outs of it clearly. I haven't followed this race, and I don't know much about this Platinum guy beyond the tattoo. I know there was some other allegation, but I don't think I really followed that at all. But from what I can gather, the reason this is compelling for people is because at the time she sent a message to another person before he'd even started running, saying that he had issues with consent or something. So, and that sort of that matches up with how she described it. And also why, you know, the likelihood is that that's legitimate. Whatever happened to cause that message, something did happen, because you wouldn't just randomly message someone about a guy who's not running for a candidacy thing and go, oh yeah, he was bad with consent, you know? So I think that there is credibility to the allegation. There was other allegations, but they didn't believe them because the allegations came from Republican women. Oh! Right, and this person, I think, said they supported his politics and actually stopped themselves speaking out because they were worried about how it might affect his race or something. Any reason why you didn't put out the Discord announcement? Because I forgot. That's it. That's literally it.
One of these communists, and obviously a degenerate, and I'm not a big fan of his either. But Susan Collins really has got to go. She is easily one of, if not the worst Republican that's running for re-election in the Senate, and I would be ecstatic to see her lose the race and for the Republicans to lose the Senate with her. That would be phenomenal. And so it's sad to see that Graham Plattner is being destroyed over this. It's funny, though, because this is just another Me Too sex scandal, just another Me Too fake allegation. So this woman is claiming that 5 years ago, her boyfriend, who she's in a situationship with, on and off, barges into her home and starts being forceful with her. She says in an interview that what she said to him when he starts initiating sex is, "My back hurts. I don't feel like it." They have sex. She doesn't even kick him out of the house. She goes to bed with him in the same bed. He stays the night. She sleeps with him in the same bed. She wakes up in the morning and says, hey. She wakes up in the morning after this traumatic rape that she needs therapy for. She wakes up.
Okay. Dude, this is confusing for me. Because Plattner is a darling of the... Well, I guess from his perspective, he wants to go against the bad Republican person. But he's been a darling of the lefties for ages now. But this allegation has led to all of the lefties, like, you know, cutting ties and saying, oh yeah, this guy's bad. And now it's righties that like him. And if I'm understanding it correctly, the reasons that the righties like him is he's now been accused more so of rape. Is that what I'm understanding from this?
Hey, you remember what happened last night? That you raped me? And he goes, no, I don't remember. And then he goes home. She continues seeing him for a month later, waiting to see if she's going to get pregnant because she wasn't on birth control. She continues seeing him for a month after the fact. And
well, the thing is, how would you explain the message at the time? Because I'm pretty sure there was a Facebook message sent to a friend where she was warning of, well, I mean, in fairness, I guess the point you could make there is she was jealous of her friend getting with him, so made up some bullshit. So I guess there is an excuse as to why she might have sent that. So, okay. He's relatable to your average right winger. What? Turn up drunk to a fat bitch's house and violate their consent.
And then when she realizes she wasn't pregnant, she says, hey, by the way, when you had sex with me all that time ago, that wasn't consensual. We're over. She later texts a friend who is interested in dating him. She says he's a charming guy.
Well, okay. Let's put 1 second though. Let's put aside the veracity of the claim. okay, just for 1 second, and our distinguishing of whether or not it happened, okay? I think what is clear from this is that Graham Plattner has got a pattern of behaviour which lefties have been willing to look the other way on, which, you know, I found, what's the right word? I just found it a bit puzzling why lefties were so keen to prop this guy up when he had a fucking Totenkopf tattoo. I was like, he seems like some fucking ex-military Nazi crazy guy, right? Like, why are you so fucking keen on this guy? Like, he seems like a fucking disaster, but I don't really care that much. It's not, I don't fucking care about main politics or whatever the fuck is going on. So I was like, whatever. But I just think his responses and his arguments were quite poor, and it seemed like people were just willing to sweep for it. And then there was other stuff that came out where he was talking about being like an Iraq veteran, and how he loved the smell of like the crisp stench of brown people burning to death or some shit. Not quite, but you know what I mean? That's the kind of vibe he was giving off, that he was almost jerking off over having slaughtered all these Iraqis. It's like, fucking hell. You know. Then apparently some other allegations that dropped. So it just seemed like, he seems like a total optics disaster. Even if you've got questions about the allegations, it just seems like a total optics disaster, because this is exactly the kind of shit that politicians have to deal with. You end up with opposition research, people digging up stuff about your life, and it leaves you with this massive risk, because when that starts getting exposed, your campaign starts to get fucking raped, you know? So yeah, it's just a bit foolish, I think, kind of pinning your hopes on someone when there's already these controversies. And any point there probably should have been a bit of a, you know, maybe this is a bit optically disastrous to pursue this. I don't know what his position was though. Was he like, he's running as a Democrat, I assume, right? Running as a Democrat, but like a DSA-esque style lefty Democrat type candidate, like a Bernie-esque character. Is that roughly what he was doing? So he had the support of the Democrats, but he was running to the left of the DNC or whatever.
Intelligent, charismatic, she goes, but he's a little recklessly consensual sometimes. Recklessly sort of consensual sometimes, she says. This is how she describes her rapist. No police report. She comes forward with the allegation years after the fact. She tells the New York Times he had inappropriate conduct, but she didn't say it was a rape until after he won the primary. And now that it looks like he might actually get the seat and win the election and become a senator, oh, now it's a rape. Okay. Now it's a rape. And so this is just one of the most ridiculous Me Too stories I've ever heard.
Let's have a little look. These are the allegations, apparently, or the messages. Exclusive. Woman who dated Graham Plattner says he sexually assaulted her. The main Democrat denied the allegations and said any accusation in consensual behavior is categorically untrue. Okay. We'll get the gist from her interview with this stuff, but let's see the messages. Raycott previously described, so she's already spoken to the press before, described reckless and unsettling behaviour by Plattner, but says she didn't go public with a specific assault claim. She didn't want to be known as a rape victim. So hang on a sec. So before she said no, now she's saying yes. What's changed? She left a passing comment in an article. She was probably just asked about it and just gave a sort of cursory comment and didn't want to get into it. But the changing story does naturally bring about skepticism, of course. You know, changing story is primed for skepticism. Ricott said she later felt compelled to go public about her experience because the reaction to the Times story was dominated by controversy about another woman, Lindsay Fifield, who alleged Plattner mistreated her and faced attacks because of her ties to the Republican Party. Her rationale is that she came forward because the Fifield lady got discredited for being a Republican operative, so she felt compelled to say more. So she had an opportunity to speak before but didn't and downplayed it. And now she's coming out to say, no, he did rape me, actually. When a I mean, this is pretty believable to me. I think this is probably true. It just, the series of events there is, skepticism is fine. And I don't necessarily have a problem if people, you know, are coming different. Like, it's one of those where you can use a skepticism to justify not believing her, right? So I don't hate that position necessarily. I just think, yeah, she had an opportunity to speak and didn't, and downplayed it. Now later, she's saying, oh, he did do it actually. And the thing that's changed from her perspective is this other woman got fucking raped by the media. I don't believe it unless she called the police or left him right after. Okay. Do you understand? Do you understand that rape does exist on a spectrum, right? Or rape. Do you even call it rape? I don't fucking know, dude. Whatever you want to call it. But you can have an interaction like this. I've not changed at all. This is a fucking ridiculous comment. I've not changed, bro. There's plenty of times where I will say, yeah, I think this happened. But I mean, it depends on the context, certainly. But if someone claims they were subject to a brutal rape and they don't call the police, yeah, that's worthy of questions. But sometimes, guys, sometimes it can be nuanced. It can be nuanced sometimes, okay? There can be a nuance to this stuff. And I think you can have an interaction that isn't egregious enough to make you want to call the police, but it makes you feel uncomfortable, and, you know, you can potentially categorize it as some sort of assault. So I don't know, this seems pretty, yeah, sure, it probably happened. I mean, like I say, I don't know what the other allegation was, so I can't really speak on that. I wouldn't use that to say this one's definitely true. But I could certainly see her not wanting to speak previously, seeing how this other woman got treated, and then thinking, well, I need to say my story because she's not being believed because of her politics. I agree with this politics. That's the only thing holding me back from speaking up, alongside the rape victim thing. Yeah, I don't know. Just like how Dems didn't care when a right-wing lass was raped, why should I give a fuck if two lefties rape each other? Okay, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Rycott said she let folk compared to good polyback experience because the reaction to the Time story was dominated by controversy about another woman. Oh, sorry. My part of the story was just a read over. The story was Lindsay, and the accusation were politically motivated. Rycott said she was torn over coming forward in part because she agrees with Plattner politically. Yes, I'll cover the Kirk trial. Guys, we'll get to everything, okay? We'll get to everything. We've got a lot of stuff going on. I will definitely have a look at the Kirk trial, probably tomorrow, I expect. But yes, isn't that being live broadcast as well? Isn't like a video feed of that? One of the reasons I didn't come forward sooner was the huge moral conflict that I had between supporting his politics but not supporting him as a person, she said. I just want the truth out there. I just want people to have a whole scope of who he is as a person. Sorry, I'm just waiting for this delivery. How are we getting on? Ooh, 30 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. 30 minutes away. Okay. In a statement, the Plattner campaign reiterated his denial and accused critics of trying to drive him out of the race. Oh, it's one of my monitors is coming today. But I'm going to wait for it all because I don't want to. I just want to do one reset. I don't want to fucking do a load of shit again. So when everything's here, I'll do one reset. But obviously from your end, it's probably not going to change much. Actually, no, that's not true because I can. I could actually probably start streaming in 4K or whatever it is. Did they do 4K streaming on Kick? 2K? In any case, I can up it to the maximum, whatever the output is maximum. But, you'll be happier. Maybe the light will return to you. Oh, bro, dude, this is... Well, the light is here. The light is here. The light is here. It's just, I still feel a bit, you know, like they've got... stuff happening today. Got delivery tomorrow. I just want everything to be sorted so that I can crack on. And then I've got another thing next week, the week after next as well. I just there's a few things happening still that I want to get sorted, and then I'll feel more like, okay, everything's sorted. You know? Chud, I have a 100k plus wardrobe for my Kia, and it's 27 degrees in my apartment. I wish I had your Tyrone hookup. Okay. Good luck with that. So much for back to... I am back to regular schedule. I am back to my regular schedule. Very important to understand the extent leftoids will go to defend Plattner.
Defeat MAGA, you need to give MAGA exactly what the fuck they want. Let me be clear, because perhaps I was unclear in my tweet saying he could sex my mom and I'd still support him. Graham Plattner can fuck a toaster. Graham Plattner can shove a pineapple up his ass. Graham Plattner can shove a pineapple up his dick hole for all I care. Graham Plattner can jack off to a cartoon of Scooby-Doo wearing Brian Noam's big-ass titties. And I will crawl over fucking broken glass to support that man. Why? Because he actually wants to end the wars. Because he actually wants to stand up to the Israeli genocidal terror state currently doing multiple genocides. Because he actually wants to crack down on the Epstein class and arrest the criminals and raise taxes on the billionaires.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, well, the point is two things. Yes, it's from the 1st of June. To the previous thing. The problem with this is that there must be a line somewhere that you draw. There's got to be some line that you draw. What happens if you say this and then they end up crossing that line? To me, this seems foolish to have no lines whatsoever. And I think you shouldn't just blindly support someone. And the other problem too is if someone has got allegations coming out already, you probably, even if you want to support them, you probably should just hold fire a bit and just be like, okay, you know, kind of cool. You need to cool a bit, I think. I don't think you need to necessarily say that's it, but just cool your support a little bit.
Just want to add to this that
you
the
know?
Enlightenment was a mistake. It's all been all downhill since then.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you.
And take that money and redistribute it and give people healthcare, give people education, give people higher wages, give people unions. Actually fucking fix this country. End the crime spree of MAGA and arrest the criminal terrorists inside the Trump regime. If you're willing to do those things, I don't give a fuck what happens in your sex life, bro. Let me say, I do not care at all. And anybody who does, I find you rather unserious. I find you unfit for this moment that we're living in, where fascism is actually taking over the country. It's actually happening.
Sadly, you're
and
right.
instead of going...
Okay, so can someone just be a pedo? Can someone just be a total pedo? Like, where do you draw the line on? You've got to have a line somewhere, surely. You can't just be like, you know, if they're good enough against Trump, who cares how many get diddled? Like, it's like, no, you've got to have some lines here. And if someone has got the tattoo and they've got these crazy comments about the Iraq war and they've also got an allegation, I think at that point it's time to just start calling your support and just seeing how things pan out, I would say. Because otherwise this happens, then you look like a fucking moron and you just look like, oh shit, you've got a whole hog behind this guy and then this other thing happens, this other thing drops. You know? Sometimes you've got to send a rapist to catch a rapist.
Going after the fascist, you're going after the anti-fascist because of reasons and stuff and things. Well, forgive me, but I find that wholly unconvincing. And by the way, Graham Plattner, go ahead and sex my mom. I don't give a fuck. You want to sex my sister? Go right ahead. You could sext her too. Genuinely don't care.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and...
Oh, dude. Okay, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. To be clear, that was from the 1st of June. But obviously people are going to point to this with this new allegation now. Like, the thing is, you'd frame it on the basis. The best way to handle stuff like this, I think, would be to, if you think it's bollocks now, say it's bollocks. But just to be a bit cautious about unwavering future support, because more stuff could come forward. And I think that, you know, this Plattner guy's judgment is clearly fucking raped, to use, for want of a better word. Right? He's got this fucking tattoo, he's got this history of being in the forces and saying crazy shit about it. This other allegation drops. That's the time where you probably just want to pull back a bit and just go, Let's wait and see if anything else comes out. You know, you don't have to like go hard against him, but just kind of hold fire a bit and just see, because you don't want to end up defending the indefensible. Bad Empanada was the only. Yeah, I watched. I saw some of his videos about Platner actually, because he was going hard at him, and I think that he feels very kind of like, you know, what's the word? Validated by this. Honestly, that tattoo thing was mental for me. I couldn't believe that there was this kind of unwavering support for him, even though he had a fucking toe and cough tattoo. But, you know, I get it. He's got the right politics. So you got to look the other way. Okay, anyway, let's get to the messages. Where are the messages that are bad? Oh, here we go. These are the messages. I saw your post about oysters the other day. I feel morally obligated to warn you if you were anything more than friends with Graham. But if you're not, then I'll shut up for now and give you the scoop sometime, lol. Just friends. Would love the scoop though. Is he still engaged? I was working on fixing up a friend. Oh, I have no idea. With who? Oh wait, aren't there more messages? Why the fuck I'm sure there's more messages, aren't there? Click to flip. Oh. I'm a fucking idiot. There's an arrow. Where's the arrow? Where's the arrow? Oh girl, I think her name is Jen from the Rockland area. I don't know, I haven't heard of anyone. He was as of last summer that I know of, but also my timeline's a little sketch. So maybe it was the summer before, but either way, they've been on and off, but then I was told they got engaged. Yeah, COVID totally messed up my timeline for everything. What's his deal? Should I not fix up my friend, assuming he's single? He can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him. And I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times. I mean, she's obviously downplaying here. When she's saying, I'll politely call him consensually careless, the obvious implication there is that there's worse to say, but she doesn't want to say because, you know, she's being polite about it. So consensually careless, calling it politely consensually careless, right? That is aligning with what she's now claiming to me. I'm like, well, that lines up because she's politely describing it as consensually careless, and now she's claiming that he had sex with her without consent. Who sweeps for their own rape? A woman who is talking to a friend that is trying to warn without being explicit. When drunk plus PTSD. I knew about the PTSD. He lies also, forces himself on people. One thing that grossed me out after him and I dated was that I saw his profile on OkCupid. And that site asked a lot of questions, and one of the questions was, if your partner told you they had over 100 sexual partners, what would your response be? And his response was, that's not that many. So that's super grossed me out, thinking he's probably slept with a ton of people. And then this is obviously responding to this bit. Doesn't listen to you when drunk. Okay, dude. Right. Okay. Let's just read, also just go back quickly and read the actual story, okay? So this is what she claims, this is what she claims happened now. Rykot told Politico she connected with Platner on a dating app Bumble in 2019 and had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night, in late 2021, said she exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realised when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into a house which was unlocked. Ooh. Ooh. Plattner came up the stairs, Rykot said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. Rykot said she smelled alcohol on his breath and believed he was almost blackout drunk because Plattner ignored his protests and continued to grab her after knocking over an antique sewing kit, spilling small needles everywhere. I had been telling him these words like, no, don't, she recalled. And the look on his face and realising what was happening, I just realised that, like, I'm in a situation where there's no consent here, she said. Bro just needed to bust. Oh my god, dude. And the look on his face and realising what was happening, I just realised, it's alright, I've got this delivery coming. So I'm obviously a bit sensitive to missing it. You know how it is when you get in a delivery, right? You know how it is. It's okay, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. Oh, 5 stops away. Rykot said to try to separate. So, and then the look on his face, he realised what was happening. I was realising there's in a situation there consent here. She said,
"Sadly, you're
Rykot. Hey,
In
yo.
his drunken PTSD state, he went back to Afghanistan, where she was a local Afghan boy out alone after dark.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. He got that lust that he felt on that quiet night in Afghanistan when a little Afghani boy walked by and he knew there was no one that could stop him and no one that would punish him. He wouldn't need to ask for consent or forgiveness, because neither would be coming. The only person coming that night was Plattner. Rykot said she tried to separate herself from Plattner by telling him she couldn't be in that room anymore, after which he followed her to her bedroom and had sex with her against her will. She said he also ejaculated inside of her, despite her telling him not to, as she was not using birth control at the time. She went to clean herself up, she said. Oh, dude. Take the rape seed out of her. Ugh. And when she returned, Plattner had fallen asleep. She contemplated waking him up to kick him out, but worried he could hurt someone driving in the state he was in. This woman is just extremely rapeable. That's the problem. She's like prime rapey. And I think that people are going to read this and think, what? This is crazy. Yes, she's a fucking idiot. You know, she obviously has got this... people go about this all the time. Suicidal empathy. She's got the suicidal empathy problem. Where she has got endless, like, oh, we don't want someone to get hurt when the rapist driving home. But I think this is legit. I think this is legit. You can't take it seriously. Well, the problem is the messages are contemporaneous and they align with what she's claiming here. So why would she send those messages in 2023? Especially the context of them. I don't see the angle of her lying. The messages are from just after it happened, or around the time it happened in 2023, before Plattner was even running for office. Plattner was just a regular guy back then. So it wasn't like there was some public image that she was trying to smear. What did Plattner say? Plattner's denied all wrongdoing, but has alluded to dropping out of the race. I don't know if he has or not yet. But the problem is people will, you know, go on about, oh, they're trying to, yeah, welcome to politics, bro. Welcome to fucking politics. If you want to be a politician, the reality is you need to have your fucking nose clean. That's how it goes. Anything they will use against you, they will use against you. That's fucking politics. It's called opposition research. This is exactly the kind of shit that happens, especially to high profile candidates, is they get checked over for this stuff. You know, you're supposed to do due diligence to check the person has got no substantive wrongdoing in their background. And even then, you still get these problems where people come forward and say, oh, they're a terrible person.
Okay,
blah, blah,
that's
blah.
wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
You need to be high on meth, not alcohol, to mistake that wretched hog for a cute Afghan femboy. I'm supporting Nick's view of this rape.
Thank you for the 333. Thank you. And I see people are doing the whole, but what about Trump? And it's like, yeah, Trump, you know, Trump's Trump and he got elected. Yes, it's an oddity. It's an oddity, but that's not the norm. And most of the time, stuff like this will fuck you up. There's a guy in the UK that got, you know, buried because of his comments about women. So I just think this is, you know, very bad for politicians to have this kind of stuff floating about in the background. I wish I could vote for this guy though. I'd put an X in the box, that's for sure. Sargon did, yeah. And what happened? Remind me, what happened with Sargon? Oh, it was an absolutely embarrassing affair, and UKIP got owned. Wow, great job, Sargon. Yes, that's my point. Is you have this background that works against you. You need to have at least somewhat of a clean slate in order to be able to run for public office. You know. That's just how it is. Okay, how are we doing? How are we looking? I don't want the reflection to show. Oh, we're nearly there. We're getting there. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. The following morning, she said, Plattner tried to put his arm around her and she pushed him away. She said she asked him whether he remembered what had happened the previous night, according to Raycott. Plattner said he didn't remember. Raycott said she told him to leave and never contact her again. Raycott waited several weeks until she got a period to ensure she wasn't pregnant and sent Plattner a private message on Instagram saying the encounter was not consensual and she did not want to hear from him ever again. Oh, so she did break up with him. Raycott had no further contact with him after that, she said. Raycott said she later deleted all her text messages and social media correspondence with Plattner as she tried to move on from the assaults. That's suspicious that she can't provide any evidence of this in 2026. I mean, everything is fucking saved and it's only happened a few years ago. So that's worthy of a level of skepticism, certainly, that there's no direct evidence of her messaging him saying this stuff. But again, I think those Facebook messages do help to support a story to the level why I think it happened. But the problem with this is there is lots of reasonable doubt in different positions. Lots of reasonable doubt. So I can't really, you know, I mean, if anything, I think lefties are too pussified, really. I think they're too pussified. And the reason that rightoid, you know, they go, oh, but what about Trump? Well, with Trump, they openly stood by Trump being Trump. But the lefties, the first whiff of a rape, they fuck off. You need to have fucking a bit of a stomach to defend this sort of shit, okay? And not fucking be pussies about it and go, oh, but he might have raped. So what? Fight back. Say the woman's a rapist. That's what Michael Tracy was saying. Michael Tracy was saying if he was blackout drunk, how can we not confirm that she raped him? Dude, quality. Actually quality from Michael Tracy. Carl Kalinske was, but I don't know if he is now. I'm sure he's probably going to release a video about it, but I don't know, dude. Realistically, you either need to have a stomach to defend them no matter what, or you need to not get behind candidates that have this sort of stuff that starts coming out, because otherwise eventually you're going to have to cut them off because there will be something that comes out that's bad enough, you know? You can just, well, I mean, yes, obviously, but then that's the issue with the lefties, isn't it? They don't like the Democrat preened, you know, non-controversial candidates because they're not far left enough. They'd rather have someone who's rough around the edges, and that rough around the edges is they probably raped someone. Okay. What's going on? Leftists do that, but for the wrong people. A bunch of them are ready to jump in front of a pedo cannibal, but won't defend their party leader that have actual power. True. But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I think it happened. I think there's enough reasonable doubt. I can understand someone not coming to that conclusion. I don't think it's one of those where it's so obvious that you must agree with it. I think that her story has got holes where you could be skeptical, reasonably so. But for me, those sorts of messages tend to back up, for me, the idea that something bad happened. And that bad thing, this story aligns with those messages quite nicely. So, yeah, I think that works. Here's the Tracy tweet. It's from an account called Chud Loves Troons. I don't think that is the Tracy tweet, is it? Let's be honest. Not true, by the way. Fake news.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I
Fake
make
news.
money
Fake
off the press
news.
people?
Trump won because he be raping in style.
Oh, actually is. Oh, actually is. Actually is.
Banging supermodels on Little St. James. This
Very funny though.
Democrat retard was running in the mud chasing after this hog and failing to stick his limp dick in the correct hole.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Serious question. If he was really a blackout drunk, how do we know she didn't rape him? He is an absolute talent, isn't he? He is an absolute fucking talent, this guy. Unbelievable. Okay. So she wasn't able to recover any messages. In the weeks after the alleged assault, Reichardt said she considered going to the police but struggled with shock and confusion about what happened to her and did not file a police report. Even as time passed, she said she felt uncomfortable potentially telling a police officer about such a personal experience and feared retaliation from Plattner. At first, she confided only in a therapist who she continues to see. Reichardt showed Politico recent emails with a therapist in which Reichardt explained she was talking to the media about a relationship with Plattner and at the essay rape using brief sexual assaults. In the message, Reichardt was not ready to go public and was seeking help corroborating her account and conversations she was having with reporters on the condition of anonymity. A therapist responded that Reichardt shouldn't have to speak publicly about a traumatic incident in order to be believed, without referencing details of any particular incident. The therapist, who Politico agreed not to name, at her request, declined to comment when reached on Monday. Okay. Reichardt also shared details about the alleged assaults of the man she dated after Plattner. Oh my god. Nothing worse is there than some bitch complaining about having been raped by the previous fella. Fuck that. Who she began dating in 2022. The man, who was granted anonymity out of concern for his privacy, told Politico that Reiko had told him bits and pieces about a bad experience with Plattner before confiding the full details of what happened in 2023. His account of what Reichardt told him about the incident matched what Reichardt told Politico. Okay, and then there's a Facebook messages. Okay, guys. Right. I'm sorry, I need to do this. Yes, I'm going to cover the MIZKIF video. Yes. Yes, that thing you care about, I'm going to talk about it. I will get to it. Give me 5 minutes, okay? Give me 5 minutes. You're going to have to handle this one on your own for 5 minutes. I don't want to have to end the stream and come back. I'm not going to be gone that long. Okay?
And especially out of the relationship that I had just come out of. So it wasn't anything abnormal to me. I remember we were out one night and he was drinking, and that's when he told me that he has PTSD.
When the New York Times story came out, you were in it, but you didn't go as far in that story as you are today.
Yeah.
Why not?
I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to violate this huge level of privacy to my own life to be able to infer that this person is not honest and trustworthy. I felt really protective of my own privacy throughout this whole process. And it got to a point where my privacy was no longer going to happen. And that was when I kind of just made the decision that, like, I'm going to say my piece and get it out there. I had tried to give the impression that something, you know, worse happened. And that's when it was like, I refused to comment further.
You definitely alluded to a bad night.
Yeah.
So bad that you never saw him again afterwards.
Yeah.
But just to underline the point, you're not coming forward because you have any political motivation.
No, not at all. That was actually one of the huge reasons that I didn't come forward and still struggled. Like, that was a huge moral conflict to feel like...
Because you'd like a Democrat to be in the Senate.
Yeah, yeah. I like the things that he speaks about. They're important. They're important to people. I'm one of those people.
But at the end of the day, you feel he's not being honest.
He's not being honest, no.
And we should note, this is 2021 we're talking about. It's only 5 years ago. Tell me about that. When was it?
It was at the end of 2021. I remember it being shortly after I moved back into my winter home, because that is where it happened. And it was a night where him and I were texting back and forth, and he had taken something that I said as an invitation. And that's not how I meant it, and I quickly clarified. And he sent a message back indicating that he would come over, and I said, no, don't come over. Like, I'm not in the mood, don't come over. And I was more stern with that message. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I thought that that meant he got the message or gave up on it or whatnot. And so like half an hour later, I heard a noise outside my door, and then he came in. He just came into my house.
Sorry, they're not here yet. They're not here yet, sorry. What am I missing? What's going on? What's going on? I didn't. What's going on? Do I need to go back?
It was unlocked. I live in an area where you don't usually have to lock your doors. I do now. So he came in, and I realized, okay, he didn't listen. He's in my home. And I was laying on the couch. It was probably pretty late at night, and I was already ready for bed. I just wasn't in bed. And so he had kind of like jumped on top of me and indicated that he had intentions that were sexual in nature. And I remember just at first being like, hey, I'm not into this. Like, I'm not in the mood. Like,
by the way, floor's looking great. Just in case you're interested. It's finally coming together, guys. The house is finally coming together.
Whatever. And it got to the point where I was
it's vinyl. It's vinyl. I was thinking about having all the tile, because it's a tiled floor. I was thinking about having all the tiles put up and putting new tiles down. But it was just too much fucking hassle, dude. Too much hassle. The rest of the kitchen was in. No trim logic. What does that mean? What does that mean exactly? Like vinyl flooring. So it looks really good. It looks, it's very interesting, the process as well. They put this thing called screed down to flatten it out. And then they go in the day after, because they were here yesterday doing it, and then it's come in. Cheap Logic. Okay. Thank you for questioning my financial decisions about my house. Do you know how much fucking money I've spent, dude? Okay? Apologies for not doing a full tiled floor when I've already spent an insane amount of money on the product. Fuck you. What do you know about it? Fuck you, dude. Dude. It looks good. Vinyl looks good. Vinyl looks good. And it's very hardy as well. Dude. Someone spit in this ear, he needs humbling, dude. Fuck off, man.
It's like, okay, I feel like I've said this enough times. Like, he's not listening to me, or he's not hearing me. And I looked at him, and I remember this very specific look in his eyes. And I could smell alcohol, and I was like, this is different. He is heavily intoxicated. Like, and that blank stare was kind of like a photographic memory that I still have of that night. And
oh, the stare. They said the same thing about Russell Brand. The stare. You know, the stare. The black-eyed stare. The R stare. Let's go ahead and call it the R stare. Oh, I can see him getting closer. I don't want to miss him, because that's going to be a ball ache. Honestly, tomorrow I might just wait for all my deliveries to come, but I don't know what time they are tomorrow.
And that was me recognizing what the situation was. And this wasn't just like, oh, hey, somebody showed up and I'm going to tell him to go home. Like, he was heavily intoxicated, had intentions with me, and wasn't listening when I said no. And
you were saying, no, don't, no.
Why is it doubled up?
Over and over and over.
I remember, obviously I've had to recall a lot of this. This is something that I tried for many years to forget. And so small details, might get past me. But yes, I remember very specifically saying, I'm not into this. In my message previously, I had told him
Oh.
I had had an old back injury, and I remember saying, like, I'm not into this. I've had a long day. My back hurts. Like,
Yes. This is the guy with the Totenkopf SS tattoo that you claimed he didn't know what it was, despite being in the US military. He had no clue what it was. He had no idea what it could possibly. It was just a cool looking tattoo. Absolutely insane story that people believed. But anyway, now that's the least of his worries, to be honest with you.
Like I was in that kind of mood, like the leave me alone mood. And there was a little bit of like scuffle, like altercation. The house that I live in has like this antique sewing kit that I kept beside the couch, and that got knocked over. He like backed into it. Or
The swastika, I thought it was just cool line. I thought it was a Buddhist symbol. I thought it was a Buddhist symbol. What's the problem here?
Or something was maybe pushed into it by me, or something happened in that moment, and that thing got spilled. And
Do you remember pushing him away?
I remember potentially pushing away with my legs, like, and then as he backed into it, it spilt, and all of the sewing needles and tape and yarn and everything went everywhere. Everything had fallen onto the floor, and in that moment, I evaluated my safety. Like, a drunk person who's blackout drunk is in my
Okay, that's wonderful.
Has
but
these
how do I make
intentions with me.
money off depressed people?
This hoe just invents rapes to make her girlfriends believe that there are men who desire her enough to rape her. Nobody is fooled by this. I would only believe that somebody raped her if alleged rapist was a poop-eating Indian.
Okay. That is one of the biggest like apologist things ever. Like the idea that there's women that have my doors open actually, just so I can hear the delivery, and the guys are still doing the carpet downstairs. So I need to be careful not to speak too loud. There's an idea that there's some women that are unrapeable, but that's not true. Okay? Any woman is actually rapeable, given enough effort. Dude, what I mean is, just because someone's ugly and fat doesn't mean they can't be raped.
With me, you know, has already caused this amount
What
of
is that emote,
disruption
Jenny Star?
and not listening
What the fuck
to
is
me.
that?
And so I
Shocked.
basically felt safe as just complying.
You normally use protection.
Yeah.
And
I mean, again, people are going to be like, "What?" No, I think this has got legs. I think this is true. No, I missed the parcel. I'm going to have to not stream until I get the parcel tomorrow. I missed the fucking parcel. How did I miss it? It said I was next and then it wasn't. I'm going to literally get a chair and just sit like this at the door watching. Just watching with my phone. No, I've got
Sadly,
loads of
you're
stuff coming
raped.
tomorrow. Yo, thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec, okay? Give me one quick sec.
and this time he didn't, and you didn't want that.
No.
And he didn't care.
No, I don't think my words were falling on deaf ears or drunk ears.
And you were still saying, don't do this, or I'm not into this?
I remember specifically him like grabbing at my chest, and I like hit his hand and I said, "Don't touch me." And I remember that during the altercation
And
specifically.
then he kept going.
Yeah, and it was this weird mix of like coming in and out of, I don't think consciousness is the word, but like coming to and kind of falling back into that drunken, I don't know what I'm doing state. And yeah, and he would apologize in those moments and then go back to doing what he was doing.
So he was aware that he was doing something wrong
Yeah.
and saying sorry.
I feel like he was in moments.
Is there any way that he thought this was consensual or no? Just because...
I don't believe that you can think that that scenario was consensual. You have to understand that that wasn't, when somebody is repeatedly, I mean, when somebody in the middle of it says, "Don't touch me," like, that's obviously not consensual.
Especially if he's apologizing on occasion.
Yeah, yeah. And that next morning, so after everything ended, I ran to the bathroom, which is just beside my bedroom, and I was in there for a while and just trying to like comprehend things. Like,
were you crying? Were you?
I honestly I don't think I was crying. I was like more in shock and yeah, just trying to understand like what had just happened. Especially like this is a person I have known and have trusted and have had very consensual relationships with, like, you know, all along until it wasn't. And so that was a really hard thing to understand.
Okay, what did I miss? Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything of note? Did I miss it? Did I miss anything? No! I went downstairs and asked the guys. And I said, "Oh, have you seen a delivery driver?" And apparently no one even knocked.
Big Army Gorilla just had too much juju and needed to make this corn-fed piggle jiggle to cope for the PTSD.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. The guys downstairs. Yes. The guys downstairs. The guys that are doing the flooring. Nothing weird about it. You fucked it. Anyway, I asked them and they said no one even turned up. So the guy must not have bothered. But the thing is, I've got another package coming tomorrow anyway. So I'm wondering if they just didn't bother because I've got this other package. But tomorrow, I'm going to wait until I get all my stuff. I can't miss package. If I miss packages tomorrow, it's going to be a fucking nightmare. So I'm just going to have to wait until I get everything and then I'll stream. They can't leave it at the door because it's like a fucking expensive shit. But tomorrow I've got washing machine, fridge, freezer, TV, 2 monitors now, 2 monitors, all showing up in 2 different deliveries. And I don't want to miss it. I don't want there to be a problem. I don't want there to be like they leave it somewhere, somehow, and it gets fucking nicked by someone. You know, I live in an area that's got very, very low minority rates, but we need to be careful. Get a Ring doorbell. Should I? Do you know what? I've not even thought of that before. Should I get a Ring doorbell? Is that a good idea? Okay. Okay. How does it work? I actually don't even know how it works. They ring the bell and it comes up on your phone. Is that how it works? No, I don't have a Ring doorbell, no. I tell you what though, downstairs is looking, I'm so happy with how it's come out. I wish I could show you. I honestly wish I could show you, but unfortunately I don't want to get doxxed, so I'm not going to. But it looks great, man. They've done a great job. I'm going to go look at it later after I finish stream and just look at it all. Just take it all in. Oh, I recognise those windows. That is X, Y, and Z address. That was on the market 6.7 months ago. Triangulated, position triangulated. Draw a picture. Well, no, it's not the floor. It's everything else that you could dox. The fixtures, the fittings. You might be able to match it up. I don't fucking know, dude. Also, it's not just about now. It's also about in the future. If I decide to, you know, sell it or something. And it all matches up. I'm going to get doxed then at least. Exactly. Kev, I'm worried enough showing this out there. I don't know if someone's going to dox me off of the pattern of the brickwork or something. We got this screw docs. Okay, right. Oh my god, man, you guys are so fucking annoying. I'm not going to use a green screen. It's fine. Now out there's fine. You know, I maybe I can get doxed off bricks, but I don't think that's a thing. Anyway, guys, Oh, also another thing I've got is a mat because I'm worried about the carpet getting damaged. So I've got one of those plastic mats that you just lay down and put the chair over it. Poly something mat it's called. So I've got one of those coming too. So we're laughing, guys. The next thing is I'm going to prioritise. What do you think about the mic? Is the mic still okay? Because I've literally just got it plugged in by USB still, even though it can be used as a condenser microphone. Is the sound okay still? It might be a bit echoey. Oh, Nerd the Ninja, you were complaining about me not getting a 5090 earlier. So who gives a fuck what you've got to say, okay? I think the camera. The main thing about the camera is this. It's just actually that doesn't look so bad. I think that's fine. I think that's fine actually. That's fine, isn't it? No? No, that looks good. That's good enough. It's the lighting. I think it's the lighting that's the problem. Oh my god, dude. You people are... Chud, you are 2.7 decibels out on the bass. Can you get a better mic, please? Chud, your pixel count is 0.7% lower than it should be. Can you actually improve it? That's what you guys are like. Oh, Chud, your processor has got a 0.7% liability in the throughput out thread on the 8th fucking chip, giga chip. Who cares, bro? Who cares, dude? Who fucking cares?
That this was a person I trusted. And so I spent a little bit of time in the bathroom, and when I came back out, he was asleep in my bed. And at that point, I didn't know what my options were. Like, obviously, I don't want this person in my house. And when I, earlier had realized how drunk he was.
It's the video, not me.
Driven over that way.
Dude, it's the video, not me. I'm not doubling it up. It's the video.
Like, I'm surprised he made it to my house. And if I woke him up and sent him home, like, I am now making the decision to put somebody that drunk on the road. And I didn't want to live with the fact that, like, if he got into an accident or hurt somebody else. And I remember thinking that I could tell him to leave, and I could call the police immediately, and I could at least get him caught for drunk driving. So I was like, I'm going to let him sleep, and the second he wakes up, I'm going to tell him to leave. And so he slept. I lay there in like a state of panic all night, and I remember turning on, I have like one of those noise machines that you sleep with, and I turn it on ocean waves, and I'm like, I'll just try to meditate. It didn't work. So in the morning, he woke up, and he went to go put his arm around me, and I was like, whoa. And realizing this person doesn't know that what happened wasn't okay. And so I remember taking his arm and throwing it back at him, and I said, are you fucking serious, Graham? And he's like, what? And I'm like, do you not remember what happened last night? He's like, no. And I'm like, okay, I need you to get dressed and leave and never talk to me again. Like, nothing that happened was okay. And he did. He just got up and got dressed and left and didn't seem concerned.
By the way, I turned on... Can you hear me now? Is that better? I put on NVIDIA Broadcast. That should be better now. It's worse. Is it? Oh, sake, dude. Okay. Guys, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We'll put it back to this. Okay. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to fiddle with my settings. I am going to fiddle with my settings when I do my new setup. Okay? And I'll try and make it better because it is a bit raped. I'm sure it's raped. Okay? But you just have to put up with it for a bit longer. We're getting there. We are getting there, okay? Play Gary in the meantime. Oh no, I'm not today, man. I'm gonna do this another day. I should be able to go live at some point, like early, and do a lot of like, tax shit and stuff that is a bit less a broad interest. But not today. I do want to cover one more politics story before we get into this fucking mountain of drama there is to talk about. Okay? And that is, ladies and gentlemen, Nigel Farage has resigned as a member of parliament because he's got massive political controversy around his neck. Yes, he's resigned because there's all these investigations and questions about his political, economic, political stuff. And so basically, what he's done is it's like a political ploy, okay? When an MP resigns, it triggers a by-election. So there needs to be an election for that seat, and Nigel Farage is running in that election. So that what he's trying to do is quit to say, well, let's do another election, and the people of Clacton, where he's an MP, will vote for, you know, basically saying, well, let them decide what they think of this. So it's a political game that he's playing, okay? And other parties are wise to this, and they're refusing to run because they're saying it's a political game, and they're not going to participate in the political game, okay? That's the point of this. So he's resigned in as much as I've resigned to play a political game so that I can come out on top and make it look like I've actually won, okay? They'll explain it all in this if you don't know about it.
After a sharp exchange at Heathrow yesterday,
you have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Nigel Farage announced he was making a major announcement.
Oh!
The lectern was...
Oh, dude, they've not even showed the full incident. So there's this criticism of Sky News because apparently, allegedly, they went to his sister's house, or his daughter's house, sorry. Sky News claimed they didn't, but then maybe did a bit. I don't know, dude. I'm a bit out of the loop on exactly what happened here and who's to blame and who's right and who's wrong. But yes, it was at the airport. Yeah, this is it here.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts from George Cottrell, sir?
You tell your bosses you harass my family anymore, and I'll take you with serious consequences. That's what your organisation has done this morning. Go away.
Nigel Farage's reaction to questions about the financial support he received from a convicted criminal.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts, sir?
Did you not hear me? You have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else. Cut.
Sky News has not contacted Mr. Farage's family over the story.
Oh, by the way, Parry, thanks for the raid. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Thank you for the raid. So, there is some disagreement about this, okay? So the claim is that the Sky News are saying we didn't contact the family, but they did send someone without a camera to one of the properties that Farage apparently owns, and they visited and then quickly left. So I think it's one of those where, you know, Farage wants to spin it in a way to make himself more of a victim than he truly is. But Sky News, I do not think, have been fully forthcoming in their side of it, you know? So I think that there's two things happening here. I think Sky haven't been as forthcoming as they should have been, but Nigel Farage is spinning it to make him seem like a bigger victim, acting like there was someone with a big comically large microphone at the door banging, going, Sky News, let us in.
The Reform UK leader spent the weekend at the American independence celebrations in Washington, D.C., but returned to intense pressure over a Sunday Times story reporting the Reform supporter George Cottrell paid for security and staff for the party's leader in the year before his election to Parliament in 2024, and has continued to allow him to use a townhouse he rents near Buckingham Palace. Nigel Farage didn't declare this support from Cottrell. He says he's the victim of an establishment hit job and no parliamentary rules were broken. Labour and the Liberal Democrats want the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner to investigate.
For years now, Nigel Farage has dined out on a career of taking back control, yet he will not be straight with the British people about who controls him. We need an investigation to put that...
I mean, this is classic politician sleaze. All these reform copers, man. This is typical political sleaze. Moneyed interests, stuffing cash in your pockets, and a non-explanation of what it's for, and then things that ought to be declared as part of parliamentary rules not being declared. It's classic political sleaze, and it's totally reasonable that Farage is questioned about this. Because why? Why? What's that in the mic now? Oh, I don't know. What? I moved it closer. Is that better? Hello? Can you hear me? It might be rumbling because of the fan. I've got a fan on at the moment. I think it was in the jet stream, but I've moved it now. Okay, I won't touch anything. I won't touch anything. I won't touch anything at all.
That right.
George Cottrell was jailed in America for 8
hear
months
that?
for wire fraud back in 2017. Reform say he's an old friend of Nigel Farage and has no formal role in the party.
Dude, no, I've got this. Look, I've got some pound coins in a little bag here because I'm using the laundrette at the moment because I've not got a washing machine. So I keep these pound coins together in a bag because I don't want to keep it in a wallet because that's fucking for total unks. So I've just got it in a little bag there. I've got a dime bag. I've got a dime bag. In fact, we should use this as a little tool, shouldn't we? Guys, let's have a little look. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, £5 coins. There we go. And we got 2 50-pence pieces there. 2 50-pence pieces. That's all I got to last the rest of the month. Because I've just spent a stupid amount of money on some monitors. So please give generously, okay? I'm fucked. I'm totally fucked. Dude, what is this fucking dime bag shit? It's just for coins. It's just for coins. I don't use coins normally. It's literally just come using the laundrette at the moment. Like a fucking pauper, bro. Dude, I gotta go down to the fucking laundrette. Like some pauper where some old grannies are in there nattering. Fucking hell, man. Can't wait to get this fucking washing machine installed. And then they want to talk to you as well, don't they? About a bunch of fucking bullshit. They want to fucking talk to you. Oh, hello. Fucking delete. Oh my god, man. Anyway, sorry. We're getting there. We're getting there, okay? We're getting there. Talk to the old woman, you rotten cunt. Right, I'm really messing around, dude. I do. I'm actually very, very likeable in normal life. I'm a very likeable guy. But anyway, let's not complain. It's all good. We're getting there. Washing machine's coming tomorrow. Right, come on. Can we lock in and stop talking about little silly things?
This picture.
Yes, I've got a wallet, dude. Okay, and in my wallet, I keep a little bit of cash, notes, and my cards. It doesn't have a pocket for change because I'm not actually 60 years old. Who the fuck keeps loose change in their wallet, bro? Right, you want to be able to put it in your pocket and it be like a little thing, don't you? Chud's prison wallet. Look, you want it to be like that, don't you? You don't want it to be a big fucking stuffy thing for the cash, for fuck's sake. I actually need to get rid of some of these old cards in here. But anyway, you don't want to have a bunch of cash in there, do you? That's a girl's wallet. Dude, I don't like having those big fucking wallets like that, where you got a change pouch and stuff. I like it to be sleek. Having a massive wallet is annoying. It's like a big fucking lump in your pocket. You're better off just having a little slim wallet like that.
But how do
Lovely.
I make money off depressed people?
Hello, Mr. Logic. Your cushy chair has arrived. I gave it to your favorite Tyler. He just left and never coming back.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. My wallet is fat as shit. Why do you need a fat wallet? What is in there? Also, it just means you just carry a bunch of receipts. You open your wallet up and pull out all these receipts, and there's a receipt from like 5 years ago for something that, for like a fucking, I don't know, for some nothing thing. You don't need all of that, do you? You just need to carry your cards and a little bit of cash for tips and stuff like that. That's all you need. Why can't you just use Apple Pay? I've got Google Pay, but I like using a card. I don't like using the phone. I prefer to use an actual physical card. Do you know what I mean? I prefer just to get the card out. What do you do when you get a bill at a restaurant? You just fucking you need to put the card down. That's part, you know, it's to show that, boom, there you go. Google Pay or Wallet or whatever it is. It's good for a little store thing, but it's not any good for a restaurant because you can't demonstrate that that's how I'm paying. Pay cash. I don't want to carry loads of cash around. £50 cash maximum. That's my normal max. Because otherwise you just fucking lose it somewhere or it falls out your pocket or something. £50 cash is the max for little cash bits and pieces. How? Well, I fold up cash and put it into the inside of my wallet. I don't necessarily put it in the pocket. I like to just keep it inside. So sometimes it falls out if I'm not careful. Not normally, but you know. Is Chud's dude? How is this rich people's problems, bro? Sorry, what fucking planet? Everyone's got a wallet, bro. Even poor people have got a fucking wallet, dude. How is it rich people problems? Talking about carrying £50 cash around. You're acting like a fucking Alan Sugar, dude. What are you on about, bro? This is normal. Everyone fucking tends with this. Dude, I've literally... You call me fucking... Look! I've got a little change bag. I've got a little fucking change bag for my laundrette money. Fucking hell, dude.
Shows the two men together when Farage was hit by a milk.
Sadly, you're raped.
Yo! Thank you for the
man
kicks.
has bills to pay.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the kicks. That's more like it. That's what I like to see. Thank you.
Like all new MPs first elected in 2024, Nigel Farage was expected to declare all benefits received over the previous 12 months worth over £300, except in cases where it could not be reasonably thought by other people to relate to political activities. Reform UK argued this was the case, saying Nigel Farage had a career during that period as a TV presenter. It appeared as a contestant on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and only announced his run for Parliament at relatively short notice. The Parliamentary Standards Commissioner is already investigating an
Dude, I can't focus on this because I'm just looking at chat and not this. I can't do. Chud needs a highly visible bag of coins as he can't be trusted with notes. He's gotten so rich, he can't conceive of not losing money. Dude, I'm not saying that there's like constantly comically large amounts of money falling out of my wallet, okay? It's just that if you have a big stack of cash in your wallet, okay, it's easier to lose it than if you don't have it in there. What is so difficult to understand about this? So just carry a little bit, because normally you don't need that much cash, right? And then it's not a problem. You never lost a tenner. You never lost a tenner before. It happens. Get a fucking money clip. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, a money clip. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Let's see. Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look here. What we got. Okay. Are the ones that are made out of, you know, precious metals? Are the ones that are made out of precious metals and gems? Okay. Just get like a really crazy ostentatious one that costs like $2,000 or something. Yeah, that'll do. That looks good. I'll go for one of those. No, unfortunately, these are all for peasants. These are all for peasants. £300 peasant material. Ugh, no thank you. Where's the actual ones for people of my calibre? Let's have a look.
Declared £5 million gift Mr Farage received from the Thai-based crypto billionaire Christopher Harborne before his election. Today, the government's announced a crackdown on foreign political donations.
Hey, sir, you just dropped £2,000. Don't bother me with pennies, you disgusting mutt. Don't waste my time. My time is so precious, right? Bending down to pick up that £2,000 of cash is not even worth it anymore. Oh my god, dude. Okay, come on.
Minister Samantha Dixon was asked about the allegations against Farage.
The reporting in the Sunday Times was clearly concerning for all of us in the House. And what I would say is that there are a number
What
of
is this,
agencies who
dude?
deal with the regulation, the enforcement.
Got a big stack of these.
Potential action, legal action that may be necessary.
But how much do Nigel Farage's constituents in Clacton-on-Sea really care about this?
I do care, but I'm not sure if he's totally honest, to be fair. I don't know if it's all true.
In my eyes, he can do no wrong. He's got my full support. You know, I don't think he's done anything wrong.
Oh my
It's good
God,
for this
dude.
area.
Nigel Farage enjoys a level of support.
But he has. But he has. Even if that whatever
that's
fight.
wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Imagine trying to go to the local slag and get a quick tug job, and when it's time to pay, you pull out a sad wrinkled Ziploc still stained from a sandwich 3 weeks ago and start counting change.
Oh, what's that? Well, first of all, I wouldn't be going for a hand job, okay? So come up with something non-sexual, you pervert, okay? Go to the store. Yes, that'll be £7.65, thank you. Oh, how much? Sorry, one sec. One. Hang on, let me just two. That's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start doing that just to piss. Oh, dude, I'm so pissed off with old people taking ages at the checkout. If I see an old person behind me, right, I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to carry this round, and then if I spot an old person behind me, just to piss him off, I'm going to start getting this out, pretending that I'm counting out change, just to piss him off. It's a revenge.
Most politicians can only dream of. But once again, he's in the headlines for questions around money and transparency, and it's not a comfortable place to be. Amanda Acast, Sky News, Westminster.
Okay, so Nigel Farage is absolutely in hot water here, and it just seems to be getting worse. I'm not the old person. I'm not the old person. Dude, I'm only 40. I'm only 40 years old, for fuck's sake. Oh. Fuck off. Fuck off. Right, come on, can we lock in, dude? I'm actually interested in this story. And now I've distracted you all by talking about money. And the funny thing about it is, it's like literally pocket change we're talking about. And you can't just turn it into a whole thing, acting like I'm some fucking, you know, wealthy guy lauding it about. I'm talking about literal pocket change, dude. Oh, no, this is the pocket change. This, bro, I'm talking about this, dude.
Delivered to party headquarters, his MPs gathered.
Big smile is what I'm going to say. Big smile.
You know I'm looking forward to the press conference.
He might have a while to wait. These days, Nigel Farage prefers no media-controlled events. No questions.
Well, the new attack from the media is that somehow I am a crook. I am dishonest. Yet another reason to hate me. Commentators over the weekend have
that's
said,
wonderful.
"Oh, look at the."
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Stop screaming, Kuvar. You are distracting us from laying this cheap vinyl floor of yours. Better start counting those pennies to make sure you have enough to pay us. Because if you don't have enough, you're gonna pay with your mouth and asshole.
Thank you. Oh my god, right. That is crazy. Thank you for the 333. Thank you. Oh god, crazy stuff.
The interviews Nigel's doing,
insane,
he's not himself. He's getting angry. Am I angry? Well, I've never been angrier in my life.
Journalists kept outside heard him condemn Sky News for knocking on his daughter's door. He said media and government were
What's that? I can ask you empty any contents of your pockets into the grey tray for us. I'm just going to look in the tray.
A lot of cash there.
A lot of cash? Yes, I've been to the casino.
Bro, what? You're acting like that's me. You're acting like this is me. This is my daily carry.
I'm just going to...
Right, dude. There's like at least what? There's a few $100 there, if not a grand. That's not me, bro.
A lot of cash? Yes, I've been to the casino.
It's not me. Because having that much money in cash is a waste. You're better off keeping it in your savings account, have compounding interest on it. Why would you have it fucking in your pocket like that? It's a total waste. It's doing nothing for you.
Tino, I don't please, right?
If you can just turn the pockets out for me, just so I can see that in alignment. If I can ask you just to lift the top of your trousers to the top of your socks on both feet for me. Thank you very much, sir. Search complete.
All done. Thank you.
Okay, just take this now, thanks, sir. Make your way.
Thank you.
Dude, I'm broke. I am broke right now, okay? Do you know how much debt I'm in? I'm in loads of debt, bro. So I don't know what this fuck. I'm in debt, dude. Okay? So if anything, even if you're struggling, you should give it to me so I can fucking get some of this. Oh no, dude, I'm not that much. No, it's nothing crazy. It's the kind of debt you get into when you move house. It's nothing crazy. It's not that crazy. But you know, it is obviously someone I'm managing at the moment. But in any case, listen, guys. Okay, don't sweat it. We're gonna do some streams. We're gonna have some fun. It's gonna be great. Thank you for the kicks. Very, very generous of you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, wait a second. Hang on. It's Wednesday. Guys, check your free kicks. It's Wednesday. What about the free kicks, dude? Let's go. That's literally free money. Come on. Let's do it. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you for the kicks. Dude, it's like Twitch Primes. It's like the new Twitch Primes. Your Wednesday free kicks. Very based. Very based. Very based.
Sadly, you're raped.
You thanks, Eddie.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Yes, there we go. See, we love Eddie. We bloody love Eddie. We love Eddie.
Sadly,
we love Eddie.
You're raped.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chud is regrettably going to have to work for what? Work and stretching, isn't it? What do you mean work for? Dude, I'm back to normal. I've just got a few little teething issues. I've got this delivery tomorrow. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sadly, you're raped.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're yes. Now I can carry around this £50 notes in my pocket. Yes, let's go. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's to do with you watching streams. The more you watch a stream, the more likely it is or something.
I still haven't gotten any free kicks.
Bottom feeder. Thank you. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. Couldn't stream yesterday because he had to move his setup to another room. And the flooring was going in, but it took longer than I realised it would. But guys, today I'm doing more or less a normal stream. It's just a bit haphazard. And if anything, you guys are distracting me because you're making it about my little bag of change. Tomorrow I'm going to have to wait for these deliveries to come in.
Sadly,
and then I'll stream after that. So hopefully they come early or I'm fucked. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully it comes early. The goy bag. Call it anyway. Come on, guys. I'm interested in this Farage story, but you guys just keep distracting me with your fucking bullshit, okay? Let's lock in a little bit. Let's lock in. Come on. And then we'll get to the actual drama stuff to you today.
Conspiring against him over the undeclared £5 million gift. And he decided on something drastic.
Today, I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton...
Thank you, Chuck Concrete, for the sub. Thank you.
Actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election. It's a chance to stick two fingers up.
Coinbag is more interested in Nigel. I am actually interested in this. And you should be as well if you like any sort of British politics, because this is massive. This is the... you know, next Prime Minister, you know, according to polling, embroiled in political controversy to the point he's having to do this charade of giving up his seat so that he can run again. Retiring with a suspicious 5 million property-shaped belly. Well, he's going to run, and you get the point of it, right? The idea is the establishment's coming after me, but the people of Clacton have voted me in again, so fuck the establishment. I've won, fuck you. And he's trying to circumvent the controversy, and then he'll be able to point to it as just, oh, this is the bullshit establishment and stuff. Whereas there is an obvious problem with this. Politicians receiving massive sums of money, not disclosing it, and then that potentially having an impact on your policy is corrupt, sleaze shit. up out the fucking wazoo, you know? And the thing is, none of the parties are actually going to run candidates except for Count Binface, because they see it as a total charade and they don't want to participate. But obviously there is the possibility of the Count Binface sweep. So that's what a lot of people are hoping for. There's a lot of middle class, centrist dads. That's the meme, isn't it? A lot of centrist dads that are really counting on Binface to come through, because then it will embarrass Farage. So we'll see. We will see.
To the entire establishment to frankly tell them where to go.
Tonight, the Conservatives led the way as other political parties confirmed they will not be running in the Clacton by-election, which pollsters had Nigel Farage as firm favourite to win. They hope to turn a potential Farage carnival into a sideshow.
We're not standing a candidate in the fake by-election, which Nigel Farage is causing to distract people from what is happening. We need to let that investigation run its course.
This is a desperate stunt from Nigel Farage, and it's obvious why he's doing it. He is up to his neck in sleaze.
If, as expected, Nigel Farage gets re-elected, the investigation into his undeclared £5 million gift could resume, and he could be handed a penalty that triggers another by-election.
I think the Standards Commissioner and the Standards Committee,
God,
if he were returned to Parliament, would have to think about...
Fucking hell, man. She is really fucking ugly, isn't she? Holy fuck. You couldn't find someone a bit nicer looking? Jesus.
Whether or not this sort of attempt to game the system was an aggravating factor that would justify further penalty.
Nigel Farage acknowledged his £5 million windfall looked like a lottery win, but he insisted forces were conspiring to paint him as a villain.
They keep changing all the rules.
Dude, it's honestly so funny that this is the man of the people. It is Trump-like, isn't it? He's got this £5 million bung from some crypto guy, and he's apparently one of the lads down at the pub having a pint.
Again and again, just to stop reform. Frankly, it is like living in a communist country. For over 20 years now, I have been subject to constant demonisation by the press. Being a member of the European Parliament for 20 years cost me a huge amount of money.
Nigel Farage alleged foul plots had brought him to this point.
He went on telly having a hissy fit because for the first time he is finally having to face some scrutiny after a very long honeymoon, and he cannot handle it.
Some people look at this and say, well, this is just Nigel Farage trying to dodge an inquiry which he can feel was going the wrong way for him.
Look, Nigel was very clear that he has broken no rules. He's an absolute...
He's not the arbiter of that. That's not
how... Nigel said he's not broken any rules. That's it. No more questions required. Bro, of course he's going to say that, bro. Also, even if he's not... Because the rules sometimes can be, you know, X. The behaviour could be Y. So you've not broken the rules per X, but Y is still bad. Y is still an egregious act for a politician to engage in. So, yeah, I don't necessarily think just because he hasn't broken the rules doesn't necessarily mean that he hasn't done something wrong. It's fucking £5 million from some crypto guy, and then he's got this favourable crypto policy. It's funding for his campaign off some convicted criminal, you know, which cost however the fuck much, which I think wasn't declared, I'm pretty sure. Yes, also apparently the amount was so substantial that it triggered money laundering flags being raised as well. Like, that's the kind of level of transaction we're dealing with, something that a bank thought could be a money laundering thing. It's crazy. And then they act so negatively to being scrutinised over this, when this is exactly what the media is for, scrutinising politicians for sleazy shit. What is the problem here?
Absolutely nothing wrong. But
he doesn't sit in judgment. If
the people sit in judgment.
Well,
the people
actually,
sit in
there
judgment.
are rules about how an MP
actually,
behaves.
we're a democracy. Or at least we in Reform believe it. You might not think that if you look at the other parties.
Well, it sounds very Trumpian, because Donald Trump would say, the fact that voters vote for me, that trumps everything else.
Look what the Labour Party is doing. They've announced they're going to change the law so that British citizens cannot give donations to Reform.
You've changed subject there. I was asking about the rules that govern behaviour of an MP.
Illegally cancelling the election of 5 million people. You've got the leader of the Conservative Party likening Nigel Farage to Jeremy Thorpe, a man who stood trial for incitement for murder.
You're jumping around with different subjects
You've got parts of the media
there.
banging on the door of Nigel's own daughter's house, someone who's got nothing to do with public
you're
life.
jumping lots of subjects there. Does
Well, it's
Nigel
all the same
Farage...
story.
Is it?
We ultimately
Sky
trust...
News knocking on someone's door is the same as whether an MP should accept the rules of Parliament. That's quite a jumble.
The establishment...
Well, yeah, exactly. Why the need to have your candidacy reassessed if you've done nothing wrong? Very odd, isn't it, that he's done nothing wrong, but he's resigning so it can be voted for? Well, that's a bit contradictory, isn't it? Because if MPs don't have to randomly resign to trigger an election when they haven't done anything wrong, they just keep doing what they're doing. But yes, it is obviously a political move because he wants to. What's it called? He wants to re-solidify his mandate. He wants to re-solidify his mandate from Clacton. But I don't know, man. This is pretty rough for Farage. I think this is going to be quite damaging. And it's not just the libtards. You've got the further right that are also nipping at his heels too. You know, they're also niggling away at him, pushing the restore narrative. So I think that, yes, this is something where he could actually experience what Labour's been experiencing, which is this both sides kind of coalescing on their position to squeeze them in the middle between them, you know?
Trying to play judge and jury and executioner. Well, enough of that.
Many detected Nigel Farage borrowing lines from his old ally across the Atlantic.
I was attacked more than anybody in the history of our country.
And I am the most physically and verbally attacked public figure or politician of modern times.
But yeah, I think there was a bit of Trump in that. I think
really?
the main thing that it said to me, though,
What about Keir Starmer?
was that Nigel Farage actually still has some fight in him. I think there has been this view that perhaps he's backing off, he's frazzled, he's not so into the fight anymore. This is the decision that actually most puts a middle finger up at that theory. This is a guy who's not only willing to go for a by-election, he said he's ready to go for 2 if he has to make this point.
See you all in Clacton. In the summer.
He now faces a lonely by-election with no major party.
Anglo Jew Pigeon, come get your mans. Anglo Pigeon's a restore guy, isn't he? I don't think he's for reform anymore. I don't think reform racist enough for Anglo Pigeon. So I think he's gone for the only obvious choice.
Running against him. The focus, potentially, less on his anti-establishment views, more on his friends and finances.
So, what do the voters of Nigel Farage's Clacton seat make of today's developments? Our communities editor, Darshna Soni, is there for us. Darshna.
Well, it's been a scorching hot day here, Chris, and some people are asking
Send
whether Nigel Farage has called this election
insult to
because he's
injury
feeling the heat. Now, if you thought the Makerfield
Clacton
by-election
upon
was
Frockton
consequential for the future of our country, Nigel Farage today said to voters here
Squibbly bibbly
that
bob.
this by-election will be just as important.
Okay, that's wonderful.
And just as Andy Burnham wanted to...
Yo, thanks for the 420.
I have some British lad doing repairs on neighbour's house right now. You really did a number on yourself with Brexit. If previously the Pollocks were the main demographic of a tradesman in Europe, now British have joined them, never expected this to happen.
Thank you for the 420. Most of the people that have done work on my house have been British. The only foreigners were the tiler and the bathroom guy. But everyone else has been Britoid. Yes, the Greek tiler. But thank you for the 420. That's very generous. Thank you. Rufa was British. Rufa looked like a reform voter, to be honest. I didn't dare get into politics with him just to be on the safe side. I didn't want him to get into some fucking rant about immigrants and ruining the country on my spare time, you know?
To prove that he has the popular vote up there, the support of his base in
In
Manchester.
fact, I got the hint because when the guy came round, the bathroom fitter came round, he said to me, "Oh, there was a foreigner." And he was like that. He was like, "Yeah, there's a guy that came about the bar for a foreigner." I was like, okay, yeah, I think we know what we're dealing with here, you know? That was the one distinguishing factor that he pointed out. With the hint of suspicion behind his words was quite obvious. Give him a raise. Wait, I mean, to be honest with you, I doubt I'll be doing much more with him. I do need to get the entire house repointed though, which is kind of annoying. Oh man, dude, fucking hell. Do you know what happens when you get a house? You know when you're in a rental, you don't really think about it much, but when you own your own place, you walk around and you're like, that needs doing, that needs doing, that needs sorting, that needs sorting, that needs sorting. Because there's always stuff that needs doing. It's crazy. Never would have thought. You just don't. You don't see it like that when it's a rental, because you know what does it matter to you? What needs to be done? Oh my god, dude, crazy stuff. Poor me, poor me. Exactly. I'm not saying poor me. I'm just saying, oh, it's crazy how that works, isn't it? I'm not saying poor me, dude. You guys are so mean. Pour me another drink.
Is hoping to do here in Clacton, and you have to remember he's hugely popular here. I was here during the last election and saw people queuing up to shake his hand, to have selfies done with him. So he knows that he has got a lot of support here. The voters of Clacton who previously voted Conservative are an older electorate, mainly white, but there are also pockets of deprivation here. Some people have been speaking to me about the cost of living, about the fact that prices are going up. So we wanted to know what they
Blah, blah, fucking blah. Dude, I'm so sick of these poroids complaining about the price of shit, man. It's so fucking annoying, dude. What does it matter, bro? Oh no, the price of a milk's gone up by 10 pence. Whatever am I gonna do? Fuck off, dude. Get over it. Have you tried not thinking about it? Have you tried just getting a basket of shopping and paying for your goods and not even worrying about what the price is? Have you thought about that before? No, you're too busy looking at the fucking labels. Oh no, these eggs are 6 pence more now. Fuck off, dude, who cares? Just get your fucking eggs.
thought of the fact that their MP has been earning millions of pounds since he was elected. And he said today that he has sacrificed a lot of potential income.
I tell you one thing though, I mean it's because I use a lot of energy, obviously with the computer and stuff. But my energy bill is stacking up to be fucking raped, bro. I don't know if there's another tariff I can go on or something, but I'm using like £5 a day energy. It's fucking crazy, man. And I don't really know how to reduce it. And it's probably going to get worse, to be honest with you. It's probably going to get fucking worse because I'm setting up the new computer, which has got 5080 in it. Fucking hell, dude. Ooh. Oh no, my energy's gone up by £5, no! Yeah, well, I mean, that, dude. Solar's possible, but man, I cannot, dude. I don't know if I can do solar right now. But yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's crazy how much fucking energy all this shit uses. So, it's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, but that's just energy. Include gas as well. Because the thing is, you've got to think about it, it's not just now, it's in the winter as well. When you start using gas for the heating, everything's going to fucking ratchet up, isn't it? It's obviously manageable now. Well, it's manageable regardless, but the point is like, it's, you know, once... So what all I'm saying is as much as I'm being a bit silly about the milk thing, right? You know, I'm in a very fortunate position, but I can understand how genuinely the cost of energy, because Ofgem are increasing the minimum payment or whatever the fuck it is, the price ceiling, whatever this is called. So, you know, these things do take their toll, you know, and you've got obviously like price of energy going up in a few months. Well, I think this month, isn't it? And then you've got goods going up. So yeah, household bills rising. I can see people being like, fucking hell, it's like gets to be a bit unmanageable for some people, you know.
When he became their MP, it has to be said that his salary and income is far higher than the average here. Now, Nigel Farage framed this as an election all about the establishment versus reform. He said it'll be...
Chud's house when he turns on the gas. Oh my god, dude. Video slowed down. I love that they slowed it down for us. Praying for this.
Oh my god.
Thanks. Why though?
More people are coming out.
Jesus Christ, man. Why did it explode? Oh, the blast was caused by a natural gas line leak that firefighters had examined earlier in the day. Fucking hell, bro. How did they survive? I'm guessing no one was in the property because of the gas line leak. So I'm assuming it was more so just like people in the area or something, you know? Rest in peace, Asman, Mum. There's some of you in chat that would actually like it if this happened to me, wouldn't you? You'd actually celebrate this if this would have happened to me.
Up to the people of Clacton to judge him, not the media or Parliament or the Standards Commission. So we asked the people of Clacton what they make of it all. This is what they told me.
Would you vote for him again?
Yes, probably, yeah.
The £5 million, all of those questions wouldn't put you off?
No, wouldn't, no.
Do you think that this election, though, is a way of avoiding those questions about that money? It is, isn't it?
I wouldn't have thought so. If he stands what he's saying...
I'm just trying... Look at this guy, man. You can't be kidding me. They're taking the piss out of the gammons. They found the ugliest, most wretched fucker they could to represent. This is not all reform voters are like. Some of them are normal, okay?
I think it's good. But we don't know, do we?
So none of these questions about the money and the £5 million...
Money's gone missing in Parliament for years. I mean, it's just that they're against reform coming in.
What?
Conservative and Labour have just been absolutely useless. So, time to have somebody else in, I think. And I think because of that, and they know that everybody is starting to think.
She's not even addressing the core for concept here. What does she mean money's always gone missing? It's not about money going missing. This is about politicians receiving large sums of money without good reason and without good argument. Literally this guy, yes dude. If I'm a racist, right, why is Ngubu my favourite player? Classic. Classic.
Reform needs a chance. I think they're just questioning every single budget.
But do you think they're right to question him? I mean, he did get this amount of money, and do you wonder what he would get in return for it from this guy who's into crypto? Do you think there are legitimate questions?
I think if you dig deep into every single person that walks in Parliament, they've all got their dirty ways, let's be honest.
And they don't put you off?
No.
Every MP get...
They're all just bad, aren't they? They're all bad. They're all just bad. Okay, there are levels here. And I would love to see what these absolute cretins do. Oh, bro. These people deserve to be poor, okay? I hope the cost of milk for that individual bitch goes up tremendously. I hope that she is left in fucking ruins because of cost of living increasing to the point where she can't afford to live anymore. Dude, it's so obnoxious, man. And then they just hand wave away obvious corruption issues. And I'd love to know what she said about Starmer's glasses. I would fucking love to know what some of these people were saying when it was revealed Starmer had a couple of pairs of glasses and some suits bought for him, which were, by the way, all disclosed. All disclosed. That's how people found out about it, because you fucking wrote it down on whatever list you need to write down to say, yeah, some rich fucker bought me some clothes. Oh, Starmer had a pair of glasses bought for him. Oh, no. Bro, he's got fucking £5 million in fucking cash from some guy. Just pure cash put into his account. What? It's mental, bro. It's fucking mental, dude. It's £5 million is literally like more than life-changing, bro. It's an insane amount of money. And people just hand wave it away as par for the course. It's not par for the course. It's crazy, bro. You should have higher standards for politicians.
Security for themselves now, so why shouldn't he?
But do you not have any worries about that £5 million? I mean, what did this crypto guy want in return?
Well, that's just it. No one knows, do they? Who can answer that question?
Nigel Farage could if he stayed and didn't resign.
If he's willing to tell you.
God, these simpletons, man. These fucking simpletons, bro. Well, yeah, how are we going to know? Nigel Farage could say, well, maybe he doesn't want to tell you. What the fuck? Oh my God. And then they'll turn around and say all of our country's problems because of immigrants. And this is the level of political engagement they've got. It's just, wow, maybe he wants to tell you. And show me a world where it's fucking Starmer. Okay? It's Starmer that's on the hook for a £5 million fucking bung. And look at how quickly their fucking perspective will change then. Oh my God, dude. I try to be gracious to everyone, but stuff like that just riles me up, honestly. It just fucking riles me up, dude. Some fucking idiot sat there like that. Fuck off.
So people do have questions about that money, as you saw there. People understand that it is right to question Mr. Farage about it, but they are also very much behind him. A lot of people that we spoke to, they say that he does have popular support here, and that's what he will be banking on when we go to another by-election here in a few weeks' time.
Darshana Soni in Clacton. Well, a short while ago for our Forecast podcast, I spoke to the creator of the Conservative Home website, Tim Montgomery, who's now a Reform supporter. He was joined by Ben Habib, a former ally of Nigel Farage.
Politics Joe.
Co-deputy leader of Reform UK.
Mate, I will tomorrow. We'll do some more Farage 10 tomorrow. I want to do some drama.
Right. And they were joined by the pollster Luke Trill from More in Common UK.
I don't think so. I don't think he's handled this affair particularly well. I think he's...
Media outlet presents you hand-picked interviews to trigger this exact reaction. The left equals side of media literacy. Find me a Reform supporter that is actually making good, coherent points. Dude, Robert Jenrick was no fucking better, dude. He was the same, bro. He was the fucking same, dude. None of these Reform supporters have good answers to this because there are no good fucking answers. Because the whole thing is fucked, bro. The whole thing is totally fucking raped. He's got £5 million in cash from some fucking crypto billionaire with no explanation as to why and changing stories.
He's looked too defensive in some of the interviews that he's conducted, and he hasn't conducted enough interviews. But I think Reform gets...
Even if it was for a favour, what is the worst that can happen? Crypto-friendly legislation. Who really cares? People are crying because it's Farage and they don't like him. Oh my God, dude. Because it's political influence. I think it's bad for politicians to make decisions they wouldn't otherwise make because they're paid money to do so in a very outward way like that. Okay? And normally you have like a register of interests so that people can see that, and then you have all the information, and then you can say, oh, this politician received a payment from Exxon fucking Global to allow them to pump oil into the face of a fucking seal. Oh, well, that's obviously why they wanted to do that, isn't it? That's why you have transparency in democracy, so that you can see these things and make determinations accordingly as to whether you want to support someone. But if you're not getting that information, you can't make that determination and you can't make that fucking assessment.
It's a level of scrutiny from the media that is off the scale compared to other political parties. You know, the Financial Times recently... No, absolutely.
Yeah, come off. I was sitting here politely listening.
100%. Reform threatens both the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. A parliamentary process where ultimately Labour and Conservative MPs decide whether Nigel Farage gets suspended or not is not going to be fair. Much fairer to go... Hang on, just 1 second. Much fairer to go to the voters of Clacton...
Oh, dude, what is this you're linking me?
Leave him alone. They're trying to find anything wrong.
I fucking hate pensioners, man. I fucking despise pensioners. Sat there in your fucking absolute fortune house that you're sitting in, even though you don't need it, going on P&O cruises. Meanwhile, working people are propping up the bill for your ever-increasing fucking state tax whilst you fucking farm the NHS for hip replacements. Oh my God, dude. Fucking hell, man. Unbelievable.
I mean, but they won't find nothing wrong.
Triple lockers.
I don't care if they do, I still vote for him.
I don't care. You know, they need funding from somewhere. If there's a multi-millionaire out there...
Look at this guy. Cyclops with the tooth.
So be it. I mean, no one else would say no.
So do you think this funding row should be his undoing?
I would like to hope so. I personally just don't like the man. I don't like his politics.
He said it was his own money, so why are they pushing it?
He hasn't declared it.
You'll be first on the boat, love.
When it was before he was elected.
Is it something that's concerning you?
Not particularly. He'll probably get away with it. Leave him alone.
Dude. Can't stand him, man. Can't fucking stand him, dude. Pensioners are one of the most pampered... Pensioners and the disabled. Sorry, not the disabled, the disabled, okay? Two of the most pampered groups in society at the moment, and something must be done about them. Something must be done about them.
We're in a democracy. Let voters decide.
Well, except they don't know. They don't know the truth, do they?
Well,
the commissioner hasn't ruled. There hasn't been an inquiry. He hasn't had the chance to answer or ask any questions. Well, what are they going to be voting on? Nigel Farage?
Citizen vigilante.
Well, I thought you conducted a journalism exercise. You examining Nigel Farage all the time.
You don't resign if you're innocent. You resign when you're guilty. As it happens, I'm not suggesting that he is guilty. There's a process that has to be gone through. But if you feel you're going to be found guilty, that's when it becomes politically expedient to resign. And what he's done here, which you've alluded to very cleverly, is forestall the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner's ruling and take it back to the people, casting himself as David versus Goliath. But actually, that's not what's happening here.
Question around the 5 million is, would Nigel Farage have decided he was going to stand for Parliament if he hadn't been given 5 million quid's worth of financial security? Those are the questions we don't know the answers to going into this new by-election.
I began by saying I don't think he's handled this affair particularly
What's going on
well.
with this guy?
He does need to
give this guy a BMW now.
A box of chocolates.
Do you think it influenced his decision to go into Parliament, knowing that he now had this 5 million quid nest egg in his bank account?
Well, what influences Nigel Farage all of the time is that he gets up every day knowing it could be his last day. The security threats to him are enormous. It's a gift to help him afford his own security.
But as Ben says, it was a gift by a political donor in the year before he became...
Two brown eyes and a spastic. Oh, that's Krishna Guru Murthy. What's wrong with him? I like him. I think he's a good journo. He always asks crazy questions to celebrities to upset them.
He was the owner of Reform.
I think this guy's got cerebral palsy or something, hasn't he? I don't fucking know, dude. Because clearly he's got his brain there. His just body's absolutely fucking mullered.
And the honorary president. The idea that Nigel Farage was not a politician in some form.
So that's a very important point.
He took this money is nonsense.
May I just develop that point?
Literal
He's
spastic.
repeatedly said in the last few days that he wasn't politically active. Nigel Farage has been politically active non-stop since...
Army Hammer sits across an elderly woman in a 5-bedroom detached house, pointing a gun at her. What kind of morals and principles is it you follow that makes you think you can live like this, while a working family is to rent a tiny flat? I want you to call your sewing circle and tell them to come over here. We need to have a chat. That is a banger meme, yes. I would be well up for that.
Since 2019 as majority shareholder and director of Reform UK. Every single thing he's done with that in the background.
Now, Luke, tell us about what has been happening over the last few weeks of this controversy swirling to Reform's polling numbers.
So when you ask people the extent to which the 5 million, if we focus on that,
go on, Burnham, get in there, lad.
View, and particularly whether it negatively impacts their view of Nigel Farage, around 57% say that it has a negative impact, whereas around a third say it doesn't really affect their view of him at all. But interestingly, and I think this is the really important point, amongst Reform 2024 voters, so the people who backed Reform at the last general election, they are much less likely than average to say that it affects their view of him. In fact, 74% say it doesn't affect their view of Nigel Farage. And so what it seems like when you look at the polling, particularly on the 5 million, which is what we've got, is those who don't like Nigel Farage don't like him even more. As a result, or say they don't. Those who are the sort of true supporters of Reform UK say actually it doesn't make much of a difference. I think the group that Nigel Farage has to worry about are the middle group. They are people who didn't back Reform in 2024, but might be open to backing them in future.
Absolutely. It may not be anything to worry about in Clacton. Clacton we'll see the result of that soon. But that is the group you need to carry to win a general election. And so if this weighs on that middle group, then even if he wins Clacton, he's going to feel that he's got uphill struggle all the way to the general election.
I mean, if you're so confident, we now know that Rupert Lowe's not going to stand. Why don't you stand against Nigel Benn? If you believe this case is so overwhelming...
Oh, shut up, fucking Scopey. With your fucking involuntary muscles. Shut up.
It's really brilliant thinking from Rupert Lowe not to stand. This isn't a legitimate by-election. It's one that's been called in order to short-circuit parliamentary standards. That's why it's been called.
As Margaret Thatcher would say, Fritz, you're Fritz.
And I don't know whatever Frit means. Rupert Lowe.
You can't understand me so disabled.
I don't think the Conservatives should stand, and Labour and the Liberal Democrats should boycott the by-election as well.
Can we talk about George Cottrell now? Because this is the latest story that the Sunday Times have revealed.
I hardly know him. Clearly, he committed an offence. But he served, justice.
Do you think it's wrong
these things
to pursue donations?
What I do believe, Trish, is I think part of why Nigel Farage has been quite angry and irritable and underperforming in interviews of late is he knows he messed up. I think privately he knows he should have been more transparent.
I think that's true.
I think
so you should have declared.
I think yes, I do, and I think he does really.
Luke Trill, Ben Habib, Tim Montgomery. Thank you all.
Okay, guys, we will get into some drama in a sec. It's about the right time. But before that, I just need to go check something quickly. So whilst I do, because honestly, I find the Count Binface stuff a bit obnoxious. There's basically this guy called Count Binface, and he's like a joke candidate that always runs in like a prominent election. And now he's going to run against Farage in this apparent election that's going to happen. And Reddit bricks. I'll do it at some point. I don't know. Dude, Mormon Logic. You love a bit of Reddit bricks, don't you? I will get to the Reddit bricks. I really want to look at that MIZKIF video first, I think. MIZKIF has done a whole video raping EMIRU. I don't know. Not literally. I'm just thinking about the fact that it's all about EMIRU saying that he raped when he apparently didn't. Reupload still lost. Well, we will see. But in the meantime, guys, one more quick thing. You guys check this out. We'll be back in a minute.
The interview
okay?
of the morning. Count Binface
You're gonna love
has
this.
confirmed that he is going to run in the by-election in Clacton if it takes place. This is the by-election that the major parties are saying, as we've heard from them all this morning, they are not going to run in. So who better to talk to about this? Joining us live, Count Binface himself. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Today listeners, Planet Earth. It is a pleasure to be here.
I should say you are, I can see a video link of you. You appear to be in outer space and wearing your bin.
Well, what else would you expect, mate? You know, I was on my way back home to Sigma 9, bit of R&R, and then old Nigel throws his toys out of the pram, has a hissy fit, calls an unnecessary by-election. I got wind of that. I've turned around the starship pronto. How about that? Lovely.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
It's a full manifesto.
Yes, so I'm assuming from that you are going to be sparse when it comes to policy promises.
How dare you? I've got a full and costed manifesto, Justin. It's just that, you know, I like to tailor it to each constituency. I mean, some of my national policies will remain. I pledge to build at least one affordable house. I will nationalise Adele. I heard your bit about the water, and I'll make water bosses have to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. I'll price cap 99 flakes at 99 pence. I think the Clacton folk will like that one. And so it goes on. But if you'd done some research, you'd know that.
Can you win?
Probably not, but then, you know, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy. And look at this, eh? The fact that you're interviewing me on the Today programme, because all the other parties aren't standing, says more about them than it does about me. Are they running scared from old Binny, or do they think that Nigel's running a cunning stunt? And I pronounce that carefully at 8:55 in the morning.
Do you now, moving swiftly on, call on Kemi Badenoch, Sir Ed Davey, and other major party leaders to back your fight for Clacton?
No, I don't need them. I mean, they can do whatever they want. I think they're too busy trying to shore up their own positions, wouldn't you say, Nick? In the face of such trenchant questioning from you. when of course you're not celebrating Manchester United. But, you know, I'm game for anything, just like I'm game for the fact that your lovely people got me on for 8:45, and I've been listening to taped bits of your debate, and now you've got me in the crazy roller coaster spot where the pips might come at any minute. I'm game for anything.
That's quite enough from you, Count Binface. Pleasure to talk to you.
Dude, this is literally the Super Bowl for James O'Brien fans, isn't it? It really is. Oh, Count Binface is... Oh, I can't bear it, dude. Yes, he's a funny little novelty. Okay, I get that. And I find him somewhat funny when he's like... You know, there's a little interview where there was a Sky News guy. He obviously didn't want to talk to him because he's a joke. And... his mates, his kind of colleagues were going, go on, talk to him. That was funny, I get that. But this kind of like, maybe Count Binface can win. Oh my God, we're really going to show Nigel Farage who's boss. Oh man, I can't fucking bear it, dude. By the way, Jaggernaut, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Right, my house is empty now. So I can open a door and be as loud and racist and bigoted as I want. Thank fuck for that. Jesus. Oh. Finally. Binny rapes you, tile boy. Guys, things are coming together nicely now. We're absolutely fucking laughing. Okay. Let's continue. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. I'll see that later. Right, guys. Let's get into some drama. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into some drama. Okay? So, we've got a lot of different things happening at the moment. In my day off, it felt like about 5 different things occurred. So, the main things that I've seen are Reckless Ben released his video, but I'll probably spread it out a bit, so maybe do that tomorrow. JIDEON quit streaming, we'll do that later. And the main story that I saw that I thought was of interest, MIZKIF has done a whole video talking about EMIRU and like claiming that she lied about him. Now here's the thing, I was on board with EMIRU at first, okay? I got to admit, I got a bit swept up in the pro-EMIRU stuff, and I was like, yeah, it seems like there's truth to this. That being said, I was a bit skeptical in regards to the claim that she made about the assault. I don't think assault was quite the right word, but I think something bad happened. And then MIZKIF's response was dreadful. MIZKIF's response was really bad, and it sounded like he was admitting to what she'd claimed, okay? However, one big thing that changed was in the course of this lawsuit, EMIRU then changed her story. And it went from her claiming that she was assaulted to it being her lived experience of having been assaulted. And at that point, I was like, hang on a minute, that's not right. You claimed you were raped. You don't get to claim you're raped and then go, actually, that's just my interpretation of it. Either you were raped or you weren't raped when it's this stakes and it's this level that we're at, you know? So let's have a little look and see what MIZKIF has served up for us. But from what I can understand, MIZKIF is going pretty hard at EMIRU now. So let's have a little look and see what he's brought to the table.
Okay. I have the court filings with me, and today I would like to go over them.
Part 1.
I'm Matthew Renato, the streamer known online as MIZKIF. In the court filings, my name is also spelled Mizrandino. This is about Emily Shunk, the streamer online known as EMIRU, who I was in a relationship with for about 3 years. For 3 years, she was the first person I saw every morning and the last person I saw every night. She was a person who wanted to marry me and have my children. Then, about 10 months later, after we broke up, in October of 2025, on a live stream to her audience of millions, she accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and abuse. I deny those accusations completely. To be clear about the setup, I am the one who went to court. I sued her for defamation, meaning for making false accusations that damaged me. A court has since ordered me to lay out, one statement at a time, exactly what she said.
Once again, I'm vindicated. It was obvious from minute one that MIZKIF did nothing wrong and that she sacrificed the bunnies to Moloch to conceal her true form as an old witch.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Very true. Very true. Thank you. I mean, this looks very hostage situation, but my assumption is that this is probably a statement that's been authorized by his lawyer in order to do a PR move, essentially. So he's allowed to put the statement out in order to try and repair some of the PR damage that's been caused by some of this shit. And I do think that, look, if you want to hate MIZKIF, I get it, right? MIZKIF, I do think, as a product of this, I think was over-hated in the allegations. And I think it's quite stark when you look at all of the videos about him. It was crazy. And all the fucking slop tubers got in on it as well. You know, all the slop tubers were in on, oh, MIZKIF is a giga rapist, blah, blah, blah. So there was definitely, you know, an over-hating aspect to this. Even if there are genuine issues you could take with MIZKIF, him being very self-centered and annoying and whatever. But, you know, especially when EMIRU came out and said, well, it wasn't that I said he raped me. I said that my perception was that he raped me. That was a pretty big moment, and I think a lot of people just kind of ignored it and didn't really talk about it after that. But no, that's something that's worth correcting the record on and saying, well, EMIRU's changed her story now, and she's not claiming that she was definitively raped. She's claiming she feels that she was raped, you know? Yeah, the My True stuff was crazy. So I think on that alone, there should absolutely fairly be a, you know, a sort of correcting of the record on the point about EMIRU having been raped, definitely.
That is false. This is me doing that. With the public court record and her own words placed next
Yes, this is true. EMIRU getting raped, well, EMIRU getting raped at TwitchCon, and Asmongoy having her back just made it impossible for Miz to not be seen as a rapist. Yes, definitely. Asmongold, and he did the same thing with NMPLO recently. He will back someone, and that has a lot of weight because he's got such a big audience. And yeah, I think him going against MIZKIF was massive, but then him backing up, say, NMPLO also helped him out. Like, he can have a big swing and a sway in the kind of OTK arena of streamers.
each claim so you can weigh it for yourself. Here's what's changed. After her October 2025 live stream, the accusation spread everywhere, and to most people, the story was already settled. I was guilty. But what changed is that in June 2026, a federal judge reviewed her request to throw my entire case out and recommended the opposite.
Wait, what? Considering the gist of Schnuck's statement, which includes allegations of sexual assault, the court finds that it was reasonably capable of defamatory meaning. The court finds that he has plausibly pleaded a claim for defamation against Schnuck based on an allegedly untrue statement that includes allegations of sexual assault. Because that was the fundamental premise or claim that the defense were trying to make, is that accusing someone of this isn't necessarily defamatory. And I think the judge is basically saying, well, it is.
But how
so
do I make
let's
money
proceed.
off depressed people?
Chud was defending that Asian pussy like his life depended on it. The Vietnam trip really helped to expand his horizons and change his opinion. Since he found out that not all Asian women has a dick to grab onto. Now with no gawk in sight he did 180.
Who keeps doing these silly donos? Thank you for the dono nonetheless, but that is defamatory nonsense.
That it moves forward. So here's the accusations that she made on stream. These are in her words as the judge quoted them. On October 2025, near the start of her live stream, by the magistrate judge on the account of the transcript, she said she was, and quote, finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that MIZKIF has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing.
I mean, yeah, it's... She was making a claim of sexual assault. There's no doubt about it. This walk back that she did, which I believe was some sort of pathetic legal strategy. You know, she was saying that shit. She was fucking saying that shit. MIZKIF won. Fuck that. Okay. Please do not be anti-Asian racist. That is very bad behavior, okay?
Texas law, as a magistrate judge in my case wrote, accusing someone of a crime or of engaging in serious sexual misconduct is defamation per se. In plain terms, defamation per se means that falsely accusing someone of a crime is treated by the law as damaging on its face. So, the harm does not have to be proven separately. Those are accusations of crimes. I deny every one of them. And the judge did not leave that standard in the abstract, applying it to her sexual assault accusation in the same opinion. She found that accusation reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning and allowed my defamation claim to move forward. If you want to find any of these readings, I'll be putting a link below where you can read everything. For the first time I spoke until now, my account has not changed. The same denial, the same story, the same detail. I have never had to take anything back because I have never lied.
The problem with MIZKIF's response was that he validated what she said when he said that I touched her and she yelped, right? That was terrible choice of words. And there's this kind of post-hoc rationalization that, you know, his response was great or something. Well, like, you probably should have framed it differently if you wanted to have an outright denial, because saying I touched her and she yelped sounds pretty fucking rough. But it is true, yes, he did say that he stopped. So that is worth noting as well. But unfortunately, there was a kind of like a match of what he said with what she claimed had happened, which looks dreadful. Yes, it was like one of the worst defense videos ever. That being said, particularly in the context of her changing her story, yes, I think that she has overstated it, and I don't think it happened as she said it. You know, otherwise you would just strongly push it, and you'd be like, well, that's what happened, and that's my story. But she's had to do this kind of like, legal strategy now, trying to change the tale so that she can walk away from having claimed that she was sexually assaulted when that's exactly what she fucking said.
Has repeatedly through this entire process. And I'm going to walk you through the lies in her own filings and her words. The same filing has her calling one live stream spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted in one document, and describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes in another. It has her swearing in a footnote that we did not get back together, while 2 months of her messages say that we did.
Oh my God, dude. So my instinct on this is, who cares about you getting back together or not? But I think that what MIZKIF is saying here is the idea they didn't get back together is being used to validate the assault having happened, because she's saying we didn't get back together after that. But obviously, if you get back with someone after an assault, regardless of what the truth of the assault is, it does undermine your case, particularly in a legal proceeding. Because this is literally prime meat that defense attorneys use, as well, you got back with them after it happened. So it doesn't necessarily mean an assault didn't happen, but it does undermine the idea that an assault occurred if you get back with the person after.
It was her announcing a restraining order in 2 states that she never filed. Those are not differences of memory, they are lies. And the record.
That is pretty rough. Not filing any sort of restraining order. That's pretty bad. What's that about? Why haven't you done that? Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think that MIZKIF's story, EMIRU's story was overstated against MIZKIF, and it got bought into by a lot of people. And I think that MIZKIF and people have moved on, or they don't want to go back to it, but there's definitely things that you need to take into account when assessing EMIRU's claims now, definitely.
Records are right here. The first thing that people told about me were that he admitted to everything. I never did. And I never moved off my own story. The first thing most people heard about was not that the accusations itself, it was that I had gone on my own stream and admitted to all of it. This is false. I denied these claims from the beginning, and I've said that in the same thing every day since. Almost no one listened to my side. Before I went live, EMIRU went live first. She told the world that I sexually assaulted her, abused her, and...
Well, I did buy in somewhat to the narrative, but I did not buy into the idea that EMIRU was sexually assaulted. It's just MIZKIF's response was dreadful. But I was skeptical when she said it because of the way she framed it. It didn't make it sound like a rape. But anyway.
Stalked her before I had a single word in my defense. I deny those accusations completely. The word that came next, rapist, came from everyone who heard her and ran with it. The verdict was in before I even said a single word. And when I did go live, I told my side and I've stuck with it word for word to today. She has not. She has done exactly one live.
You were calling him Reupload? Yes. I was calling him Reupload. Because it's funny. Come on, it's Reupload. It's too good to leave on the table, man. That is a quality name. It's such a funny name, dude. It's too good. You can't deny that as a quality nickname.
Stream. And across that single stream, her story does not hold together. It has contradictions that are laid out in the sections that follow, in her own filings and her own words. One account has never changed.
How would you feel if someone called you Rape Logic, Mr. Pedo? I'd find it funny, obviously. What sort of question is that?
The other keeps changing. So why does the false version that I admitted to everything still win? That's because almost no one watched either stream in full. People pulled small clips from my about 30-minute response, cut away the context, and wrapped their own narrative around it for views and for clips. And the reach was never close to her. So in EMIRU's filing, her motion calls it spontaneous. Her own transcript has her describing a lawyer's review and prepared notes. In her motion to dismiss, her attorney describes the stream this way in regards to the sexual assault. The live stream was spontaneous, unedited, and unscripted, speaking openly and vulnerably in the moment. In her declaration, she states the filed transcript of the live stream is accurate, a true and correct copy. And she says at 18 minutes and 5 seconds into that stream, I have been in contact with my lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today. And across that same broadcast, she keeps refuting to how prepared she was. It was not just on a whim, she says. I took a lot of notes. I just ended up reading off my own.
Yeah, there's obviously a discrepancy there between it was prepared, it wasn't prepared, you know, and it just seems like whatever is the most favourable legal argument is what she so happens to say at that moment. It's like, well, what is the actual truth then? What is the reality of what happened? That's what I'm interested in. I don't care about this stupid, you know, game being played of the optimum legal strategy. Well, what is the truth? What do you want to say happened here? You know?
So my attorney puts it in court directly. Shunk should not be heard now to argue that her defamatory comments were some off-the-cuff, spontaneous, emotional response when she specifically.
Why are you not condemning EMIRU for suing another creator? Well, it's MIZKIF that sued EMIRU, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. For defamation. I mean, obviously, yes. Obviously, you know, do you want me to preface it? I don't agree with lawsuits. I think lawsuits are wrong. Don't do a lawsuit if you're a content creator. Where is the ecosystem? Chilling effect, chilling effect, chilling effect, chilling effect. I just think that there are issues with EMIRU's conduct here. And whilst I have a substantive kind of issue with what MIZKIF is doing in terms of filing a lawsuit, EMIRU has made a public claim of sexual assault. Everyone's talked about it and everyone's focused on it. And then, when everyone's moved on, or does what is looking the other way because it's inconvenient, EMIRU changes a fucking story, and that's fucked, bro. Because this has had a negative impact on MIZKIF. I'm not a MIZKIF guy. But I still think it's wrong if it is true, as it seems to be, that EMIRU is, you know, overstated at the very least this sexual assault claim. You know? It's fucked. And she's now walking it back, and none of the main channels that spoke about it at the time have done anything about it and spoken about it. They've just continued to allow it to be thought that this allegation stands when it doesn't fucking stand. And that's wrong.
Specifically stated that not only were her comments thoroughly planned out and scripted, that they were in fact reviewed by counsel in advance to the live stream. So her brief on the stream was spontaneous and unscripted. Her own filed transcript has her saying a lawyer reviewed and it read from notes. Both are her words. In the same case, they describe the same 90 minutes 2 different ways. The sexual assault allegations, she called it sexual assault. Here's what she said happened and what I did. She told her audience and later the court that what happened between us on one night was sexual assault, a crime. She named it on the live stream, where she made her own other accusations. Then she went over what she says happens that night. These are her own words, as quoted in my complaint. He started kissing my face and I let him do it. And then suddenly he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hands down my pants. And I screamed. And when I screamed, he jumped off of me.
Tectone's response to this vid claimed that you had Miz's back from the get-go on this. Oh yeah, people are asking me about Tectone's response. I mean, I can cover it, sure. What is he? Does he just try and do a complete 180? Is that true? Okay, we'll have a look at it after this. We'll have a look. Chud complains about debt. Doesn't reset the bars. I'll wait for the subs to fill up first. Okay, well, listen, we're chilling today. We're chilling. It's fine.
Me, like a cat. Here's what I...
Crickets from Reupload when EMIRU walked back the essay claim. Weird from someone who cares about court corruption. Well, I don't know. That's what someone in chat is saying, and I've not seen it. But do link it if you've got it, and we can take a look after this. I'm interested to see if that's true.
I have to say about that, plainly. I did what any man should do in the situation. She made it clear that she didn't want it, and I stopped. I respected her not consenting. I did the right thing in that situation. And look closely at her own account, because on the thing that matters the most, it agrees with me. The moment she reacted, I stopped. When I screamed, he jumped off of me, like a cat. As her words, not mine. I did not push past her. I did not ignore her. The instant I understood that she was not okay, I stopped. I did not sexually assault her and deny it completely. Here's word for word from the transcript filed. In this case, is what I exactly said on that stream. This was never a confession, and it was denial. And I wrote, I knew the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it soon. Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted she made me upset with it.
Women do be doing this. Women do be posting pictures of themselves to try and make you jealous, particularly if there are some sort of relationship issues. It does happen. And it is very annoying, isn't it? They're fucking evil. That's a bit much, isn't it? It's just in their nature. It's just in their nature. It's what women do.
And we got into a heated argument after I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month. Then we got back together because we thought we could make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food. And then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and we started to kiss. She said that she was okay with it.
He still won't escape the plushie comment. That's what, yeah, he did. The PR, he lost the PR war. But okay, there's two sides to that though, right? I agree with you. His PR was awful. And I think he did a terrible job of representing himself. Okay? That being said. So, Oh, it's called MIZKIF No One Cares. But in that, okay. I don't know what Tectone said about it, but that seems to suggest he's not on his side. Oh my god, dude. He deleted it. Oh, he deleted this. I don't really care that people know I was right about MIZKIF. Just support EMIRU right now, thanks. Okay. Well, hang on a sec. Can someone just think the timestamp when he says about MIZKIF? About it was on his side? Well, apparently he did want to fuck her, according to... Yeah, apparently. Apparently he wanted a bit of the Asian persuasion. He wanted a bit of takeout, should we say. But yes.
On her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. So why does this false version that I admitted to everything still win? I would also like to make it...
Can't blame him. She looks like a tight squeeze. Thank you, I Breed Black Boys, for your contribution as always. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Very clear that up until that moment, EMIRU and I had been dating for over 3 years. We did break up for about a couple weeks, but we immediately got back together. And through the past last year of our relationship, We were constantly breaking up with each other, and then we would repeatedly have sex and get back together. So this is just one of those moments. To date, there is no evidence of a police report or any other legal action over the incident she alleges happened around October 2024, despite her public statements in October 2025, where she said to her audience that she was seeking a restraining order.
I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both.
So explain that then. That doesn't make any sense, does it? How on earth can she claim this and then not do it? There's something terribly wrong there.
Texas and California.
20 months have now passed since the alleged incident without a single criminal complaint, restraining order, or investigation appearing in any record in California or Texas. The only active case arising from any of this is my defamation lawsuit that I brought.
Call her a liar. Stop. Well, yeah, yes, this is a lie, isn't it? Yes, this is a lie. But I've got no reason to sweep for EMIRU at this point. I'm not trying to sweep for EMIRU. But yes, this is a lie. To claim you're in the process of filing a restraining order and then not is a lie. She's lying about this. And then my question is, why would you lie about this? So the thing I would think is the reason for this lie would be to give the implication or the suggestion that the situation is very serious. So I think she's trying to put across, this is a very serious case, I'm filing a restraining order, so that people pick up what she's putting down and think the worst of MIZKIF. I think that's what's going on here. You know, trying to put across this idea that he's such a bad person, she needs to get a restraining order, but then never files a restraining order. Why? She overstated and shit like that. She lied a lot. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, I do think EMIRU has lied in this. I agree with you. And I think that there needs to be questions asked about why she lied. But obviously no one wants to ask that because MIZKIF is MIZKIF is like a sort of, what's it called? He's like an sympathetic actor in this, you know? He's an unsympathetic actor. Best timestamp I could find of him trying to say he had his back on the essay part. Okay. I just want this snippet.
Hey, man. It's not. And let me tell you this, Miz. When you got accused of sexual assault and everybody on the internet went in on you, do you know the one guy who didn't? Me, brother. Me. I have gone on record saying I was not going to address that topic with a 10-foot pole because that's...
Bro, what? We just saw the tweet. He's lying. He's literally just fucking lying, bro. He backed up fucking EMIRU. Didn't he release a video about it too? Talking about I should fuck off. Dude, this guy's just such a liar, bro. How do these people get away with lying so blatantly? They just straight up just lie and just say, dude, it's mental, bro. It's fucking mental. Actually, I always thought MIZKIF was innocent of the rape. I never went in on him on it. Fucking shameless, dude. Totally shameless. Asma Rachels will say, MIZKIF is guilty. EMIRU's getting a restraining order. Ignore this and then talk about how the courts have a lib bias against Tecton and how he did nothing wrong. True. True.
That shit is nowhere to be made public. That shit should have remained between y'all. But all of the things that I said about you are things that you have said about yourself. And that's another reason why your whole case on defamation on Asmongold is now also getting dismissed. Because all Asmongold did was quote you. The only person who obliterated...
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is obviously just a cope fest trying to rationalize the fact that his stated beliefs in men getting falsely accused has been unraveled, and he's trying to like rationalize that now with no one cares about this. But if it's indeed the case, and it seems to be, that MIZKIF was falsely accused of something and everyone believed it, well, that would be grounds for the likes of Tectone to be on MIZKIF's side. But I guess it's politically inconvenient for him to admit that, so he's just going to act like he actually never said otherwise. Tectone's latest tweet. It's hilarious how every reason MIZKIF said he's a victim is also why he said I'm guilty. The reality is nobody cares whether Miz did or did not do it. Bro! So I see what's happening here. He's trying to do the whole, well, does it really matter whether you did it or not, despite having previously backed EMIRU? Dude, it's totally dude, it's shameful. It is shameful, man. People will still hate him because he's a piece of shit, and no one will have any sympathy because he's pushed false allegations on many other creators as well. Okay, dude. Oh. Okay, it's not deleted. To be clear, that was misinformation from chat. It's still up and live now. I don't really care that people know I was right about MIZKIF. Just support EMIRU right now, thanks. What does that mean then? Just support EMIRU right now. Well, that is a admission or a statement that you think EMIRU is telling the truth. Support for EMIRU is pivotal. Support for EMIRU is pivotal right now. God, so fucking dishonest, man. Ugh. Liars everywhere. Liars everywhere, dude. They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Against her. The total absence of any official action over a year and a half stands in stark contrast to the severity of what she accused me of. When she finally did raise it, a full year after the date, she points to, it was not to the police. It was an audience of millions on a live stream. This is the reason she gave for going live. I felt like it was a necessary stream because I have heard that he has done things to other people that align with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. And here is what does not fit an assault. We kept dating for months afterward. Her own messages, laid out in the next two sections, show her coming over, cooking me dinner, asking to sleep together, calling me babe, messaging me, Merry Christmas, babe. When it ended in January 2025, I was the one who walked away. And she is the one who did not want to split up. Her lawyers swore in a footnote that we did not get back together after the assault. Her own messages in the—
Look, dude. Sadly, this is a common tactic by abusers to try to justify their behavior towards their victims. Just injecting a bit of woke. Bit of woke into the look. There we go, bit of woke in there, lovely stuff.
We did not get back together after the assault. Her own messages in the section below say otherwise. That is a lie, and in the record proves it. In court, she changed what the accusations even were. In public, EMIRU called the accusations sexual assault, the crime. But once I sued her, her lawyers argued that her own words were never factually a claim at all. Only her protected emotional truth. She said, and I quote, her story is admirable and in telling it, she is stating her emotional truth.
MIZKIF lies so much, it'll be funny to watch the walk back with all these creators in a couple of weeks if this is another fumble from Miz. What is the fumble here? The central claim of EMIRU's sexual assault, she walked back already. What is the fumble here? This is EMIRU. Yes, dude. I'm all up for an obsession meme. I'm all up for an obsession meme. How your girlfriend looks at you when you ask her to block the guy who raped her in 2022. What a banger. What a banger.
Sadly, you're raped.
His only mistake was being an emotionally stunted man in a codependent relationship with Soho Chine Mutlapping as Japanese. Demon time.
Scrimpin's donors are getting ever increasingly demented, but nonetheless I appreciate them. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what that fucking meme is. Anyway, yes, very, very true. Very true. Very
Sadly,
true.
you're raped.
Chud, you are working so hard. That is my emotional truth.
Thank you, I Breed Black Boys, for the kicks. That is very generous. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Not some statement of decisive fact. My attorneys answered that with one line. Emotional truth is not a recognized defense to defamation in Texas. And this is not just my side spin on her defense. The magistrate judge, restating Shunk's own motion in her own words, described it in exactly those terms. She also argues that her statement, considered in its entirety, was an opinion or her protected emotional truth. The judge did not buy it on the part that matters the most. Vague feelings about a relationship can be protected opinion. But falsely accusing someone of sexual assault, the judge held, is different because those words can only mean one thing, that I committed a crime. She found exactly that about Shunk's accusation. Considering the gist of Shunk's statement, which included allegations of sexual assault.
Yeah, I mean, it's preposterous, isn't it? It's totally preposterous. You cannot do this fucking game where you say someone is sexually assaulted you and then go, oh, it's just an opinion though. It's just a fucking opinion. It's just my emotional truth. And I think there was some case they were trying to lean on in which there was some finding or there was something that happened. They found it wasn't defamatory. I can't remember the detail of I went through it originally. But yes. And even if it is some sort of legal, you know, even if it is some sort of legal attempt or some sort of legal game that they're trying to play, you know, on a fundamental level, you are accusing him of sexual assault. Even if it's for a legal strategy, you are then walking it back later. And if it's true, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do this fucking game because what you said is true and you can back it up.
The court finds that it was reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. He plausibly pleads a claim for defamation against Shunk based on her allegedly untrue statement that includes allegations of sexual assault. So here's where it stands. She told millions of people I sexually assaulted her. She has never produced a police report. We dated for months after that, the night that she points to. And when I took her to court, her own lawyers
MIZKIF
argued.
rested his hand on her thigh and her ancestral memories of the rape of Nanking flooded through her mind.
Oh my god, what was that one?
Those words were not a factual accusation, but her feelings, her emotional truth. The federal magistrate judge recommended that my defamation claim goes forward on exactly that statement, and in her exact words, found it reasonably capable of a defamatory meaning. Her filings say we never got back together. The messages from those months say otherwise. In her brief reply, her lawyer stated in a footnote, for clarity, Shunk and Mizrandino did not get back together after the assault. Sadly, this is a common tactic by abusers to try to justify their behavior towards victims. But on her own live stream, she described that same breakup as nothing more than a short period. A short period is a brief break, and then we got back together. So let me be exact about the timeline, because this is where people have gotten confused. According to EMIRU and her lawyers, we broke up in October 2024, and they told the court that we never got back together. Every message below is after that.
No, Miz is not won in court yet. This is an ongoing case, and I thought I actually missed this this detail, because EMIRU's ploy or gambit, legal gambit, was to say that this isn't defamatory, it was a protected opinion. And I guess in June, the judge ruled that no, it's not actually, and it is potentially defamatory, and therefore the case could proceed. So I think that the Asmongold case maybe has fallen by the wayside, or there's some issues with that, I don't know. But this EMIRU one, from the court's perspective, seems to have legs and seems to be proceeding. So, yeah. Celebrate Super AIDS. Oh, did Super AIDS celebrate? Hey! It doesn't pop up on my end, the celebration thing. Super AIDS, celebrating. We're celebrating Super AIDS today. Thank you, Super AIDS. Thank you.
On November 18th, I told EMIRU that she can come over, and she said, is it okay if my alarms go off at 10, LOL? I said, sure. On December 16th, I ask if she wants to come over. She tries to call my phone. On December 18th, she makes me salmon for dinner. When I tell her my uncle died, she asks if I want to come over, and she does. On December 21st, She asks to come shower at my place. Can I still come over tonight?
Okay, sorry. What? When did the rape happen? When did the rape occur then? So the rape apparently happened before this. Is that true? October 2024. Thank you. Right. So the rape happens October 2024. They've tried to back up this idea they didn't get back together, and the reason they're doing that is to back up the idea the rape occurred. Right. So the concept is the rape occurred in October. They didn't get back together, therefore lending validity to the idea that the rape happened, but there's evidence here that they did continue to see each other even after this apparent rape occurred, therefore undermining that facet of the claim. Right. So, yes, this looks awful for EMIRU's side, that there's all this evidence of them hanging out after the fact, because again, and I'm not, you know, whether or not the rape happened, I don't care, essentially, on this point, because it's going to undermine it, regardless. You going back to them, whether or not the rape occurred, it's still undermined. Who cares about this shit of drama? Oh my God, dude. Bro, I care about this drama because this is one of the most wrongly reported stories going, okay? It's one of the most wrongly reported stories, and all the big channels that fucking, you know, shit on MIZKIF and acted like he was a rapist, none of them want to actually correct the record. But it should be corrected. It should be fucking corrected. Because this is wrong. No matter what your opinion on MIZKIF is, it's wrong that someone can claim they were sexually assaulted by him only to walk it back and that not being clarified by the people that covered the first part of it. Okay? I think that's fucked. I think that's fucked.
Because she wanted to sleep with me. You know how you said my shower was cold? Obviously, I was at her place. My hot water completely is out now. I want to shower at your place. I'll just get up early again.
I mean, yes. MIZKIF's lot, what do you mean? Oh, this is from last month. No,
Miz, ever since I saw you in Chud Logic stream... You watch Chud Logic. Like, are you kidding me? I realize you care too much about your public image. You're watching a white guy that says the fucking N-word and talks about drama all day. What are you on about? I care too much about my public image. That's my job. So you're telling me I just love my job? Is
that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be bad? Is that supposed to be bad? No, there's another clip as well where MIZKIF watches a clip of me and I say something obviously hilarious because it's me, and he like refuses to laugh, and he refuses to laugh at it because he's so bothered by me. And then, well, remember the other one as well, the what was it, Chud the Builder, Chud the Logic. Chud the Logic was another good one too, because unfortunately for MIZKIF, I live rent free in his head, but that's okay. Listen, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones and look at this one straight down the line, call it how I see it, okay? No bias here, guys.
I said yes. On December 25th, Christmas, she said hi, and then Merry Christmas, babe. This does sound like a couple that is broken up. On December 30th, 2024, we sleep together.
What is this you're linking me now?
For any female streamer, for any young streamer that's in this space, I hope that you can learn from this. Any of the large streamers that frequently orchestrate large collaborative events, I'm letting you know those are the shitbags in the space. Those who constantly bring on other large streamers onto their platform over and over and over and over again, things will eventually come out. They will. They will. If you're a young female in this space, and someone...
If you're a young, big-titted goth OnlyFans girl, and you look down the hallway in the middle of the night, and you see Tectone, you know, briskly walking towards you, cock in hand like this, begging for a suckling, lock the door. Lock the fucking door.
One comes up to you and they say, I can do this for you, I can do that for you, I can do this for you, just run, for real. Just get away, you know? I'm not gonna say that you're gonna be sexually assaulted, but you're gonna be used, you're gonna be manipulated, and you know, that even also goes for any man. I mean, let's just look at Twitch the other day. If you're a
Yeah, dude, this guy's such a wretch, man. Oh, dude, fucking rape tone. Believe Emiru, but do not believe Pinkchu, whatever you do. Whatever you do.
Me, okay, I'm going to bed. Emiru said, okay. I then said, I'm just getting ready. Emiru said, do you want to sleep together? I then said, yeah. Keep in mind that a lot of the calls that we would have with each other are not shown because we called each other every single day as we slept with each other every single night. January the 15th to 18th, I call her babe in a text. Her filing said that we did not get back together after the October 2024 breakup, as she describes. These are her own messages from November, December, and January. All after that date, the filing and the messages describe 2 different relationships. Our next point, she also says that she...
So what is the best like anti-MIZKIF response to that then? Because that seems... And I'll be honest with you. There was one detail he kept banging on about that I didn't think was relevant. Maybe it was this part of it. I can't recall exactly. But that seems pretty damning for the Emiru side, because the idea was they didn't get back together, therefore further validating the idea this assault occurred. But they did, and they were hanging out. And whilst it is true that people can go back to someone that's hurt them or raped them or whatever, right? Whilst that can be true, in this particular case, the fact they didn't get back together was used to further validate the allegation. And it turns out that's not true. That's a problem. That's unquestionably a problem for, you know, that's unquestionably a problem for the Emiru side. Because you not only then, you know, even to say, well, it doesn't mean anything. Well, in this case, the way it's been argued suggests it did mean something, but that was a lie. That was just a fucking lie. So again, on the core allegation, she's walked it back. And she has also, let's be real here, told lies about the dynamic of the relationship after that to dishonestly prop up the idea further that she was sexually assaulted. That is a problem.
The relationship. But here's what actually happened the morning I walked out. We were together on and off for 3 years. A relationship we kept hidden from almost everyone around us. But near the end, we broke up, we got back together more times than I can count. I wanted space, and she wanted to move closer. I told her I wanted her to move out, and that I wanted space, and it was a line that never healed. The week of our official breakup...
Yes, dude, don't forget, recently this has happened too, with the NM Plo stuff, right? When Emiru dropped her allegations and video about MIZKIF, Asmongold was on that. I don't know the exact time frame. Pretty quickly. Like white on rice. He was on top of that, and he was watching Emiru and validating and backing up what she said. And if I recall correctly, he was even alluding to other things that he apparently knew that he couldn't talk about. So he was using the concept of further information existing to further bury MIZKIF with this. That's a problem as well. And for many of the people that have got to get into this, how much of that is based on Asmongold validating it? Because let's be honest, Asmongold is not backing a woman up most of the time when it comes to this stuff. But his validation of Emiru's narrative, I think, gave a lot of people a reason to believe Emiru. Because it's like, well, if Asmongold is saying this, if Asmongold is backing up Emiru, you know, when normally he loves a bit of rape, if Asmongold is fucking propping up Emiru, then she must be telling the truth. So it's a problem. It is a problem. And it could be that maybe he's not on the hook for defamation because of the way it works. It's not his claims or something. I don't fucking know how that stacks up. But I think he played an active role in seeding the narrative in a way that people were willing to believe that MIZKIF was everything he was being accused of, you know? Asman had issues with MIZKIF due to the fallout caused by the crazy sick situation, Mrs. May. Yes, that's true. And that dude, the other PR problem for MIZKIF is the Crazy Slick situation massively negatively impacted his standing, and so that also impacted it too, because a lot of people weren't willing to even hear his side of it. So that's also worth considering as well. It's not all Asmongold, but MIZKIF was on an uphill battle as it was because of that, and then people like Asmongold made sure that he definitely got pushed down the hill with the way that he engaged with it and reacted to it and responded to it, you know?
January, we had agreed to finally sit down and each say what we wanted for the future. We slept at her house. On the morning of January 23rd, 2025, she handed me a note, and in it, she wrote that she wanted to marry me, that she wanted to build a life and move into an apartment right next to me, because she knew.
What if Asman 100% believed Emmy, though? But I think that Asmongold, well, there's a lot of things there. Even if it was true that Asmongold believed EMIRU, there is a clear issue there, because there's this evidence that he was playing video games with her. Basically, there's evidence of a deeper seated relationship between the two of them that, you know, I think could have influenced how he looks at things, you know? Well, was he dating EMIRU? I remember there being clips or evidence they were hanging out. I don't know if it was proven they were dating, but they were definitely hanging out in a way that wasn't made clear, I think it's fair to say.
Knew how much I needed my space. And I looked at it. I looked at her, and I handed it back to her. I told her, I can't do this anymore, and I'm sorry. And the last thing I heard as I was closing her front door, and she said, don't go. This is who ended it. So in my complaint, I said, he called off the relationship in January 2025. So to be exact, the exact date that our relationship ended was on January 23rd, 2025. I left Austin in early February, first for Japan, and the move to Los Angeles came afterwards. After 2 trips overseas, the day by day in the timeline is going to be shown.
Hey yo! Soldier Boys, baby daddy! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Very generous, thank you. Look at that, the bars are filling up very nicely today. Very nicely. Guys, if you keep giving me all these subs, I'll be able to refill the change bag, won't I? Hey? We're going to get this refilled and get down the laundrettes. So let's fucking go.
Messages are showing with me and at one point my best friend Extra Emily. So Extra Emily knew that I wanted to break up with EMIRU for a long time. And these messages are on the exact date that I broke up with EMIRU on January 23rd, 2025. I messaged her and I said, bitch, I did it. I ended it. Emily said, shut up. No way. I'm free to call whenever.
Oh my God. Wasn't there so, I don't think I actually got into it in last week. Was there something with Extra Emily? Was she driving again? Was she, oh, me crash my car. Was she doing one of those again, was she? Oh, me not see red lights. Oh, look orange through my eyes. Okay, come on then. Oh, I love Kick. I really love Kick. Great platform. Anyway, I'm seeing some racism in chat. I'm seeing that disgusting emote getting posted. Also a few slurs. Can we just calm down a little bit, please? It's okay when I do it. It's satirical. When I do that, I'm actually mocking racists that do it unironically.
I said, are you streaming? And she said, not until Saturday. And then I messaged her and I said, okay, I'll call in 5. The conversation didn't end there. 2 days later, on January 25th, it was EMIRU reaching out to talk things over with Extra Emily. And Extra Emily had already heard from me that it was over.
Community
so
is a 9-letter word including you, and you are the reason we have credited your account with 100 kicks.
Hey! Thylogist, thank you for 1,000 kicks! Check your free kicks, guys. Check your free kicks, okay? You won't find the kind of racism you see elsewhere, so make sure to support generously. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Thylogist, very generous.
January 25th, 2025, Extra Emily says, okay, and then she says, she texted me to talk. I'm pretending like you didn't tell me the news. Okay, I'm talking to her on the phone soon. I then said, are you streaming tomorrow? And she said, no. So if this doesn't prove that EMIRU is lying, that who broke up with who, I don't know what does. So now we're gonna move.
So again, that's the thing that I thought he was harping on about, that I just thought was stupid, right? Because why does it matter who broke up with who? But I think I get it now. The point I think is being made is EMIRU is claiming that she ended it with, sorry, that she ended it with him. So he ended it with her. She wants people to believe that she ended it with him, because that again validates the idea that this assault happened and was substantively bad to the relationship. Right? Yes. I think I've got it. So there's all these little bits and pieces. So there's all these little bits and pieces that I think back up this idea that EMIRU is doing everything she can to paint the idea that she's doing things a certain way because MIZKIF is bad. But the actual reality is that she was still interested in him even after this rape occurred, and MIZKIF is the one that ended it with her, which does undermine her case about this assault, right? I wish he did rape, to be honest. Wow.
Welcome
Great stuff.
to Chud Nation.
Check your prime, boys. Check your prime. Try hard.
I've not had that for a while. Thank you for the prime sub. Thank you. Thank you.
Move on to the stalking allegations and where I actually was. On February 2nd, 2025, about 10 days after we broke up, I flew to Japan. The reason why I flew to Japan is that I knew if I stayed in Austin that we were just gonna get back together.
So MIZKIF splits up with his Asian baddie girlfriend, and what does he do? Fucks off to Japan to find another one. Fucks straight off to Japan to pick up a little sushi off the conveyor belt, shall we say. God, this guy's got the worst case yellow fever I've ever fucking seen.
And get in the same loop that we had been in for almost a year. On February 21st, 2025, I came back to Austin and stayed about 3 weeks. This is when my friend Simply had a party, which is the one that she ties to stalking, was on February 23rd, 2 days after I landed, about a month after we broke up. On March 16th, 2025, I flew back to Japan and stayed there for nearly 2 months. On May 12th, 2025, I returned to Austin.
Hey, DK, yes. Well, you say some dramas happened, yes. So we're in. We're in. We don't need to be uploading the Nigel Farage segments. We've got some drama to upload. Yes, dude. Yes.
2.5 weeks. And in May 29th, 2025, I moved to Los Angeles. Stalking means being near someone and contacting them when they don't want it. For most of the year after we ended it, I was on another continent and then in another state. I put distance between us deliberately, more than once. And on my own stream, here is what I exactly said about it. That week, I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait possibly to get back together again. I have never talked to her in person since. I have been removed from OTK Discords. I did see her at a party once at Simply's house, one of my close friends. The house was very small and I opened the door. I said, whoops, I want to make it very clear I was not following her. It just happened that I was with someone she knew the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people. I, of course, was near her.
This part I don't believe. I think he was doing the in real life equivalent of looking at her Instagram account to see what's going on. Okay? That's what I think is going on. I think that he was kind of like, you know, oh, what's going on? And then he saw something he didn't want to see. One of those situations. But is that stalking? Like, let's be fair here. Let's be fair. Is that stalking? I wouldn't say that's stalking necessarily. There's something in it that you could criticize, yes. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's stalking that he's doing. That's not stalking to me. That's just being a bit of a, you know, shitter. A bit of a shitter at a party. A bit cringe. Yeah, a bit desperate. Yeah, a little bit desperate. Kind of desperate, sad. Clearly there's some unresolved emotions there, something like that. He was going for the third yelp, but I don't think that this is like meaningfully stalking, no.
But I was never following her. The specific incident she calls stalking is a party. Here is how she described it on her own stream from the certified transcript she filed herself. I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd
Sadly,
be.
you're right.
There was a party that I
Mr. Logic,
attended.
I also got some free kicks and I now tossed them to you. May this blessing buy a mere shingle on your new humble abode. Cheers.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I was aware that he would be there and I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that that was just being paranoid. About 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens, it's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes ooh, and closes the door and leaves. That is the entirety of her stalking allegations. Read in her own words.
Yeah, I think a fairer angle on MIZKIF's behavior was desperate ex shit, right? I don't know, it's not stalking. I think it's him having these emotions and feelings, you know, wanting to see her at the party, or is she with another guy? Oh no. And then all the messages he was sending, because that was another thing about this, all the messages he was sending, he was obviously very desperate, you know? Probably some sort of regret over what happened. He didn't want that situation closed door. He wanted to watch the noodles get tossed by someone else for once. But no, I don't think this is stalking. You know, and again, MIZKIF is not like a perfect guy, just to be clear as well. He's like, you know, self-centered. Clearly had a lot of ego-based issues in the relationship. Clearly was a fucking dickhead to her. Treated her badly at times. But rape and stalking is a very extreme claim that I do not think has the extreme evidence to back it up. He's not a raper. He's not a stalker. I don't think that's got good grounding to claim.
This is obviously not stalking. She was never cut off. She says that she cut me off through personal private communication, but she controlled the contact. She didn't block me, and on her own stream, she showed messages proving that I could still reach her. Choosing not to answer someone while never blocking them, while leaving every channel they could use to reach you wide open, and while showing no sign that you want them to stop is not the same as being stalked. She
No, sure, that I agree with. But I mean, this idea that you just like endlessly message someone and well, it's their fault for not blocking. I mean, there's a lack of engagement with the negative trait of that behavior. It's very desperate and stuff, you know? It's like obsessive. Yeah, there's like an obsessiveness to it. That being said, I think that she, wanted to keep the door open. I think she wanted to keep the door open because if she wanted to, she could have easily blocked him and that would have been it. But I think she probably had some lingering feelings that she wanted to not cut off completely, you know? Something like that.
She also knew that I was going to be there. In her own words, she was aware that I would be there and chose to attend the same party. Going somewhere you knew the other person would be at is the opposite of being followed. She also says that she felt and thought she was paranoid. She does not say I actually followed or monitored her. She said that she felt that way and twice told her audience that she thought she was just being paranoid. And lastly, I opened the door and I left. Her one concrete moment is that about 30 minutes later, I opened a door, saw that she was inside and said, ooh, and walked away. Stalkers follow you. They obsess over you. They don't open a door at your friend's party and walk away. This is the entire firsthand account in her own filing on the strength of it that she listed stalking among the crimes she accused me of. If I was stalking her, I would be the worst stalker on the planet.
Yeah. This is pretty fair from MIZKIF's side. This isn't stalking. This isn't stalking. Stalking would be going to a house unannounced, uninvited, trying to bump into her constantly or bumping into her constantly. I think that if you message someone repeatedly and they blocked you and you tried repeatedly to circumvent that, but then, dude, the other problem as well is one man's stalking is another man's romance. And what I mean by that is that when you've got a pre-existing relationship, obviously repeated attempts at contact can cross a line. But if a woman blocks you on one account and you try and contact them on another, that's perhaps a bit obsessive, a bit much. But you could at least understand that. You could at least understand a man desperately trying to get a hold of a woman that, you know, even if they don't want to talk to them necessarily. So there's some allowance, I think, that you could make for even someone being a little bit, you know, circumventing a block to some degree if there's a pre-existing relationship there, you know? But yes, stalking is disingenuous. I don't think it's fair to call this stalking. This is obviously an overstated narrative to try and make MIZKIF sound worse, when, at worst, he's obsessive. You've been blocked, move on. Yeah, but it's not really that simple, is it? It's not really that simple, is it? Because they've got a pre-existing relationship.
The country for months, immediately after we broke up, flew to Japan twice, and moved across the country shortly after I returned. That is the behavior of someone pulling as much distance possible between themselves and the other person, not following them. And while she was calling me a stalker in front of millions of people, she was quietly making the rounds through the community, going from person to person behind my back, spreading a version of events I had no opportunity to answer. EMIRU also claims on her own stream that she filed a restraining order in 2 states. EMIRU said, and I quote, "I'm already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California." A restraining order is a public court record. It is not in her motion. It is not in her sworn declaration. It is not in her first reply. She has not produced one or any as of today, roughly 8 months later, after she announced it.
So what is that about then? What is that part about? Why did she file a restraining order when she said she was not going to even, but in the process of doing it? To me, that reads as say something to make it sound as egregious as possible on his part, while simultaneously, you know, not going through the motion of actually doing it because, I don't know, maybe they give out restraining orders like candies as well. They give out restraining orders like fucking that. So I don't know what the fucking excuse is for not filing these restraining orders.
There is still no restraining order or protective order of any kind against me that has appeared in Texas or California. My own attorney has received none, and the people who follow the case closely, watching for any filings of any type, have also found none. And the timing is the whole point. In both states she named, an emergency order is built to be fast because it's meant for people in real danger. In California, a judge can grant a temporary restraining order the same day you apply, with a full...
Yeah, yes, this is true, bro. They dished them out like that because the idea is it's a very limited inhibition on someone's liberty, but the potential upside is you save someone from getting hurt by a deranged ex. This is very unfortunate for the EMIRU side. What is the answer to this? What is the reason that she said this and then never went through with it? What is it?
Full hearing set just 21 to 25 days later. In Texas, a judge can grant a temporary ex parte protective order the same day on a finding, a clear and present danger, with a hearing within 14 days. Someone who genuinely needs protection can have a temporary order in hours. not months. She said that she was already in the process in October 2025. 8 months later, there is nothing. She also told her audience that my lawsuit was a bluff, that I couldn't win. In nearly the same breath, she predicted that I would sue her and waved it off in advance as meaningless. She put, and I quote, "I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him, not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit." Interesting. So on camera, she was sure of 2 things. A restraining order was already on the way, and that my case was baseless. It was a PR stunt that I couldn't win. Neither of those things have held up. There's been no restraining order or protective order that has ever appeared in Texas or California. And the judge who reviewed her motion to throw my case out...
It's a PR move. It's, this guy's so bad, I've had to seek a restraining order, and then not following through with it. Dude, what is it? Dude, this is the problem, is people just aren't going to engage with any of this. And they're just going to continue to either ignore it or do the, well, who cares, MIZKIF? Who cares about this? But I want to hear someone actually try and explain what the reason is for EMIRU not filing the order. What is the actual best case argument here that backs up EMIRU's side? Because I don't see one. It just seems like she has lied in order to make MIZKIF sound as bad as possible to bury him before he can even have a chance to get his fucking response together.
Recommended the opposite, that it moves forward. She told her audience,
The best case argument would be she applied but it got turned down. Well, then there'd be some evidence to show that you'd applied for it, like an email or something. But then also, if you apply for a temporary restraining order, I mean, the Reckless Ben case is a great example of this. That was granted like that. And that was about, you know, stuff that is not at this level where you've got like a potentially deranged ex going at you or something, you know? So, oh, unfortunately, it looks like MIZKIF is winning, but no one's going to fucking talk about it because everyone can act, well, the best thing here is if you are a dishonest, pathetic little wretch, you can just, you know, you could just act like this is old drama, and who cares? You just go, oh, who cares about this? Who cares about this? But from her description and the things she brings forward, in my opinion, there's no basis for a restraining order. If you went and said to the legal system, there's a crazy ex, here's all these messages they send me, oh, by the way, they raped me, you would be granted a restraining order like that. A temporary restraining order. Absolutely, you would. Because a temporary restraining order is just, you can't talk about the person or try and meet with the person. And because it's just a limited impact, they'll just grant it because they'd rather that than they leave it and potentially a deranged ex does something terrible, you know? And she didn't even bother.
I could not win. The court let me proceed.
If Reupload wasn't such an egocentric homo that pissed off the entire streaming sphere and didn't make everyone his enemy, maybe he would be more inclined to talk about it. No, this is not about other streamers. No. This is the fucking YouTube sloppers having just come off the EMIRU. So, what actually happened was, there was a story about EMIRU at TwitchCon, and at the time, there was a lot of anti-Twitch perspectives out there, so people hammered it, utilising the anti-Twitch angle to side with EMIRU. Then, this story dropped. MIZKIF was on the outs anyway, so another easy target to go after without meaningful risk to yourself. You can just shit on fucking MIZKIF as much as you want, which everyone then did. Okay? So it was all a kind of product of that. The slop mentality led to all of this. Only later to then things change and then not go near it, because why bother go back and correcting the record when there's no negative consequence to you in the first place, you know? So I don't think it's just, oh, MIZKIF's a bad guy, that's why no one sided with him or went back. It's because of the process of how this stuff works, you know? That's why. There's no need to go back because you've got all the positive attention and views shitting on MIZKIF. So if more information comes out, you can just act like it's not a big deal and cover something else.
So here's the part that she leaves out about the party. Simply, whose party it was is one of my closest friends. We lived together for years. And at the time, we were going through our both breakups and dealing with our own problems. When I got back from Japan, he is the one who invited me. I was not there to find her. While Simply was giving me a tour of his house, I opened the door, I saw 4 OTK members sitting there in the corner and closed it. That is the whole opening the door moment that she describes as me stalking her. I want that to sink in, that is what she described as stalking. Moment she describes a tour of my best friend's house is me stalking her. And my own texts from that night prove it in real time. I messaged Extra Emily asking why everyone was upstairs, what the group in the corner was about, and what was going on.
What the fuck's singing on? What the fuck's going on? Why is everyone upstairs but me talking about OTK 2.0? I'm about to go public with shits. Well, Nick said it was just too loud, so we just went upstairs. It wasn't really OTK 2.0. They're just like, we can do collabs, it'd be good.
I thought that they were making another version of OTK, and I got worried. And Extra Emily just told me to basically not worry at all. That was it. And she somehow labeled that as stalking. In May of 2025, 5
right.
You're raped.
Yo, Red Who Hughes, thank you for the sub. Yes, thank you, thank you. So was this the part of the kind of story where MIZKIF is allegedly talking to other people to track down EMIRU? Am I understanding this correctly? Is that what that is? Because unless there's something else, unless there's some other aspect of this that's being missed, I mean, that doesn't seem that egregious to me. Well, MIZKIF says so, but obviously I'm not saying I'm 100%, you know. The problem is I can't account for other stuff that could have happened that he's not talking about. I don't fucking know. I haven't seen any evidence of him doing that except TwitchCon 2025 way later. Yeah, I guess you got the TwitchCon. The possible TwitchCon thing could be something, yeah. Yeah, you could be leaving stuff out, exactly. But in any case, that doesn't seem that bad to me. I gotta be honest with you, I think that this video is not going to get enough credit because it's MIZKIF. But I think he is doing quite a good job of debunking some of these narratives about him, you know?
Months after we broke up, I sent her a long message by her own account on her own stream. She received it and sat with how to respond until her friends told her it had to be AI. She said, and I quote, "I had someone send me a massive apology message and I wasn't sure like what to respond. I showed a couple of friends and they were like, this is literally ChatGPT."
I had someone send me like a massive like apology message, and I wasn't sure if I like wanted to respond, so like I showed a couple friends and they were like, "Emmy, this is literally ChatGPT," and I was like, "Oh, I guess I'm not responding then."
Okay. Hang on a minute. Yeah, why does she want to respond to that then? This is what I'm saying. She clearly wanted to keep the door open to him. She didn't want to totally shut him off. She definitely wanted to keep the door open to something or some aspect of their relationship, you know? Second lady is so Asian, Chud will never side with them. I got no problem with the Asians. There's been a few annoying ones recently. On stream and off stream, to be honest with you.
Back into ChatGPT and be like, is this...
Yeah, no, they did, and ChatGPT said it's probably ChatGPT.
This is obviously about me because we were in a relationship the entire time that ChatGPT has existed. This was months before she even went public with an accusation. You do not consider how to respond to the person you say sexually assaulted, abused you, and stalked you. The only thing that stopped her was that her friends decided that my words were too well written to be mine.
Yeah, she got gaslighted, yeah. And the thing is too, just because you've hurt someone doesn't mean they can't come back to you. That's my normal view on this. The issue in this case is that it has been argued and stated that the opposite is true. What I mean by that is, oh, well, look, she didn't get back with him because of this. That backs up the idea that he did it. He's really obsessive. That backs up the idea. Do you know what I mean? It's like all these arguments are being used to back up the idea that it furthers the case that it happened. But then none of that's true. So if the argument was, well, it doesn't matter because you go back to someone that's hurt you, why not make that argument instead? Why not make that argument instead? Why lie about it then? So, you know, I don't think that it should be the case now that you get to switch to, well, people could go back to their abusers. Well, then why didn't you say that in the first place? Why did you lie about not getting back with them and stuff like that?
Think about that. I would like to now...
Oh my God, Gollum, we've seen your message already, but I'll read it out just so you stop fucking posting it. She stayed in an abusive relationship and didn't go through with the restraining order because she was trying to save the relationship and MIZKIF got her in her head. This fits too. Okay, that's for one time. Well done, mate. Well done, Gollum. Well done. Great chat message. Well done, buddy. Great chat message. Good job.
Talk about the abuse claim that EMIRU tried to hint at on her stream. Here's the truth, in my own words. I have never hit EMIRU. The one physical thing that ever happened was an accident. I had a habit of tossing my phone onto my bed, and one time it bounced off the mattress and caught her in the eye, and it left a bruise. I felt terrible about it. I apologize.
Okay. Do I think that MIZKIF was like, whew, taking the phone and whew, lobbing it super hard? No. I don't think he was doing that, okay? But fucking hell, why are you chucking a phone on a bed when your missus is on it? That's pretty fucking crazy. Women bruise easy. Very true. I'll remember that one. For my inevitable court case. I'll remember that one. I'll note that one down. Your Honour, women just bruise like peaches. I don't know what to tell you. They're fucking absolutely battered to bits.
Apologized immediately. I stopped throwing my phone that day, and we moved past it. That is the only time I ever hurt her, and it was not on purpose. What makes that more than just my word is that, at the time, her own account matched it in 2022. When she had the bruise, she did not call it abuse to anyone. She called it an accident both publicly and in private. In EMIRU's best friend at the time's chat room on August 11, 2022, surrounded by all of EMIRU's close friends and even her brother, she said the same thing. When a friend asked her directly whether something had given her the black eye, she answered that it was not intentional and called the whole thing a funny story that she would explain later. Verbatim, did some...
The abused woman didn't call it abuse at the time. Yeah, but you see the problem here, right? When it's convenient, everything becomes a facet of the abuse that she was receiving. And there are lies that she's told or, you know, claims she's made that, like the restraining order, it's an issue. It is a problem. It is a problem. And normally, yes, I would totally agree that just because a woman does X doesn't prove Y happened. But in this instance, there are things that are directly claimed that turn out to be lies about this. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I think that MIZKIF has got a right to, you know, respond to this stuff and set his own perspective and record on this straight. And the record is not particularly favourable for EMIRU's claims, you know. Chud got the MIZKIF kick email with the script before watching this. Yes, yeah. Yes, I'm just saying what Kick want me to say, obviously.
Someone knocked you out, Emily. EMIRU said, not intentionally. I got a black eye a week or two and it's finally almost gone. It's a long story, but funny as fuck. LOL, I'll DM you later. There was never a police report. There is nothing in any record from that time that treats this as an abuse in calls, text messages, or anything that me and EMIRU had. It was not called intentional abuse until 3 years later when EMIRU went live. The bruise never changed. The story about it did. I will also have more messages about this as my lawyer lets me show, proving that this was never abuse and EMIRU has changed the story of it to fit her narrative to make people think that I am a monster. EMIRU has accused me of sexual assault, stalking, and
I mean, he is just, dude. I mean, what is the counter argument at this point? Why are you doing this to Rue, Chud? Look at how gay this bro is. Huh? I mean, you complained she threw Kirby's at you. Yes, MIZKIF's responses and dealing with this are awful. PR disaster shit. Okay? PR disaster stuff. Does this little queer have any excuse for that Rust stream with him moulding so hard over viewership? He punched holes in the wall, or are we supposed to forget about that one? Well, I don't think you should forget about it, and I don't know if he's going to address that. Maybe he's spoken about it before, I can't remember. But yes, he obviously has got massive ego problems and behavioural issues and anger problems and shit. Yeah, you know, it's not to completely defend everything he's done. But you see the issue there, you know, you're taking examples of bad behaviour and using it, you know, in some way to almost validate these other claims when EMIRU has lied about things. EMIRU's lied. I think we can have a balanced perspective of criticism or whatever of bad behaviour whilst recognising that EMIRU has dishonestly pursued this case and MIZKIF has been labelled as an abusive rapist when we don't even have the validation of that, you know? I'm honestly surprised he didn't beat the shit out of her with his anger issues. No, sure, but that's how it works, isn't it? That's how it works. You go do the other stuff that he's done that's bad. But he's trying to defend himself against claims which I just don't think have got merit, you know?
Abuse. These are all crimes. In the time since, there has been no arrests, no criminal charges.
Chud, why are you running to his defense so hard? He hates you and wouldn't give you the same grace. Because it doesn't matter to me whether or not someone would give me the same grace. Maybe, you know, there's some schadenfreude to be had somewhere. But when it comes to talking about the actual meat and potatoes, you've got to be honest about what you think about it. You can't just go off what you think about someone or what they think about you. It's got to be an earnest engagement with the situation. And I think earnestly engaging with this, I find it hard to come to any other conclusion other than EMIRU's lied about numerous facets of a story. You know? So I can't sit here and, you know, I mean, I technically could. I could sit here and go, oh, no one cares about this anymore, MIZKIF, and you could just be dishonest and you know, look past all the evidence that he's showing and whatnot. But that's how it is. Just how it is how it is to me, regardless of me living rent-free in his head for mocking his suicidal ideation years ago, which I think is the main issue. He doesn't like me, but whatever.
No prosecution, no police complaints against me have surfaced anywhere in this case. On January 15, 2025, the federal magistrate...
Dude, I don't fucking know at this point, bro. I don't know. But he does seem to have an ongoing, endless problem with me. And it seemed to start when I mocked that, and then he came to my chat and was being a little wretch in chat. Oh, chat. Classic, though. What was that guy name? The fucking matey boy's mate. Hunter Grooms. Hunter Grooms tweeted about it at the time.
Judge has said to the district judge, the Honorable Robert Pittman, that she would deny defendant Emily Beth Shunk's motion to dismiss the First Amendment complaint. The order in which Ms. Rundino is to submit a more definitive statement within 30 days identifying each statement by Shunk he alleges to be defamatory, including the exact quotes from her live stream and how each statement is untrue and how it harms him. So what this essentially means is that EMIRU's motion to dismiss did not go through and that we are continuing the court case. That recommendation still goes to the district judge for a final decision. And that same recommendation is why this record exists. The court told me to spell it out one by one, exactly what she said that I allege is false and how it harmed me. This is what I'm doing. It is the court letting my case move forward, not a verdict, and I won't describe it as one. To much of the internet, I am a rapist, I am an abuser, and I am a stalker. None of that is true. And that is the version of me posted under every video I make and handed to people who used to watch me, people I worked with, and people who have never met me. It has cost me my reputation that I've worked 10 years for. It has reached my family, it has reached my friends, and it has hurt my work directly. Making content, getting sponsors, and using the platform I spent years building, the same community she built her following on. And it did not stay online. At multiple events, I've been
this is the problem. Is it's so unconvincing if you just hate MIZKIF. It's so unconvincing if you just fucking hate this guy and you're not going to care. And if anything, you're going to think, yeah, it's good. But that's wrong. That's the wrong way of looking at it. You shouldn't just think it's good because you hate the guy. You should care about someone getting mislabeled or wrongly called something regardless, you know? Hunter Grooms is what I would call a pedophile supervillain if he was trying to be, if I was trying to be satirical. He's Jake Lucky's mate. And yeah, dude, that was ancient drama now. But yes, he posted a clip of me mocking MIZKIF's suicide. That was back when everyone liked MIZKIF, of course. Whereas the same clip now would probably get celebrated, and people would say, "Yeah, he should top himself. He should kill himself." Actually,
rapist. And at one event, minutes after I picked up a wristband, 3 security guards walked me out in front of everyone, and posts mocking me for it reached hundreds of thousands of people. I've been called a rapist to my face. And bars.
Can MIZKIF remove you from the Kick Partner program? No, MIZKIF's got no power or control over those sorts. To be honest with you, he overstated what his Kick thing was. He was acting like he was some sort of senior management guy. But I don't think he actually is. I think he's just like a, you know, like a, what's it called? Like an advisor or something like that, you know? I don't think his position is quite as substantive as he originally stated, because he ended up walking it back from his bio.
Whom I spent years building, the same community she built her following on. And it did not stay online. At multiple events, I have been called a rapist. And at one event, minutes after I picked up a wristband, 3 security guards walked me out in front of everyone, and posts mocking me for it reached hundreds of thousands of people. I have been called a rapist to my face in bars and restaurants for most of the last 8 months. And I decided to stay inside because of that. This is a girl named Meg who said, "Imagine being such a prick you got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after showing up uninvited."
Who's Meg? Wait, is that an Asian? Of course he spotted the Asian out of the crowd, didn't he? Of course he zeroed in on the one Asian talking about this. I think they're just a random, aren't they?
This is another tweet. LOL, MIZKIF got kicked out of the FlyQuest party after getting rejected on the Partyful app. And then someone asked, what is this party? Also, what is the Partyful ALR? Thanks for ahead of time. She said, TLDR, he was rejected from an esports party, showed up anyway, and got kicked out instantly. So they tried to paint a narrative that I was kicked out and that I was not invited.
Okay. Is this MIZKIF's ego comment? What is the point of this? I genuinely don't understand what the point of the party thing is. I don't know. I feel like this is just bullshit. I don't really care about getting kicked out of a party and then a bunch of Asians complaining. I don't fucking know, dude. Well, I mean, some of the stuff isn't just about his ego. This wasn't bullshit. It was streamed. No. I'm not saying that the bullshit thing is him claiming it. What I'm saying is, oh, is he trying to show reputational damage? Is that what it is? Oh, I see. Okay. Dude, my fucking ears hurt because of the glasses. Don't worry. It doesn't matter. You guys don't fucking care anyway. I could literally be sat here dying and you guys wouldn't give a single fuck. So I'm not even going to bother saying any more about that. Yeah, I guess he's trying to show some sort of reputational harm. And that people believed wrong things about him as a product of these allegations or something, right?
I want to make it very clear. I was invited by my friend Alana. She just texted me and said go.
Okay. He goes to the party. Okay, fine. So he was invited to the party. But his reputation is so bad that him leaving is painted as he's getting kicked out or something.
Oh. And I have been to hundreds of parties before EMIRU's allegations with no problem in any way, shape, or form. And I got texted by Alana to go to this party with my friend Jeannie. We show up, we did get wristbands immediately, and we were able to walk in. 15 minutes later was when I was escorted out. I never had a problem getting into the party. I showed my ID just like everyone else and waited in line and was immediately let in, only to be almost immediately let out. This was not a case of someone who was simply disliked. And before I left for Japan, after I broke up with EMIRU, I was around creators of every kind. And when I
Okay, so he's trying to use it as an he's trying to use it as an example to show, you know, there was actually substantive harm caused to my reputation as a result of this. I think that's what he's trying to say.
I came back, almost no one spoke to me. And while I was in Japan, EMIRU went through all of my old friends and everyone that we were friends with and spread lies about me. And instead of going to the police or any legal channel, she went straight to the people who mattered the most in my life and my career. Whether out of bitterness that I was the one who ended it or for some other reason, I cannot say. What I can say is that friends stepped back, not for anything I did, but—
Bro, okay, dude, I honestly, you guys have got to fucking learn. I don't listen, okay? Don't complain to me that it's boring. Just go and watch something else. I literally cannot be fucked with this anymore, bro. This is perfectly good drama, okay? I don't know what the fuck you guys want. This is perfectly good drama, bro. Fuck off.
But for what she told them while I wasn't in the room. And the harm was done before I even said a single word. People watched EMIRU's live stream and came almost immediately to every place you can find me and said that
he was going to the 100 Thieves parties before. This was FlyQuest Von Dutch, and it had a lot of streamers and such attending it. Right, okay. The real problem with MIZKIF is he sucks and is boring as fuck. He's always been a bottom-feeding leech. Was never good at games or was good on camera. Watch Big Bungie video about this, by the way. Oh, has Big Bungie got a video about this? Sure, but that, you need, okay. You need to separate two things out. As I said at the start of all this, you can have a problem with MIZKIF. I don't fucking care if you fucking hate this guy. What odds is it to me? It's more so the fact of his erroneous labelling as a rapist stalker guy. That's the issue. That's the problem with all of this. It's the way he gets labelled as an obsessive rapist stalker when that doesn't really seem to be the case based on the evidence he's showing and other factors like EMIRU walking back a claim of assault. You know? That's my issue with all of this.
That I was a rapist and destroyed my name. A false story then took hold that I had admitted to everything when I hadn't. When I spoke, I denied everything, and you can see it on my YouTube channel. And the filed transcript proves it. But people who had already made up their mind repeated the false version anyway. Her words were chosen with care, precise enough to be legally actionable, vague enough to let an audience picture the worst. She never had to say rapist. She said sexual assault. And to the millions of people that she said that to, people now call me rapist to my face. That is the harm.
I mean, it is just funny the way he's putting it. People are coming up to me calling me a rapist. They're calling me Reupload. They're literally calling me Reupload. Can you believe this? So, realistically though, I think that he is trying to show the harm that's caused. And yes, I do think there is a harm caused here. And I've seen it with my own two eyes, you know? I've seen it with my own two fucking eyes that yes, people genuinely think he's this more dreadful person than the evidence really gives credit for.
It is ongoing. It is every day. And that is why this record exists.
Okay, listen, I agree he had a bad response. Call him Reupload for the bad response. Fair enough. I did myself. Yes, I did that too, okay? And he had a terrible response and he handled it terribly. Right, let's accept that and agree with that and say that happened. Now, this is better. And whilst you can't really change the fact that he responded badly and he got called Reupload, and if you want us to keep calling him Reupload, that's your prerogative. I think it's a funny name. But you're now looking at a better response. And to me, it's like, well, you've got to at least engage with this at the level that it's at months down the line. And I think he's doing a very good job of presenting his side and showing the lies that EMIRU is told, you know? Dude, you guys have got ADHD brain.
Okay, that's wonderful.
This is a good response.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
What we want is for you to make Asian eyes and scream ching chong my Asian pussy got raped by a mutt to mock EMIRU's assault. To make this content less boring and more racist.
Dude, I did do some racism earlier. I can't constantly be doing racism, okay? It's better in little dribs and drabs rather than all the fucking time. But nonetheless, thank you for the 420. Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, MIZKIF raped me real bad. Oh, he really badly raped me. Oh, please give me support. Look at my new cosplay. Oh, come on, come on.
The breakup. I was not an outcast, as many of you think. I was the center of this community. This is the opposite of the story that people now tell about me. In the year before the breakup, 2024, my house was constantly having people there. I had 4 or 5 creators staying at my house almost every single night.
That is very true. For you know, you say he's boring, it's shit content, whatever. He was very good at, you know, bringing people to his house. Oh, very interesting dynamics at play. Can we get one more sub, by the way? Can we get one more cheeky little sub in, and then I'll get these bars reset? I feel like I'm just waiting for it, you know? We might as well just get it done. Come on. Someone make the magic happen and we'll get these bars reset.
I had Extra Emily who was in the backyard doing something. I was hosting something, streaming with...
Bro, this guy is unbelievable.
I had Extra Emily who was in the backyard doing something. I was hosting...
Sadly, you're raped.
Hey, it worked. Raymond Hughes, thank you for the sub. Yes, thank you, thank you. Bro, this guy is unbelievable. Sniffing about every opportunity for a bit of chow mein. This guy's unreal, man. Every single woman. He just wants to be talking to Asians. Terminal case of yellow fever, like never before.
Something, streaming with others, and collaborating with people across the entire Twitch scene. In the year that people try to paint that I was a nobody, I had over
Okay, that's definitely ego.
Thank
you
I'm
for the
making
skies.
an edit of your racist Asian impressions layered over Emiru's thirst trap Instagram reels.
That sounds like great content. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Asian women kind of smell, not gonna lie. Yeah, they stink of gutter oil. Because that's all these Asians do, is they dig out oil from the gutter and use it to fry their new fucking noodles to feed back to you. Okay. Oh, why? Why did I say that? Why did I say that? Anyway, come on, let's calm down a little bit. I think you probably get about 4 or 5 racisms on kick before they start to take an issue with it. So we don't want to push our luck, okay? I reckon you get about 4 or 5. Plus there's ads coming as well, so we probably need to tighten up a bit. We've done about 3 or 4. I think we're at our limit for now. We need to wait for the racisms to reset for a bit, and then maybe later we can do it again. Plus, we do need to save some racisms for later, because we're talking about JIDEON in a bit, and that's going to be terrible. That's going to be totally blacked when we get to that topic. Anyway, guys, thanks for the support today. Genuinely, I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. We're resetting. We are resetting. And I'm warning you now, guys, I will be streaming tomorrow, but not until I get all my deliveries squared away, because I've got like fucking a bunch of shit coming, and I don't want to miss anything. So I'm going to be sat downstairs waiting for my deliveries. So I'm warning you now. I don't know when I'll be going live. I definitely will, but I need to wait till all the deliveries are done. There's actually an option, by the way, where I can get one delivered. You can get it set, so you get the first option is you. But I don't trust it. I don't want to put my bank details in. I don't really know. So I need to be careful. But if I can, I'll try and bring it forward so it's as early as possible, okay?
100 collaborations with other creators. And I helped lead OnlyFans, the hardcore World of Warcraft guild that had over 300,000 active people checking in on it every single day, that Soda Poppin and I ran together, which brought more than 300 creators into the same guild. And that was just a single month. In October 2024, 3 months before our breakup, I collaborated with
Fags,
Pokimane, the Botez sisters, T10 Nat, Hassan, and Extra Emily. I had a boys' night with NMP, E-Rob, and my friend Dave. I went to go see all of the Game of Thrones collection before they went on auction, and I even hung out with Jason, Max, and Ron that year. I also collaborated with people like Mari, Julia, and Danny. Yes.
Okay. There is some humble bragging happening here, yes. I'm pretty sure the point he's trying to make here is there's a narrative that he had fallen off before this rape allegation anyway. And I think the point he's making is, look, I was doing all this stuff before the rape allegation. The rape allegation is the thing that buried me. That's the point that he's trying to make here. I get it. Yes, it's egotistical. And it seems like he's bragging. And he is bragging. He is bragging about this to some degree. Yes, I agree. But also, I think he's trying to lay out the case that my career was fine because that's something that became a sort of narrative of this.
Eddie sends his regards.
Yo, thank you for the kicks. Thank you. And also, to be honest with you, if they're happy with some fucking Frenchoid, some disabled Frenchoid getting bullied to death, a bit of racism shouldn't go amiss as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for those kicks. And I got another 52 kicks that didn't pop up because of the thing. But thank you for that as well. But yes, I think he's trying to make his case that this narrative that he was raped before, and it was, he was falling off. I don't think, from his account at least, is not true. And he was doing collaborations, and everything was largely fine. And it was the rape allegation that actually had this, massive negative detriment.
People try to call me an outcast, but I was outcasted when I came back from Japan. To show you how little of an outcast I was, these messages are between me and my friend at the time, Leslie, who is also known online as Fuslie. This was November 2nd, 2024, just 2 months before me and EMIRU had broken up. I was in LA and I wanted to meet up with her, but she responded, "I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK game day, so I'll see you in like 2 weeks. And then you can just come to LA whenever, cause you'll love it here. Oh lol."
Yes, Halo boy, exactly. He kind of has to brag to emphasize his fall off and cut off due to the accusation. Yes. I think this is not just about public opinion, although it largely is. I think this is some sort of lawsuit approved thing as well, because I'm certain this has all got checked over by his lawyers, But I mean, yeah, the point is valid, that seemingly he was having these collaborations and it was the rape that caused the problem, the alleged rape. So sorry, what is this? I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK game day, so I'll see you in 2 weeks. And then you can just come to LA whenever, because you love it here. Oh, lol, wait, that's great. What's your apartment complex called?
Wait, that's great. What was your apartment complex called? On November 4th, 2024, she then tells me her apartment number. This was someone that I once called one of my closest friends, Fuslie, wanting me to move to LA, as I was telling her 2 months before I broke up with EMIRU that I wanted to move to LA and get out of Austin, Texas, because I knew at the time that I wanted to end it with EMIRU and move on. At the time, Fuslie was one of my best friends in the scene. Her and I would talk all the time about our problems, our issues. We would play games together. I was hanging out with her on stream constantly for about 3 or 4 years straight. And whenever...
That's me. I'm about to go out and shout racial slurs at a child, a minority child, an immigrant child.
Whenever we had an issue, we'd call each other. Whenever I was in LA, she was the first person I'd call. Fuslie, whose real name is Leslie, I met her 4 years ago when I went on a girl named Katamia's stream for her subathon. And it turned into some of the most fun I ever had streaming. We became close fast. We played games together all the time. We talked constantly about content, our lives, our relationships, and sponsors. When I was anywhere near LA, she was the first person I called. And just 2 months before my relationship ended, she wanted me to move into her own building in LA. Right there with her, November 2024 text will show that the unit under Valkyries is available, and come to LA whenever. I'll love it here.
Oh. I'm a bit lost here. So what's he trying to show here? That there was, again, this is more of like, I was still liked by people and it's the rape that fucked me. Is that what's going on? I kind of lost. Oh my God, dude. I was thinking about Reckless Ben for a second there and how angry he makes me. I'll keep watching. You ditched me. What do you mean I ditched you? And you want to see the unit under raise. When are you here until again? We can try and see it today. 5:55 is my flight. But fuck, I like hanging here. I won't get to see you before you go, but I'm coming to Austin for OTK game day, so I'll see you in like 2 weeks. And then you can just come to LA whenever, because you love it here. Oh, lol, wait, that's great. And then tongue emoji, shrugging emoji. I gotta say, this sort of emoji use is quite cancerous, isn't it? From old Mizzy Wizzy. This guy can't help himself. He has to defend rapists. See, that's funny because there's conflicting narratives on that. Some people say, I love defending rapists. Other people says, I'm too soft towards women now. And I'm too quick to defend women that haven't been raped. So, who knows? Okay, that's cursed. Yeah, I know. Excited to hang tomorrow. Okay, I go bed. I'm old grandma.
Sadly, you're raped.
Every word Miz speaks buries him. If Miz went deaf and only spoke sign language, he would be immensely more popular.
Fielmist! Thank you! Thank you for the kicks. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
That is the friendship this next part is going to show you that I had. I was very close to all of these people in LA, just like I was to everyone in Austin. But I wanted to move to LA, and I knew I wanted to break up with EMIRU. This next part that I'm going to show will show you what has happened to my reputation ever since EMIRU's accusations. On June 18th, 2025, after texting me how excited that she was for me to come over, Fuseli came to my house to hang out. She cut my hair.
Okay. I didn't know Fuseli. I didn't know who Fuseli was. I don't follow all the Twitch aristocracy yet. It's another Asian. It's another fucking Asian. This guy, man. Fucking hell, dude. The crazy things. Yeah, dude. The crazy slick. Okay, that's not really quite right to me. The crazy slick thing set him up on a bad start with this stuff, right? But just because of the crazy slick stuff doesn't mean that you should conclude that he's a rapist necessarily, you know? This guy's chink-maxing. Yes, he's chink-maxing.
And I streamed it. The very next day, June 19th, is when Cutie Cinderella sent the message shown before you that Fuseli had gone to Cutie asking what she thought about me.
Heads up, Fusey asked me what I thought about Miz today, and I told her my feelings, and she asked what happened with you two, and I told her to reach out to you. Oh, thanks for the heads up. How did this get leaked? What? How did this get fucking leaked? Where did this come from? Huh? Okay.
And Cutie told her her feelings, and then told her to reach out to EMIRU. Cutie is a dumbass, and sent that message to an account that she thought was EMIRU, but it wasn't.
Oh.
It was EMI-OK, who then gave it to me after EMIRU made her allegation.
Oh, I see. Okay. I should have just listened. Cutie's cancer. God, Cutie's such a dumb bitch, isn't she? Just giving this little juicy nugget away for free. Fucking hell. Sent it to the wrong account.
Showing you that people were my friends prior, but then once they heard EMIRU's allegations, completely stopped talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Fuseli sitting in my house and excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one...
Oh. Heads up, Fuseli asked me what I thought about Miz today. I think it's probably more so like, oh, you know, you want to stream a Miz? Okay. And they're like, what? Oh, don't you know about what happened with him and EMIRU? That's bad. What do you mean? Oh, you should probably ask her about it. Like, once you get like a bad perception in these communities, word obviously will just start to spread, and people will talk, and they'll do this kind of game where they won't necessarily explicitly say you raped, but they'll do the whole, ooh, you sure about that? You probably want to speak to EMIRU before you hang out with them again, you know? Twitch aristocracy shit, definitely. Definitely. Absolutely what happened. Well, Cutie is friends with Maya, but obviously MIZKIF was still accepted even after everything there, you know? But yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Once they heard EMIRU's allegations, completely stopped talking to me. That is a 24-hour window between Fuseli sitting in my house and excited to be there, and Cutie privately briefing her on what it is and how to think about me. After the one private conversation, Fuseli stopped talking to me entirely. That friend who wanted to be there on day
Oh, bro, that's mental.
Fuseli stopped talking to me.
Dude, that is brutal. That is fucking brutal, bro. Oh. I mean, look, I know everyone wants to shit on MIZKIF because they don't like him, fair enough. Does that not make you feel a bit bad for him, though? And the thing is, it's like not explained. It's literal, you know, clout shit. Just cut off because it's inconvenient. Makes it very funny to me. Okay, fair enough. Well, anyway, you feel how you want about it, I guess. For me, I'm like, ooh, I can see that being pretty harsh, you know? That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Yeah, but the thing is, it's true that streamer friends aren't real, but off the back of the word going out, that's it now. And she was like willing to, she was like wanting to live with it, or near him at least. Had some interest in some connection, right? You know? Bye. Was fun. Let's hang out, let's hang more. When we hanging? This weekend? Want to stream next? I got sick content. Oh god, dude. Yeah, dude, she was on a stream the day before. And then the word went out that MIZKIF is, you know, rotten meat, so to speak. And that was it. That was enough. Nah, that's fucked, man. Twitch aristocracy shit. You know, not convenient to be seen with him. And then that's it. Terrible stuff.
Entirely. That friend who wanted to be there on day one of me moving to LA. That friend that wanted me to live in her apartment complex.
Look, dude. That's forward thinking, isn't it? That's forward thinking. You ditched me. Yeah, she's not yet, but she will. But she fucking will.
Complex under her friend Valkyrie was gone because she was told what to say and how to think about me. That friend who was at my house one day, who wanted me to live with her at one point, was now gone because of what she was told in a private message she was never supposed to have. A message from someone who was not even involved. Repeating claims about me that were never true. And making her doubt a real friendship over accusations I was never even given the chance to answer. About a month later, after she hasn't responded to me, I went to a 100 Thieves party with some of my friends.
Dude.
And she was there.
He's like, you know that Spider-Man meme? No! The Asian snatch gets yanked away, gets pulled away, dissipates into steam in front of him.
And Foosley walked up to me that night and began crying on my shoulder. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me that we could not hang out anymore because of what she heard I did to EMIRU. At the time, I had no idea what was going on and what people were saying about me, and I would ask her to tell me what was said, but she would say no more. I tried to reach out to Foosley afterwards multiple times.
Oh man, that is fucking rough.
And she never responded. On June 27th was the date of the 100 Thieves party. And after crying to me for hours on my shoulder, telling me that she can't hang out with me anymore because of what she heard I did.
This story sounds fake. I think this is probably true. I think it's probably happened. Because he was like ousted. He was like cut off and ousted pretty quickly. No, I think this is real. I don't really see what the dishonest. Yes, that probably happened. That probably happened.
Did. She said, "You're okay, Miz." I then said, "Just sad the reality, but maybe whatever." I then said, "It's just so fake. The politics are fake. So much crap and so much cheating and drama, and nobody cares and they hang out. But here I am, and people don't want to talk to me." I then say to her the next day, "We should talk, not drunk, off stream." She never responded. And on March 4th, to my friend Foosley, I said to her, "I hope one day we can hang out," and you can see that she lied. So you have one day where she's at my house having fun, the next day Cutie Cinderella messages her, and then she never talks to me again. This is what was constantly happening to me for about...
I mean, the reality is, it sucks, but this is, as people were saying in chat, this is very typical of these kind of streamer dynamics, especially at the level of like the Twitch aristocracy, is people will just do this and they'll just cut you off because it's politically expedient to do so, you know? Yes, Cutie Cinderella is particularly bad at this. Constantly putting a nose in everyone else's fucking business. Oh my god, dude. Oh my God, bro.
A year until EMIRU came out through allegations. I was not an outcast. I was friends with every creator. I slowly became an outcast over that year as EMIRU's lies were spread amongst the community, and nobody told me what was really going on. For almost a year now, I have been forced to live inside a bubble that isn't mine, and it doesn't feel real. I have been wrongfully punished and treated and seen as a man that I am not. I've been labeled a rapist, an abuser, and a stalker. 3 words I have never been. Wrongfully attached to my name and my reputation and my community for the entire world to treat me as such. It took more than my name. It took my reputation, it reached into my family's life, and it has completely destroyed me as a person. I don't wish any of this that has happened to me among my worst enemies.
Don't worry, MIZKIF. Mr. Pedo's got your back. Don't worry. Everyone else has left your side. Okay? But I'm right here beside you. Mr. Pedo will defend you to the edge of the earth.
For nights, it would have been easier to just disappear. To be quiet, to let the loudest version of the story become the only one. But it didn't disappear, and I'm not going to. This is not the first time, and it will not be the last time that I will address these allegations. I spoke the same way she did, and I have talked about it on stream since, but this is the first time I've done it in a way with a clear head, with preparation, in every document in front of me, and every quote sourced. I spoke the same day she did, and I have talked about it on stream since, but this is the first time I've done it in this way. This is only the beginning, and I'm going to go through all of this because I know she won't. Because
Bro, what? How can there be more? I thought that was it, but apparently he's got more in the tank. Fucking hell. EMIRU's getting turned into fucking sashimi. Miz was streaming slots on Kick like an hour ago, by the way. Well, dude, I need to fucking start streaming some slots, don't I? I need to start fucking pulling in some of these Gamba sponsorship deals. Steak, hit me up, let's go.
Because it will prove
I've got a house to pay for.
Because the truth doesn't ask me to shout, it only asks me to stay. To stand here with these documents, with the dates, with their own words, and not look away. I'm standing up for myself, I'm standing up for people who stood by me, and I'm going to keep standing for as long as it takes. This has been the worst year of my life. I wouldn't wish this on a single soul, not on anyone, no matter what they've done to me. All I have ever wanted is for the truth to be heard, and for justice, real justice, to find its way to the surface. To my community, and to everyone who never stopped believing in me. When believing in me costs you something. Thank you. Before I go, there's just one more thing I want you to see. Just one. This whole case will be decided on evidence. The messages, the devices, the documents, everything both sides has to hand over. Under oath. I filed this lawsuit on November 3rd, 2025. By her own side's account, she knew about it November 10th. And on November 11th, the very next day, she went back on stream and told everyone, watching this in her own words,
I got 2 new computers.
Wait, sorry. I just totally missed that. Guys, I'm putting on a good show today. Let's be real. But I'm really tired. I'm actually really tired today. I'm trying to lock in. I don't know what my problem is today. Very draining. Very draining, all this streaming business.
Not on anyone.
Listen.
No matter what they've done to me. All I have ever wanted is for the truth to be heard.
Hey, look who it is. Perfect. Rape Meat is here. Women say they don't want to be raped and beaten, but they're dating Italian and make it make sense. What the fuck, dude?
And for justice, real justice, to find its way to the surface. To my community and to everyone who never stopped believing in me. When believing in me costs you something. Thank you. Before I go, there's just one more thing I want you to see. Just one. This whole case will be decided on evidence. The messages, the devices, the documents, everything both sides has to hand over. Under oath. I filed this lawsuit on November 3rd, 2025. By her own side's account, she knew about it November 10th. And on November 11th, the very next day, she went back on stream and told everyone, watching this in her own words,
I got 2 new computers. my other computer is gone. I gave it back to Starforge and they wiped that shit.
I'll see you in the next video.
Oh, okay. Yes, the idea is she destroyed her evidence, right? Oh shit, wait.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
Yo!
Chudigoy, tame your AI auto mod. I tried asking in chat what type of mutt MIZKIF is. And it censored the MIZKIF word and then deleted entire message. WTF Chudigoy.
Thank you for the 3037. Unfortunately, it is at its lowest setting. I cannot take it any lower. It's at the lowest possible level of you know, moderation. So I think calling someone a mutt, I think is probably the issue there, I would have thought.
Subscribe, comment, and please spread this everywhere. It needs to get out the truth. I'm tired of people thinking of the lies and understanding. EMIRU is a massive liar and she needs to be stopped. Thank you.
So is that saying that she, that you know, she was deleting evidence and that's it, or is this like is this some sort of idea that there's more to come that she's revealed or has been revealed from a computer? He's still a rapist. No, he's not a rapist. He's not a rapist. MIZKIF didn't rape. The only crime he's guilty of is having an absolutely vociferous appetite for small Asian women. That's it. Okay? She destroyed evidence. Yeah, but what I'm getting at is he going to come with like this kind of, oh, well, look at all the evidence I've got now, bitch. As in, I've got the evidence. Is that what's happening here? Buys brand new PC, sends it to the Kari CSAM sweeper business. After thorough investigation, there's no evidence on the machine that EMIRU isn't a dumb rape tool. Okay, dude. Okay, right. That was good. Dude, why are we all moaning about that? That was great. I think this is good. I like this. This is like a further development of the drama from before. What's the problem with this? People just fucking moaners these days, bro. You don't have a good drama when it hits you in the face, dude. We'll continue to track this. Well, I do want to get onto this JIDEON stuff. Moist Critical did a video too, so we might watch that as well. But I could do with a little palate cleanser, really. I could do with a little something, you know? I skipped this Segi. Wow, good for you. Well done. What would be really funny, I think, what would be really funny would be to time you out for a while, but I'm not going to do that because I'm a nice guy. Because I'm a nice guy. I'm too nice a guy, you see. I'm too nice a guy. Okay. I probably do have a little something here that we can do as a palate cleanser. I think we do. I think we do have a little something we can do. Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look here. I am very generous, I agree with you. Solid coverage, Chud. I love the part where you snored over his PowerPoint of EMIRU spreading her cheeks. What? Okay. Please check for a funny meme. Oh, is that the fucking AI slop that you sent? Bro, dude, I'm sick of AI memes, bro. Give it a rest. Give it a fucking rest, dude. Gringle madingle. Gringle madingle, guys. Gringle madingle. We're gringling our dingle today. We're gringling our fucking dingle. Oh, here we go. This will do as a palate cleanser. Plus, we could be racist, too. We could be racist as well. Dude, what is this? Ooh, it's your Chinese secret.
Lucky bitches. Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad.
Dude, what the fuck, man?
I gotta check my my oopsies. It's fine. We are making it. Good thing they did their horn. I had autopilot on and then I literally took it off. And then that's
Mitra Castle Bradbury!
Bro.
Stop it! Don't do it in chat with the words like phonetically correct for Asian racism because I just read it out. I can't help myself. I literally cannot stop myself, dude. It's too much. Okay, so let me lock in and see what happened there again. So,
Lucky bitches.
fucking hell. So she was looking at chat, didn't check the lane, tried to maneuver, and then nearly got hit into. That's terrible. That is fucking terrible, dude. That's awful, man. This is like the third or fourth time she's done this, and she got unbanned from Twitch in 20... Oh my god, dude. I mean, this is actually dangerous. This is actually a dangerous threat, isn't it? This is dreadful. Oh, also, didn't Caseytron get banned for something? Apparently, she was having a bit of wacky driving moment, but I don't know. I've not really looked. Unfortunately, Caseytron is a totally irrelevant stoner bitch. Okay, but where can I see this? Oh, here we go. A clip from yesterday has surfaced of Caseytron going back and forth with a chat about sobriety status while driving. You guys are tripping. High drunk slop. I'm not. Okay, let's have a look. Ooh, this looks pretty bad. Let's have a little look and see what the deal is here.
Honey, if McDonald's is the ultimate destination for your late night rendezvous, then you need to step up your game. Those fries ain't gonna dip themselves. But I'll say this, if you're going unprotected, at least get a Big Mac to go with that questionable decision.
You guys are tripping. Like, if that were the case, then restaurants wouldn't be allowed to serve alcohol at all. No, sobriety test me, bitch. Sobriety test me, breathalyze me, bitch. I need to get one of those. I need to get one of those blow things. You know, like the ones that you can get on your keychain. I would blow.
Complete moral frogging, complete bullshit, this drama, Chud. Let this fat pig get some nuggies. She can drive better than extra Emily. Yeah, but that's only because she's round eye. She's a round eye. That's what they call us, by the way. Anyone that doubts the anti-Asian racism, they all do it. They all do it, okay? They call us round eye. So don't worry about it. It's absolutely fine to be racist in return to every single one of them. It's crazy how Caseytron was initially famous for being attractive. Wait, what? Is that true? Is that true? I mean, this seems pretty rough, this clip. And I think this seems to be some indication of, you know, driving under the influence. I certainly would not trust this person if they pulled up in an Uber looking like this.
And I would blow under the limit. Like, you guys are tripping.
Nah, she's wasted, man. She is fucking wasted. 100%. She's on something. Probably weed, possibly alcohol. But yes, this does seem to me very much to be driving under the influence. You missed the fart. What? What? What are you on about? The fart. What sort of toilet? Poo-poo! Stinky poo-poos! Oh, stinky poo-poo bum-bums! Oh, dude, you guys are sick, man.
You know, like the ones that you can get on your keychain. I would blow. And I would blow under the limit. Like, you guys are tripping. I'm trying to okay? I don't really give a fuck. Like, I don't really give a fuck. I'm trying to get to McDonald's. Okay.
I don't miss it.
Shut up. High/drunk slop. I'm literally not drunk. You are tripping.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, there it is. There it is, guys. There it is. What you all waiting for. We're not going back. We're not going back to it. But it made me think of this. Remember this? This was a classic back in the day, wasn't it? Do you remember? Indie Fox. Remember this? Fart man. Then, with a sort of sad tone, just end it if there's no fart. Indie Fox was one of the most prominent titty streamers when everyone was mad at Twitch for letting women show hole or whatever. She was one of the most prolific and known ones, you know? Press play. It's a picture, you fucking idiot. You had this shit on deck. No, I looked it up, you fucking moron. I looked it up because it reminded me of it. I don't have it on deck. Bro, why the fuck would I have a random picture of Indie Fox trying to force a fart out into a microphone? Oh my god, dude. Oh, you are so fucking annoying, man. Anyway, guys, thanks for the support today. It's going well. We're getting this filled back up. I'm going to keep this. This is a good little prop, actually. Good little prop to have some coins knocking about to try and DSP the fuck out of my audience. Very good stuff. Oh, actually, wait. I do have another palate cleanser, thinking about it. Let's do the new Johnny Bravo video, because actually, I love Johnny Bravo videos, and it's about a topic that I wanted to find out more about. Because apparently some looks maxing influencer died in a hotel somewhere doing crazy shit. And Johnny Bravo, I think, spoke about it. So let's find out what's going on, shall we? And then we'll do the JIDEON shit. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a little look here. Let's have a little looky.
Murphy.
Here we go. Connor Murphy is the lad's name. Anyone know about this? Oh my god, dude. There we go. Anyone know about this?
So Connor Murphy, just 32 years old and a pioneer in the fitness industry. He was going viral back in the days before going viral was even a thing.
Sadly,
he was pronounced dead this morning.
Those coins again, and he'll fling a bag of flaming shit at your alleyway window, you smarmy Jew.
Dudley, thank you for the kicks. Thank you. It's okay. I'm all coined out for now. I'm all shackled out.
Morning, at just 32 years old, in the waters outside of a town in Bangkok, Thailand. And Connor was a friend of mine, so I have my feelings and my thoughts, but I first want to share to you what happened to Connor and what caused his death. There was witnesses who saw Connor on the side of the road acting about, and he was praying on the side of the road, acting, you know, how Connor sometimes acts. Well, they panicked, they called the police, and the Bangkok police, they came to the scene.
Thailand comment, Chud. I mean, what is there to say, bro? I'm not some passport bro, okay? I went to Vietnam once on holiday, okay? Not for sex tourism, to be clear. And everyone acts like I'm some fucking nonce all the time. Dude! I'm sure he was there for legit... No, obviously he was there for his, you know, because it's crazy fucking Asian place, isn't it, you know?
And once Connor saw them, he panicked and he went and jumped in the lake by his home. And he was trying, I guess, to swim away from the police so far out into that waters, and I know those waters are very deep, until he was exhausted and he ended up dying, and that's where his body was found.
What? I know the tone, because Johnny Barber's apparently friends with this lad. The tone is very kind of like, you know, respectful. But this sounds mental, bro. He tried to, dude. This is the kind of thing I'd watch on a video and laugh at. He's trying to swim away from the police in some sort of schizophrenic moment and died. What?
The police later entered his home and they saw the house was very messy. There was strange paintings all over the walls, and we've seen this behavior, you know, with Connor before. And
what's going on? What's happened here then? What's going on here? Why has this all happened? This is crazy. Is it what the fuck is going on? Is that shit or paint? That's art. Regardless, either way, it's still art.
And his girlfriend who was at the scene, she said that he was up all night. He was going crazy. He didn't sleep all night. And the next day, I guess, is where he was found on the streets, where people ended up calling the police on him. An American man went on a violent rampage, painting the entire interior of a luxury rental home valued at 22 million baht, causing extensive damage before running into the village lake where he drowned. His girlfriend stated...
Yeah, I didn't point out, but yeah, the couch was ruined as well. The couch was absolutely covered in paint too. He just went total schizo mode on that place.
Did not know the cause, while the homeowner was shocked and never expected to encounter such a scene. At 3 p.m. on July 7th, police lieutenant...
Very true, he does have a win physique. So even if taking peptides, or whatever it was he was doing, to get to that physique, you can't deny he did do very well for himself in that respect. Even if he had a schizo break, smeared the wall in paint, and ended up having a moment where trying to swim over the police and died.
Deputy investigation officer received a report of a foreign man acting erratically and jumping into the lake of a luxury village in Bang Philly district. He, along with emergency doctors, rushed to the scene. The scene was a luxury house situated next to a large pond. Divers were searching for the missing person before finding the body of Connor Michael Murphy, 32, an American, about 20 meters from the shore. They recovered the body for examination on land. No wounds or signs of assault were found. The police sent the body for further autopsy. Reviewing video footage, a village staff member showed the foreign man suddenly exhibiting erratic behavior without known cause. He ran and swam in the village lake until he became exhausted and submerged before witnesses' eyes.
I'm not laughing at it happening. It's tragic, okay? It's tragic. But it's the way this has been translated makes it so funny. Until he became exhausted and submerged before witnesses' eyes. The idea of these cooped out motherfuckers just staring as this round eye gets a schizo break and is swimming and then just slowly starts to submerge under the water. Oh my god, it's so bad, isn't it? It's so bad, man. It's great. It's crazy. It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy story. To contrast this, yeah, sure. If anyone's got videos of him that are funny or can tell us who he is, do link them. But I've actually not heard of this guy before. I'm not familiar with him.
No one dared to enter the water due to its depth of over 10 meters, so they immediately called authorities. Divers searched for about 30 minutes before locating and retrieving the body ashore. Security personnel at the village reported that the man went out and returned by a hired vehicle, which stopped at the security checkpoint. He offered...
Round eye go grog and die! Wow, come on. It's so crazy the way he died, though. It's so crazy. The actual problem was because of the structure of their eye, they could only see to a certain point of the water level, and they couldn't actually see because of obviously the eyes that he was drowning just underneath where their eyelids are. Very unfortunate.
Offered the driver 1,000 baht, but the driver refused due to the man's abnormal behavior. Then the man approached a resident's car passing by, knocked on the window to get a ride inside, while security shouted, "Don't pick him up." The man then became agitated, shouting loudly and rolling on the road, making gestures as if praying to God. When police patrol arrived, he fled into the village and jumped into the lake to swim. Police called for backup and rescue teams, as they could not control him. Eventually, he exhausted himself and drowned. Miss B, 22, the deceased girlfriend.
You're just lashing about the water, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, man. It's so fucked, isn't it? It's so fucked. It is fucked. It is fucked.
Said they had been together for about 3 years but had lived apart due to incompatible lifestyles. They had reunited less than 3 months ago. Before the incident, their life was normal with no problems or signs of illness. She did not know why he suddenly became erratic that day and never saw him use drugs during their time together. The vandalism with paint happened during the previous night while she was asleep. He refused to sleep. The homeowner shared her shock upon seeing the house, which had been...
Oh, it's a Sunny V2 video, so I don't... Oh my god. Dude, what happened to Sunny V2? Remember Sunny V2? He doesn't make videos anymore, I don't think.
What is up, guys? So we're here at UT today. I'm here with my boy Jack. What's up? And I'm gonna be talking to some girls, and while I'm talking to them, Jack's gonna rip off my shirt. Is it gonna be awkward, or is Jack gonna turn into the best wingman of all time? Probably both, but we'll see how it goes. Hey, excuse me, girls. Do you know this area kind of well? I'm new here. I'm wondering, do you know this area kind of well?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking for, oh, what's it called? What in the world just happened? I'm looking for...
Oh my god, this is so... Oh my god, man. Do you know what? I'm glad this guy's dead. Good. I'm glad. Thank fuck for that.
Okay, well, I'm looking for, what?
What is this? What is going on?
No, that is an important shirt. Is this what happens in Austin? What in the world?
Dude, is this just what it is? Like fucking prank channel shit. Oh my god, dude. Well, anyway, his career certainly took a turn, that's for sure. Ended up in Thailand freaking out on fucking moon dust and then drowned.
And completely defaced with paint, including electrical appliances. She said she loved and cherished the house, a beautiful property by the lake. She had carefully chosen the tenant and never expected to find the house in such damaged state, with furniture and decorations all destroyed. Initially, investigators and rescue personnel conducted an autopsy, finding bruises likely caused by rolling on the road. The rescue team will send the body for further examination to determine the exact cause of death, including drug testing. Evidence is being collected and the American Embassy in Thailand has been notified to provide information about the incident. So Connor was a friend of mine, and I'm finding it hard to come up with the right words and the right things I want to say. But
dude, this is so crazy because normally I'm used to him like mocking people, but this is his mate that's died. But obviously the circumstances are so funny and absurd. Damn, that's tough.
Nikolai is going to give me his divine protein shake. Yes. Yo, what is up, guys? Welcome to...
Do you get it, guys? The joke is they're both gay and they're going to suck each other's cocks. Oh, get it, guys? They're both gay and they're going to suck each other off. Oh, get it? Do you get it? Do you fucking get it?
To Ohika Castle. This castle is amazing. I swear if Ziz were alive today, this would be his favorite place in New York. And I am joined by the one and only Nikolai. Speaking of Ziz, he looks like the baby of Ziz and Jeff's side. So this is going to be a crazy video. And essentially, this is going to be my first time with a guy.
Sorry, guys. Someone's come up. Give me a sec.
Now, what exactly is this experience that we're going to do? Well, it is pretty crazy, but it's probably not what you think. It's probably even crazier. All right, so watch this video to find out. But why am I doing this? Okay, well, it all started when I realized the amazing potential of a very, very powerful substance. One of the most powerful substances known to man, made by man, actually. And so, basically, what is this substance? Well, before I tell you what this substance is, I'm going to tell you all the benefits about it. And the cool thing about this substance is it is the pinnacle of the natty or not debate, because this substance contains exogenous hormones, yet this substance is produced naturally, and there's evidence to suggest that cavemen actually ingested this substance. Okay, so You guys thought that I was done with the whole natty or not debate. No. That's actually the reason why I made that video, because this was coming up. So more plates, more dates. Greg Doucette, I challenge you to formulate an opinion about this substance, which I will get to in a minute. So guys, make sure to go hit up those people, tell them to make this video, because I'm very excited to see what people think. So before I tell you what the substance is, and we're gonna try and keep it family friendly for YouTube, so we might use some euphemisms here, right? If you don't know what we're talking about, go to the comments below. I'll probably reveal exactly what it is. But let's go over some of the benefits. So, Nikolai, how about, first of all, is this substance natty or not, do you think?
I would have to say that this substance is probably the most natural thing you could probably, ingest as far as, anything. I mean, supplements, this is something completely more organic and healthy.
I love it. Cool. So even though it contains exogenous hormones, yeah, I would probably agree. I would say that it's natural. But again, I think that natural or not, it's a spectrum. So I'm excited to see what you guys think. So yeah, let us know, what are a couple awesome things that this magical divine substance contains?
It contains oxytocin, which is the love hormone. It also has testosterone, which is pretty much the anabolic hormone that you need to build muscle. So, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that as far as muscle growth and things like that, hormones that your body needs.
Yeah, it also has like follicle stimulating hormone, a bunch of hormones. I mean, look it up. Really, just look up this substance and see all the amazing stuff they can.
Definitely not gonna find any of this kind of stuff at Vitamin Shop or GNC.
Exactly, and it's completely legal, by the way.
Yeah, it's insane.
I sure hope.
Is it just me, or is this guy trying to show off his cock bulge in this as well? Is anyone else's eyes drawn to the cock? Okay. I mean, this is just dreadful, isn't it? This is totally dreadful stuff. Totally despicable, sickening content. Oh, I'll save that for later. Oh, get it, 'cause I'm gay. Oh, is that what you want, guys? Oh, yeah, I'm going to look at that later because it's gay. And I love gay shit.
We haven't spoken that much in recent years just because he's changed so much, And last I spoke to him, as you guys all know, you guys see his behavior online. It's not how Connor used to be. It's not the Connor that I once knew. And obviously we know he's been experimenting with so many different types of drugs and experiments on himself. And I believe that it took over his mind and changed him from the person we all once knew. And it's sad because 32 years old, that's a kid. He had so much more life to live, so much more to give to people in life. But he let, his demons take over him.
So you sent me his old videos. Where can I find examples of his newest content? 'Cause I want to see what level of fucking schizophrenic crash out this guy was having if just days after that occurred, he's going and, throwing himself into a river.
Experimenting with drugs that changed him from the person we all once knew. And think about it. His parents have to bury him. You never want to see parents bury their son. And it didn't have to be this way. The fitness industry promotes so much drug use. Even more now than it ever did before. They have a drug for literally every function of the body, and they promote this to people. And haven't we seen enough people in this industry die? My friends die. I'm tired of making these videos saying one of my friends died. And they were all similar situations. Again, this is a lesson for all of us, and, a hard lesson. 32 years old, Connor Murphy is dead. And I wish, his friends, his family, I wish them the best because I know this can't be easy. So I'm sorry because this video is hard for me to make. But I want to, wish Connor a better life, wherever he is, and wish the best to his family, to his loved ones, to his friends. And Connor, 32 years old, rest in peace, my brother.
Okay, I feel kind of bad. I like Johnny Bravo. So I won't, I'm biased. I got to be honest. But This is laughable, isn't it? I guess if you know the guy, it's different. But to me, I'm just like, yeah, this guy sounds like a total fucking nut job. Anyway, let's look at his last video and laugh. Let's laugh at him.
I'm just trying to remind myself because I'm really high. Oh, it's getting weird. Oh.
So apparently this was Conor Murphy's last video before passing away just yesterday, according to Thailand police. Apparently he was having an episode and the civilians called the police.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that's what I want. 10 seconds of the nutter and you talking. Bro, show me the video. I want to watch the video. Oh, you sent the actual video. Thank you, thank you. No, wait, where? Oh, here we go. Perfect. Perfect. Just what the doctor ordered. Thank you. Okay, I guess it's not very long anyway, right? But let's see. Oh my god, what a palaver. Hang on. I got it. I got it, guys. I got it. Here we go. I need to make sure I play it with the right thing. Open with... Ooh, there we go. Okay, this should work now. This should work. Is he on steroids? I don't know what he's on. It's loading. It's loading.
I'm just trying to remind myself because...
Oh, it's only a minute.
I'm really high. Oh, it's getting weird. Oh. I feel like I'm dying every second.
Dude. You're telling me this isn't supposed to be funny? Dude, this guy was posting these videos and then went and drowned himself to death in a river. This is fucking hilarious, dude. Look at this guy. I want more. I need more of this guy crashing out like this. Did he not stream? Where's his streams? He is bloody on one. He's having a great time. Look at him. The closest you'll get to me like this is that one time when I saw my mate in London and did a bit of ketamine and started posting in Discord like crazy. That's the closest I would get. But I would not take drugs and do video content. That's mental. You just look like an absolute prat. You just look like a total prat. So no, I will not ever do anything like this, ever. You're lucky if I drink on stream.
So I'm just making this video so I can like watch it and remind myself, fuck, pinch myself, am I dreaming? Is it real? Okay. Just filming this for me. Okay. It's the camera roll. Don't post this one. Okay.
What's wrong with his face?
Connor, reminder, don't post this one.
What's wrong with his face there? His face is all fucked up, isn't it? Like, he's got this kind of like, what's going on there? Dude, Chleepy looks like this without any gear. So what does that say? What does that say about old Chleeps? Okay. Oh, apparently he came back as well. Well, let's take a look at his comeback 4 months ago. I bet this guy feels bad now. Now he's dead.
Conor Murphy is the internet's biggest fitness influencer left turn.
Crazy chapter. Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Should not have drank cum and had his shit blown wide open. Would have stayed alive. Johnny Bro morning, this prolapse schizo is making me think he is one of them. The F slurs. And he also takes a schlong up his ass.
Okay, dude. Thank you for 333. I disavow the anti-Johnny Bravo comments, but nonetheless, thank you.
And there's a reason why I'm saying goodbye to you all exclusively.
If you don't know who he is, let me give you a brief background because we have covered him on this channel extensively. Get ready for the slop unload. And call me Mr. Milkman for the whole Conor Murphy situation at its entirety.
Mama!
Let me put in a quick zapperoni for this one.
Nice.
I gotta love a good Zyn. Did you know that nicotine is one of the most...
Oh, this guy's like a fitness influencer, YouTuber kind of guy. I mean...
impactful nootropics you can take. Don't get addicted to it though, because that shit will ruin your life. Real talk, it'll shrink your actual...
Honestly, some YouTuber comes up on the screen. And you guys just call them a pedophile. What's that about? Dude, I know of this guy, but I don't think his content is like a problem. I think he just like normal videos about fitness affairs, and you guys are just freaking out instantaneously. Just relax a bit. Just let him say what's going on.
Wiener, all right? Don't do it.
Do not use...
Conor Murphy blew up in 2010 era of fitness, which if you were around back then, I wasn't, unfortunately, but it was a pretty crazy time. Lots of people blowing up for honestly pretty cool things. I think, to be fair, the fitness industry like circa 2019, 2018 was pretty cool in terms of what was actually happening, the people that were out there producing content, and it honestly makes me very reminiscent, but at the ripe age of... Jesus, I'm going to be 29 years. Let me level with you guys, all right? 1-1, all right? Mano y mano. I'm going to be 29 this year. It's coming up, like a couple weeks type of shit. By the time this video comes out, it may even be that time. And it's devastating to me, and I don't know what to do with myself. And
Bro, what? Dude, what is this How is it 29 unk? That's ridiculous, bro. Chud, you wear your hat backwards and get loads of tattoos, you'll be ginger twins. Yeah, I look just like this guy. Absolutely. I'll stick a vest on too.
I don't know how one comes at peace with aging. I certainly haven't. If you have any tips, love to hear them. But man, that is diabolical to say. All right, anyways. His viral content strategy was basically walking around without a shirt on and revealing his abs to women. And basically those videos would pull millions of views and turn him into an extremely recognizable...
Honestly, I fucking hate women like this. Women like this deserve to be fully raped, okay? The kind of women that literally just go goggly-eyed because a guy's gone to the gym a couple of times, right? They are prime rape meat because they are taken in by this, right? Some juicer up to his fucking gills on anabolic steroids, right? Yeah, obviously he's going to be muscly. He's pumped to the gills with anabolic steroids. You're putting yourself in harm's way by being into this guy. You're going to get raped or battered or both, dude. Oh, fuck off, bro. Fat guy cope. Fat guy cope. Fat slob cope. He is on steroids. This is the kind of body that you get when you're on fucking steroids, dude. Okay? Fair play to natty guys. This guy's on fucking steroids, man.
Fitness YouTuber. A lot of people said that he was using steroids because his physique was pretty fucking insane. The AC-130s are literally pounding the ground with rounds right now.
Ah! Oh my god! USA! USA!
I live next to Hurlburt Field in Florida. If you don't know Hurlburt Field, Hurlburt, it's the base. It's the Air Force Special Operations Base, and they do some wicked stuff. I'm side railing a lot here, guys. It's late at night. I gotta zap in. We're cooking. Anyways, a lot of people claimed he was on steroids. His physique was exceptional. At the time, he had really round delts, like really profound delts, great abs, great physique in general, top 1% kind of guy. But he...
Start the gym arc. Yeah, I'm going to start juicing soon.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Never mind, Chud. Just jostle your coin bag at them. You'll in them back.
Thank you for the 333. Can I pay someone to work out on my behalf? Is that something I could do? I think that would be a really good invention. If you could pay someone to go to the gym for you and their work somehow affects your body, I think that would be quality. That's the kind of thing I want to be seeing.
He completely refused having ever used any kind of pharmacology.
Korean surgeon.
Enough, he stopped getting jacked. And this was right around the time that his hairline started to fade away pretty quickly. And a lot of this was quoted to be because his hairline started to go back. He stopped taking steroids. Whatever we're saying.
Spike, is he all right?
And so quickly, he had this turn of being a fitness influencer to going for this path of enlightenment, literally. Talking about hallucinogens, changing his life, spiritual awakenings, month-long fasts where he lost so much weight he looked...
Dude! He looks like fucking he belongs to Auschwitz, bro. What the fuck, bro? That is mental.
looked ill, making videos talking about the shadow realm. He shadow realming himself for YouTube TOS reasons. I can't actually say the word, but terrible stuff. Then he started saying that a lot of the crazy videos of him ranting about things that
Why would you take drugs to improve the efficacy of your workouts when you could take drugs to preserve your hairline and wear a hat all day? Dude, it's just easier. It's just easier just to put a hat on. Rather than you have to see the absolute ravaging that aging is doing to my hairline right now.
that were honestly hard to even believe were performative. They were basically him showing that he can act, and that all of this was misunderstood. But then we get around the darker corners of his past, which was not too long ago, where he moved to Thailand to hang out with Dr. Tony Huge, Leo and Longevity, and many more influencers out there. And believe it or not, this...
Okay, you're looking better without the hat, bud. From Ban Disagreeer Logic. What the fuck, dude? Who are you that I've banned? Dude, I do not ban people for disagreeing with me. I barely use the fucking moderation tool
But how do
anymore.
I make money off depressed people?
We all know the real reason he drowned. It was not schizophrenia. It was water flowing uncontrollably into his prolapse anus, blowing him up from inside, making him sink to the bottom.
Okay. Dude, what the fuck, man? Thank you. Thank you for the 333. Thank you. Thank you. That was great. That was great. That was great.
This was around the time that I was living in Thailand. Local
Reset
reports
the kick
from
spot.
Thailand
Okay, sure.
News described Connor
Fuck
Murphy being detained in Pattaya after an alleged domestic incident involving a golf club.
Wait, what the fuck was that?
Local reports from Thailand News described Connor Murphy
Chud will
being
pay Tyrone and Jamal to work out in his basement for him.
Very funny. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So you're telling me some roided out hulking beast, okay, started smashing his missus's face in with a golf club, and I'm supposed to care when she should have known better when she saw those pristine abs to know that he was absolutely geared out of his fucking eyeballs.
Sadly, that's
Don't think so. Don't think I'll be doing that. Thank you, Icy, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Icy, for the 5 gifted. And Bad Enjoyer Logic, thank you for the 333. Thank you, thank you. And it's got some kicks as well. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. You guys are so generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a great start to the streaming week. Fantastic stuff. Chud doesn't need steroids. The mold will make him stronger. Okay, dude.
being detained in Pattaya after an alleged domestic...
Good. Sounds like a woman is getting a hard lesson in what it's like to date a guy that does steroids. Perfect. Exactly what I want to be seeing. Maybe next time she'll pick a fatty and then she'll be safe.
A golf club. He actually made videos about this incident where blood was all over the walls. He himself got injured because the woman tried to defend herself and
Dude. Oh, I'm going to date a roided out, totally insane schizo freak. I wonder what's going to happen to me. Oh, I'm getting battered in the head with a golf club. Oh, dear.
He stabbed him, and you see...
Oh, dude. Date the swole, pay the toll. That is a banger. That's actually great. I love that. Date the swole, pay the toll. Yes. Yes. Great stuff.
Scar basically in all of his posts currently, but then he claimed that this was all for content, and this was also suspiciously around the time that Leo and Longevity also shadow realmed himself, which is very suspicious because it doesn't actually seem, according to all reports, that he did that. In fact, it seems that Leo was potentially murdered. There's a lot of allegations online kind of pointing to this. Of course, everything in this video is in my opinion and not factual whatsoever. All right. The point is, whatever you know about Connor, he is a crazy individual. His whole internet persona has changed from an embodiment of what the male physique should be to someone who embellishes in chaos, who has almost no stability, and it changes himself rapidly due to really any internet trend that he can ride on. And of course, modern day and age, to catch relevancy, he's hooked on to the looks maxing thing. But this version of looks maxing...
Oh, yeah, dude. What is that thing?
To catch relevancy, he's hooked on to...
Tutorial to get a sharper jawline. Right. Oh, I don't really cover curricular stuff because it's all very phony to me. All the shilling of it and stuff. But Clavicular has already started his arc into fucking himself up, hasn't he? He's like fucked all his face up already. Willie Mack did a video. Is that a serious comment? Is that an actual serious for real comment? I think I'm going to watch a fucking Willie Mack video. Fuck off, dude. Those days have long gone. I tried to watch him talk about the Lego brick stuff, the Reddit brick shit. It was dog shit. But yeah, man, that's wild. What's that from? Hammers?
To the looks maxing thing. But this version of looks maxing, I don't even know where to begin on how to describe what he has done here. His chin has become glorious.
He thinks he cooked. Bro thinks he cooked. With his absolutely absurd looking face. Ugh. Now this is, what's it called? I'd rather get Clockwork Orange into watching every woman I care about get brutally raped by hens for 23 hours a day for the rest of my life than watch 1 hour of Willie Mack. Very funny. This to me is very indicative of the mental illness side of this. Where what's it called? Where your perception of your personhood is not what you actually look like. You know? What's it called? Dysmorphia, body dysmorphia, or whatever it is. Yeah, exactly. So he thinks he looks good here because he looks in the mirror, but he sees something that we don't. And then there's another surgery, and another surgery, and another surgery. Whereas you look at this, and you think, God, you fucked your face up, man. You look like you're holding food in your cheeks or some shit. What the fuck's going on here? You look like you had 2 big bee stings in the side of your face. It's, you know, it's fucked. It's genuinely sad. You know, it's a bit like, you know, like some lolcow becomes a streamer or a content creator, and they should be in a mental institution, but they're not, and they can make YouTube videos, you know? You've got kind of that angle. This is the same sort of flavor where this person really should be getting psychiatric help, but actually they're just allowed to make content and they get cheered on by idiots.
So as you can see, his jaw has expanded in proportions that honestly don't even make sense. I don't even know what's happening here, to be honest with you. This isn't just bone smashing. This is something else.
Hello, my name is Mandibulus Zygomitis, and I was just out here on my patio thinking about how much I mug the ancient Roman. It's funny because they're usually considered quite aesthetic. That's why they make sculptures of them. But look at this. A recessed mandible, an insufficient gonial angle, a suboptimal facial height to width ratio. Absolutely mugged. So if there's any artist out there that would like to commission a sculpture of me, the most aesthetic, mugging sculpture of all time, hit me up in the DMs.
Somebody in the comments said in this video, "You're uncanny now. It's too much." I have to agree. I don't know what he's necessarily doing. This is kind of his new method to gaining infamy, is like making really estranged and odd videos that are hard to follow and just kind of hard to also look away from because they're so...
What the fuck, dude? Yeah, this guy's lost it, man. This guy's gone fucking insane. Is he trying to capitalize on the curricular, you know, blow up? Is that what he's trying to do? And he's dead now. This is 4 months ago. This is 4 months ago. Yeah, I think a lot of people probably were trying to capitalize on the fact that Clavicular was getting a lot of positive attention. He's just mentally ill.
Ranged and odd videos that are hard to follow and just kind of...
The name's Mandibulus Zygomitis. Maximilian Mandibulus Zygomitis. I'm 7'6" with my horn.
What were those eyes about?
Maximilian Mandibulus Zygomitis.
Fucking hell, man. This is wacky as fuck. What is going on, man?
Yes, I'm 7'6" with my horns and heel boosters, but you can call me Max for short. Because I'm a looks max. I don't optimize my looks. I max them out. Here's how I looks max to life max. After I arise from my inverted slumber, which maximizes orbital lymphatic drainage.
Yo, Whistle Eager Respecter! Thank you for the sub.
Morning set of facial hypertrophy and blood flow exercises. Then I migrate to my fridge to bone smash. This creates a pain-induced negative relationship with food for lean maxing. It hasn't grown my bones yet, but it does temporarily inflame my jaw tissues to provide me the acute illusion of bigger bones worth every smash. Then I meditate in affirmation max. The more I love myself, the lower my cortisol, the fewer my wrinkles, and the more I can love myself. I am visually arousing. Then I perform my daily cardio routine, Wim Hof breathing while pacing the local hospital corridors. This allows me to maintain chronic laryngitis for voice maxing. Then I credit max, responsibly of course. No more than 85% of my income shall be spent on looks maxing. Today I maxed out my Amex for my upcoming triple jaw overlap surgery for...
So, is he trying to like play on the looks maxing thing, but then he's actually doing the looks maxing? Because the point of a video like this is you are ironically looks maxing some absurd thing, but then he is doing the looks maxing thing himself. What have we come back to? We're learning how to looks max. I'm going to start looks maxing.
Of its kind, modeled after Neanderthal skulls and the crimson chin, I will have more bones in my face than any man in human history. I shall finally ascend from Chad to true Adam. Too extreme for you, huh? Well, I'm a looks maxer, not a looks balancer. I get it, I look like something Lance Armstrong would sit on, except I also look like I have nuts in my mouth. That was a cancer.
He referenced it.
As you can see, I'm neurodivergent. Accordingly, I couldn't care less about women. I just want to mog men. That's right, this head is exclusively dedicated to other men. Mog is verbified shorthand for AMOG, an acronym for alpha male of the group. That's me. Everyone else from subhuman to Chad Light is comparatively a beta. There's no better feeling than the feeling of dominance.
Wait, where am I? Where am I? Where am I on the list?
Alpha
Where
male
am I?
of the group. That's me. Everyone else from subhuman to Chad Light is
I'm around here somewhere, right? Yeah? Sub 3, what? I'll take sub 5. Sub 5 is fair. Sub 5 is fair. Sub 3 is offensive. Look, this guy's like, we've got fucking shit on him.
comparatively a beta. There's no better feeling than the feeling of dominance, of being on top, and other men are on the bottom. It makes me feel humiliation. Humility. Because I didn't always brutally mog. As you can see by my transformation, I have ascended from a subhuman version.
Oh my god, dude, this is what it used to look like. It all makes sense. Ugly duckling syndrome. And then wants to fucking go crazy with it.
To Chad, with a human body count that is indeed a positive integer, solely thanks to my revolutionary looks maxing routine. You may be wondering, was this transformation natural? Of course not. It would have been impossible without my performance-enhancing drug protocol. Each compound is exclusively administered indirectly with my BBE, Big Black Enema, for a smoother, more stable pharmacokinetic curve. I used to be a drug addict. Now I responsibly limit each substance to only once per week. Meth Mondays to suppress my appetite and stimulate my metabolism for lean maxing. Cocaine Tuesdays to induce vasoconstriction that attenuates facial redness.
What's happening? This guy died yesterday. This guy died. He died. And so we're finding out what he's been up to these last few months. And it's pretty fucking insane, to be honest with you.
and a puffiness. Heroin
Okay,
Wednesdays
that's
for
wonderful. But
stress.
how do I make money off depressed people?
Imagine going to the lake and filling the bottle with water. As water flows inside, the bottle sinks to the bottom. This is what happened to him after the lake water flowed into his anus. The last thing police heard was a plunk sound of him sinking.
Okay, dude. Okay. Thank you for the 420. I'll let you make your own mind up on that particular claim, ladies and gentlemen. But there we go.
Reduction. The lower my cortisol, the slower my face ages. PCP Thursdays in order to maximally channel my inner alphaness and mogging abilities. Fentanyl Fridays
Okay, that's
to increase
wonderful.
delta
But how do I make
sleep and
money
expedite
off
the
depressed people?
recovery
Chud,
process.
stop showing me this sissification video. I'm already Chinese.
Okay, thank you for the 420. Thank you. Yeah, this whole bit is supposed to be ironic, but it's not because he's actually doing it. Maybe, I don't know, man. I think it's just, I don't think it's that deep. I think he's just on a fucking drug-fueled bender and thought it would be funny to do an ironic bit about looks maxing. And it's through the lens of pure, you know, drug abuse.
This is from bone smashing. MDMA Saturdays for an acute increase in my pupil to sclera ratio. And ketamine Sundays to help me dissociate from my body.
Don't mind if I do.
Dysmorphia. That's right. I just don't looks max. I looks max. In order to become the top looks maxer, I have ascended psychologically into the realm of self-awareness. I'm secure with my insecurities, so I can mentally mock. Because let's be honest, looks maxers are at least a couple different spectrums. You can't become an elite looks maxer without embracing your inner homosexuality. How else are you supposed to meticulously examine other men's faces and rate their attractiveness with pinpoint?
Did we finish the Johnny Bravo video?
I just don't out-alpha other men. I alpha-batize other men along with their face rating. There's only one man that I've scored a perfect 10 out of 10, and I'm conflicted whether I want his face or whether I want to use his face. No, it's not Sean O'Prine, it's not David Gandhi, it's not Ermin Drago. It's a 22-year-old male mortal by the name of Gregory Douchet. A powerful mandibular body, ideal gonial angle, rock solid ramus, deep set eyes, slightly positive canthal tilt, strong orbital rims with complementary zygomatic support, proportional facial thurs, and macula.
Is this all real? Is this the real shit they say? Because I know about the looks maxing stuff and the main kind of like bone smashing memes and shit. But I know they've got all this like facial structure analysis and shit like that. And it's like, I don't know, man. It's just like, I think you're thinking about this a bit too deeply, to be honest. I think you're putting a bit too much thought into this. I don't think it's that serious, you know?
Hairline, supple lips, lean and muscular. Naturally. If Fibonacci was around today, this is the archetype he would study. See, for us mortals, this look just isn't attainable naturally. For any chance of ascension, we must embrace unnatural protocols. Many looks maxers understand this. They get invasive and dangerous surgeries. They pharmaceutically manipulate their hormones to supraphysiological levels. They wear insoles.
Oh, these are all the peptides. So what do these do then? Are they supposed to like just make you better or so? I don't know what they. Rita, MT2, BP. Okay, I don't fucking know, dude. They turn you into a lizard. Yeah, I'm taking notes for future reference for my peptide arc that I'm about to start. They give you superpowers. It's just like when you tell the disabled kid at school that the local nuclear waste accident that's happened. If you go down there and wade into the puddle that's glowing, you'll get superpowers. And then they just get acute radiation sickness and the skin falls off of their flesh. You guys did that, right? The school? You guys did that too? That's just a normal part of being at school, right?
Pharmaceutically manipulate their hormones to supraphysiological levels. They wear insoles to increase their apparent height. They dye their eyebrows. They use concealer under their eyes. They even wear shoulder pads to accentuate their apparent biochromial width. But it seems like am the only one secure enough to wear lipstick. Now, I understand I was once afraid to be gay. To feel sufficiently straight, I started off by kissing a female mannequin to acquire my lipstick. But now I'm confident enough to slather it all over my lips straight from the shaft. All it takes is one progressively more gay feat.
Wait, now this guy's talking about shafts. Hang on a minute. Why is he going on about a shaft, dude? What the fuck's going on?
I call it incremental homo expansion.
Oh, I see. He's doing a bit, okay.
Saved my life. I almost committed to limb lengthening surgery until I was finally comfortable enough with my sexuality to wear high heels. I used to be a coward. Now, love of Milana 10 too. I'm that mogger. How do I know I'm a mogger? Very simple. The halo effect. Because my face is sculpted like a Greek god statue, people assume I'm an angel. They only infer benevolent intentions, and I can get away with anything. So to reinforce that
Oh, dude, you couldn't get away from running for the police, could you? You drowned in a little river. Dude, I love the hubris and the smugness here. And now, he's some bloated corpse on a Thai fucking morgue slab. Yes, unlucky, dude. Unlucky, bro. Why did that work out for you, buddy?
A mogger. Every day, I accomplish at least one socially unacceptable feat without facing any repercussions. Chad does what Chad wants, besides murder. Not that I couldn't fatally mog someone and get away with it, but because last time I almost had my nose broken. Not worth risking such an invaluable facial aesthetic. And of course, every day I coach other looks-maxing coaches to aid in the ascension of thousands of their subhuman clients. Essentially, I'm giving back by saving the world not just from their hideous looks, but from their mental health afflictions. See, even when I was a high-tier normie, I was still incredibly mentally unstable. Still mildly mentally unstable. But undoubtedly, I would become fully self-actualized when I maxed to true Adam status. I can say with certainty that when it comes to your happiness, your fulfillment, your mental health, only looks maxing matters. But elite looks maxing is about more than your feeble little mind could ever comprehend. So for your enlightenment, I'm feeling kind enough to allow you access to one of my most mogger exclusive authentic coaching calls for Looks Maxer coaches. I always start off with a face reveal for a dramatic contrast effect, and drop this silly mandibulious character and actually present my true, authentic self.
What's smashing you, father moggers? Estrogenic has digitally spawned. Who's ready to mog?
Wow, I'm sure that was another funny joke. Putting a wig on and pretending to be a woman. So is this, apparently this was his first video back after a little while. Oh, wait, there's another video. Oh, I see. So we did a video a year ago. Yeah, I see. Got it. But this was the most recent, well, that was a fairly recent one, and then there was this one too.
I'm absorbing the spirit of Elon.
Thank you, Elon, for your sacrifice.
Elon, I will become the most famous guitar player in the world. Just for you.
Whoa!
You motherfuckers haven't. You motherfuckers have an unhealthy relationship with death.
Whoa! He just did some drugs. He just literally did some fucking drugs, bro. Look at that final image as well. Fucking hell, man. Crazy stuff, eh? God, this guy's literally fucking mental. I can't believe Johnny Barber's like, and my good friend, tragically. And then this is the kind of shit he was putting out. Chud with a sub 5 cope. Oh. Well, listen, you may think I'm a sub 5, but it doesn't matter. Because I'm still fucking alive for house maxing. And this guy's in a fucking pump, you know, they're having to literally push the water out of his lungs because of the amount of fucking anal water cavity that went in. Okay, anyway, come on. Let's finish this, and I want to do the JIDEON stuff today too.
Hard to also look away from because they're so weird.
An important word of concern regarding bone smashing, or boning, as I like to call it for brevity. You're probably aware of the discoloration in my right infraorbital region. That was indeed...
Do not let Pyrocynical find his bloated corpse. What the fuck did that come from, dude? How'd you... Oh my god, man.
The result of a miscalibrated boning session. See, the infraorbital region is highly vascularized, and vigorous boning can rupture the capillaries, so ideally, cautiously bone along the lower ridge of the zygoma instead. Unless, of course, you're bruise maxing to signal your proclivity for hand-to-hand combat. But remember, boning does come with risks, so please practice safe boning.
Yeah, this bone smashing stuff is honestly getting wildly out of hand at this point. Look, I'll just give it to you straight, guys. What these people are doing is essentially creating scar tissue and trying to maturate bone to give themselves better, basically facial features, sharper facial features. But again, this isn't necessarily a good idea or even going to work for most people.
Oh my god, dude. I think we all know what the first problem is, don't we? If we're honest. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the genes. Doesn't have the genes.
And not something that I would ever suggest for looks maxing. And I have done some pretty extreme things for looks maxing in terms of like actually just taking care of myself. Like, I don't know, women have been doing this for years now, and men are just catching on, except they have to, of course, redefine it and call it looks maxing and, you know, all this other shit. But this is bizarre, right? Like, and what's crazy about videos like this is that it's so detached from actually being helpful, yet people are still going to believe it and think he's onto something. He has something that I don't. Why would he be talking about this in almost every video? He knows it. He has done it. It must work. And then they're going to smash the shit out of their face, bruise the hell out of their skin, cause scarring underneath their skin.
Does this guy genuinely think he looks good? Or is this like a cautionary tale? I don't understand. Is he actually saying, look, I absolutely fucked up. Oh my god, dude. Look what just came up on my timeline. Look what just popped up. You guys are going to get a right laugh out of this. What the fuck? It's that House of the Crime person. They literally like Buffalo Bill. What are they doing? This is this is like a lefty comic artist. And they posted a face reveal ages ago, and obviously everyone brutally and cruelly mocked them for being an ugly transoid. And obviously all the lefties told them how beautiful they were. But they just, you know, obviously look like... Whoa! 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 What was that? Oh, it's the same thing. Why are you linking it again? Look at this. Okay. Here's me and the creature. Well, What am I supposed to? What am I supposed to think of this? What am I supposed to say about this, dude? Are you telling me that this dog is getting treated like many white women treat their dogs? Are we talking Red Rocket situation? You're taking the piss now, man. Oh my god, man, you cannot be serious, dude. That is outrageous. That is fucking outrageous. Hey guys, check out my new bra. They just got a massive cock bulge. Oh my god, man. That is fucking ridiculous, dude. Hey guys, check out my new bra. Okay, very funny, very funny. Anyway, just funny that happened to crop up as we're talking about looks maxing. Okay. Too big to talk, you say. Too big to talk, okay.
Skin. And guess what? Scarring underneath that inflammation, that is not good when you age. Over time, the oxidative stress, the actual inflammation will cause skin to age more, and momentarily that swollen look and those inflamed parts that you're bone smashing may look better. They may structurally appear better.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Desk thumb.
I don't know what that means. Thank you for the 333.
Short term, and it's certainly not going to be something that when you get to be 50 years old is going to look as appealing. Now, my personal opinion is what he has done outside of probably hypertrophying his jaw muscles is very likely gotten some filler put in there. Fillers are a really great tool for a lot of things. I genuinely believe so. A lot of people think it's the devil's sauce or whatever. I actually think it's a pretty good option for people if you're trying to get rid of fine lines and, you know, other things like that. Is there some risks involved? Of course, this is kind of with every procedure that you'd ever do, though, and you have to be careful with who you go to and whatever, you know, talk to your doctor or whatever, right? But I believe that what he is doing is just pounding some filler in there to...
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Why is Ed Sheeran's heroin addicted brother talking about looking attractive? Very good. They don't even need big dicks, but every T-girl is packing serious heat. Meanwhile, I'm stressing about if I even have enough reach to get past JIDEON's chocolate cheeks. Come on, man. Come on, that's outrageous. Oh, thank you for the kick. I just saw a kick come through. Thank you, thank you. Listen, JIDEON's cheeks are next. We're going to tackle JIDEON's cheeks after this.
Expand his jaw, making it look more like... What's that guy from Fairly Odd Parents?
I say nay!
Crimson Chin. He's making himself look like the Crimson Chin with filler. Of course, filler is slightly permanent. It's temporary. It's semi-permanent. It sticks around for about 13 to 15 months, depending on how you metabolize things. So it's not a permanent thing. And very likely he could be doing this for the clicks because clicks make money. They really do. They really, really do. You guys have no idea. And so that little bit of infamy that he's clinging on to is orchestrated basically in his mind by, okay, I'm going to make a short-term sacrifice to make my jaw look absolutely gargantuan and literally become the Crimson Chin to then get clicks online, rage bait a little bit, you know what I mean? We're just gonna rage bait this shit and make some change, make some money. And to be real, like I think a lot of this content is constructed around, you know, just clouding up the past, forgetting about what had happened just a short few years ago at this point with Leo and longevity, whatever that really was. I don't know, you know, there's a lot of evidence that stacks up in the ill favor of Conor, but the moral of the story is this shit's weird. And I gotta give it to him, like it's working. His videos are getting clicks like crazy. He's got a crazy jawline. And
well, I mean, the thing is, the reason he's going to get clicks is exactly because of the, you know, the, what do you call it? The claviculars and whatnot, you know? Dude, why are you atting me with this? Right, fuck. Stop wasting my time!
think he's really starting to been working on himself. When we compare him to when he was doing fasting and getting really crazy online, talking about hallucinogens and spiritual finding himself or whatever, he looks a lot healthier. So I'll give it to him there. I'm glad that a guy is able to put on some weight, probably eat some more food, do a little bit better with himself. I mean, it's content, you know what I mean? It's content. I personally don't think that anyone really, in at least the female category, would find this directly attractive. I don't think having this really pronounced jawline is going to effectively put you at a higher tier than other males in any instance. In fact, in some cases, it would very likely put you below a lot of other males, because essentially you've made your face so abnormal that you look at it, but it's not something where I'm like, wow, this guy really changed his face. He's really attractive now. He's just got a really big jaw. So let this video be a moment in time where I can say, please don't bone smash. Please don't do that. If you want to get attractive, you want to change the structure of your face, the best—
Guys, hot take. Don't smash your face in with a hammer. Crazy take, I know. I'm very bold. Very bold. But don't do that. That's bad. You shouldn't do that because it's bad. It doesn't actually help you.
Tip I can possibly give you, and probably the most real tip that I can probably give you, is to lose a lot of weight. Editor, throw
whoa,
up
yes,
from like
that's
2
me.
years ago, and you can see how round and bubbly my face was. I was 260 pounds. I was doing a shit ton of steroids. I was jacked for sure, and I was quite lean, but I was also on a shit ton of steroids. Inflamed.
Dude, he does it better here, no? Don't you think? Aren't there these like steroid spots and shit? I don't know how it works, but is that not what's going on?
And eating a copious amount of food. Like standard was about 1,000 grams of carbs a day, if not more. I had a really round face. Shrinking that face down, losing some weight, even lean mass, got me to look way, way, way better. And I think that's true for most people. If you do lose fat that is just really unnecessary for you as an individual, and what I mean by this is not emaciate yourself and turn into the technician,
the machinist
from that one movie with Christian Bale, but to get leaner in general at a healthy state, you know what I mean? Where you have abs, you have some striations in your muscle. Like when you get that lean, your face really does taper in and look
better
more
before.
attractive,
No, I don't think
conventionally
so.
speaking. I don't think you need to do 90% of the crazy shit that people are doing online. Of course, like I was talking about with filler, there's definitely some techniques out there that work pretty damn well.
Oh, dude, what? These guys are all mentally ill, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? They're actually, oh look, and this is the thing, isn't it? They do this thing where they credit some number to what they've got, and they think better number equals better look. And they just look like a totally deformed freak.
And are effective in improving and enhancing your aesthetics, but a lot of that work is done at home, in the kitchen, at the gym, and treating your body right, drinking enough water for God's sakes. But no one's going to tell you that.
I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that.
So, you know, we're here talking about Connor Murphy with his overly large jaw. That's what you guys have brought me to. So, thanks.
Well, there we go. Damn, that was fun. What a crazy little guy that fella is. What a crazy guy. Okay, guys. Guess what? We got some big, black, juicy ass cheeks to attend to. Because, unfortunately, JIDEON has given us an update. Okay? As a little palate cleanser, though. As a palate cleanser for the palate cleanser, let's just quickly throw this up. As a little tease for tomorrow's stream. Because, yes, I will be covering this tomorrow, obviously. I just want to try and spread the content out a bit so I don't, you know, do it all in one fell swoop. But Recklessben put this out.
1 month ago, I was wrongfully silenced.
I am no longer allowed to even mention this mystery company.
But today, I got my freedom of speech back.
I have my freedom of speech back, baby! I can say whatever I want. I can say bricks and minifigs sucks. I can say bricks and minifigs still hold people. And look, I just said it. I'm not in jail, which is sick. We got our First Amendment right back. Yeah! Episode 3 is live right now on Patreon, so check it out. If you don't want to subscribe to Patreon, then you can always just wait until it's on YouTube in a couple days, but it's live. And also you can check out episode 4 coming very soon.
Okay. What I'd love to hear him say is Bricks and Minifigs stole $200,000 of Lego from an old man. I'd love to hear him say that. That'd be great. We will see tomorrow. We will see tomorrow. Also, I found another channel as well, which absolutely infuriated me. Have you seen this? So there's this channel which just did normal content. Oh, I've ruined it now. He said normal Lego content. And then look what he did. He just pivoted to absolute fucking dog shit, more Pegasus style slop. Just pumping out the one single narrative about it. And absolutely blew the fuck up. More Legasus. That is quality. I like that. A YouTube... Oh, dude. I don't mind people pivoting their content. Whatever. Good luck to you. It's more so the sheer dishonesty these videos will undoubtedly be stuffed full of. Dude, look. Look, he even tried to do it without the thumbnail. It didn't work, so he went back to the more Pegasus thumbnail, dude. Right, look at this. Look! Even fucking... Oh my god, dude. Even trying to shield the stupid bitch as well. Can't stand it, man. Can't stand it. But yes, guys. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, here's another YouTube channel you'll hate.
Welcome to today's BBC coverage of the 2030 World Cup quarter-final match between England and Scotland. As a proud Englishman since moving here 2 weeks ago, I cannot tell you how excited I am to see this match. There you see the Scotsman now. Dare I say that William Wallace himself could not have picked a better team to represent.
What the fuck, man? This is just racism. This is AI racism.
Scotland. Both teams have opted to skip the traditional national anthem ceremony tonight, as no player on either side knew the words to the song. A big rule change this World Cup is that the manager...
Come on, man. Sir Nick Gurr, you've got to try and actually put some effort in to your lowbrow racist slop.
Now has to be from the team country, just like the players. It's about time. Having a Dutch-born manager in charge of England was making a mockery of the sport. Adebayo with the ball now. Good to see him back doing what he loves after that bit of bother last month when he was found guilty of stabbing 20 people in Ipswich. Luckily for him, the judge suspended his deportation order because he kicked the ball into the net. Very good. Easily, goal for England. A great debut for a player who just joined the England team last week when he realized he qualified for English citizenship due to a 3-day holiday in the Cotswolds he went on as a 12-year-old. He makes history today as the first man with joint Nigerian, English, French, Italian, German, Scottish, Irish, Polish, Armenian citizenship to score for England. But wait, it appears both teams have drawn their ceremonial knives that they are allowed to carry during matches for religious reasons, and they are now attempting to stab each other. Pandemonium has broken out on the pitch. No red cards from the referee yet, as it's against the rules to card a black player due to racism.
React harder. Sorry, what exactly am I supposed to react to here? It's an absolutely dogshit, racist AI slop video. What is there to even say, bro? It's fucking ridiculous. That's Anglo Pigeon's fault. Is that all this channel does? Dude, this is dreadful, man. Anyway, listen, we can get plenty of racism in with this JIDEON segment, okay? Don't worry about it. Let's start off with the Moist Critical video. Moist Critical did a video about this. The Normie King has weighed in. Let's see what he had to say about it.
I just watched the JIDEON arrest and body cam footage. Zoinks. Oof. Like eating a Burger King meal, that was not good at all. And it's really surprising.
Zoinks. Shitty poo poo butthole, farty farty poo poos. I'm Julian's big black ass.
When I first heard that JIDEON got arrested and that there was body cam footage of it, I just assumed that it was going to be over something wacky, weird, or maybe something trivial, because JIDEON like works collaboratively with law enforcement from what I've seen. So
obviously we watched the other day the Himbleton video, which is very well put together. But it's just funny, isn't it? How, dude, this is the problem with all of these kind of YouTubers, is they just have this default position of, well, he works with police, we can't be all bad, when all of his videos are shit.
Surely, if anyone knew about like lawful activity and shit, it would probably be him. So I thought maybe like,
what? Dude, I'm glad everyone learned from Mama Max. I'm glad we all learned from Mama Max. Great stuff.
Some kind of misunderstanding, or, you know, something going just tits up out of nowhere, but ultimately it'd be easy to see where he was coming from and be on his side about it. But after watching the footage, that's just not the case at all. I like JIDEON. I've said this quite a bit. He's a reformed prankster, and hallelujah for that, because that is extraordinarily...
No, he's not a reformed prankster. These people... Isn't it not funny how the likes of Vitaly and JIDEON all of a sudden are doing Predator Catch videos? It's because they recognize that they could do the same prank shit with pedos and everyone would support them.
Rare. Typically, when someone experiences success like JIDEON, who blew up online because of pranks, they stick with that forever.
YouTubers and streamers will be first on the trains. Yeah, true. Too true, I agree with that. Except for the likes of me, right? I'm not included in that, am I? Right? I'm not going to be included in that, surely. Right?
But in JIDEON's case, at the height of his popularity, he decided to walk the path of God. He found his faith again, and over time decided to make a drastic change and stopped doing that content, which I think is extremely admirable and something that you just do not see happen. It doesn't happen, period. And now these days, his content focuses on having predators arrested. So he's worked to catch a lot of really...
Oh, by the way, another thing that's worth noting about he works with police or whatever, which we know is bullshit. We know he's full of shit on that. Bear in mind that if you want to put your videos onto YouTube, the rules are you have to contact the police. You have to involve the police. It's one of the rules that YouTube has for predator catching content. So it's not out of the goodness of their fucking heart that they decide to involve the police. It's literally in the rules of YouTube. They have to have the content on there. So no, I don't buy it. Oh, well, no, he does it because he has to.
Really evil.
He does it because he has to, and all he does is complain about the police and complain about how bad they are constantly.
Bad people. And the vigilante predator catching community is something that's blown up online over the years, obviously, and in a lot of cases it's handled extremely poorly, where the predators don't get arrested. They instead just get milked. The content creator latches on to their udders and starts fucking draining their balls of all the piss possible so they can monetize the shit out of it out the wazoo online without any care for doing it properly and getting them arrested. So they continue to still be a danger to children around them. In JIDEON's case, I really felt like, while yes, he is clearly making a lot of money off doing this, he is also handling it in a way where these predators do get arrested. So I know a lot of people...
He needs to watch Himbleton's video. This guy needs to watch Himbleton's fucking video. This is the problem with this predator catching shit, right? People just accept that they're doing good without even fucking looking at it, man. Oh my god, dude. Dude, literally. No one learned from Mama Max, clearly. No one learned a single thing from Mama Max. And it's the same fucking mentality again.
Criticize like the reason behind it, like are they actually doing it for justice and to try and protect anyone, or is it just for their own financial self-gain, which is a perspective I can totally understand. That is a very valid thing to be bringing up. I would argue, though, that the good outweighs the bad when it's handled properly and they actually get arrested. So in JIDEON's case, I would say that even
also, someone getting arrested. Okay, dude, I'm rejecting this as well. I'm rejecting this too. Just because they're arrested, that means fuck all, dude. Okay? Because someone could get arrested and the case can fall apart. Right? They need to be arrested, charged, and then prosecuted for the crime. And in so many cases, because of the stupid shit the predator catcher has done, the case crumbles apart. And then, like, the police get blamed for that. God, dude, all of this... I thought this was going to be me watching him going, oh, great, he's shitting on JIDEON. But he's just saying retarded shit about predator catchers.
The motive has been money, which I'm not entirely sure if that's why he's doing it. I do get a sense that he genuinely cares. The fact that many of the predators that he has investigated has led to actual jail time and arrest, taking them out of positions where they can continue to prey on children, is obviously a good thing to get them out of there. So, I do like JIDEON, but boy howdy, this arrest in body cam is a very bad look, unfortunately. And it's
also, I don't know how much of this is being misinformed, or maybe he genuinely thinks this, or how much of it is JIDEON's fans are mental. I need to preface this to make sure that people know I like him otherwise, and there's just this thing that I think is really bad. And if I don't do this, everyone's going to call me a massive pedo. Oh my god, dude. It's so wretched, man. This whole thing is so wretched. The whole affair is so wretched, dude.
Something that I do want to yap about now that I've become aware of it. Oh, they got him on Code Blue Cam. Famous YouTuber gets himself and all his crew arrested.
Just how far people are willing to go to film content.
I don't understand all this, dude. Something so stupid over some, like, YouTube views.
Oh, whoa.
Okay, well, I've already seen this loads. Well, actually, let's watch it, because he only reacts to a portion. Oh, no, he reacts to all of it. Okay, well, I've seen this twice now. I'm not going to watch through all of his reaction to it. Let's just get a little look at the snippets of his reaction after, in between.
Are tracking Joe down. They are sniffing him out, hunting him down, and they eventually, it all bubbles over in the Thunderdome.
I guarantee you also just went along with the Joe's terrible narrative too and didn't question that.
McDonald's, which elicits a big old question mark for me. I don't fucking get it. It just like items on the top shelf of my kitchen, I don't get it. Like, really, why chase him around? Why fucking follow him around the town here like it's some kind of tailing mission in Assassin's Creed? Like, getting a squatter out is something that I think everyone understands and can get behind. You know, that's a...
Oh my god. As I was fucking saying, bro. Well, the cause is good, but the means are bad. No, it's all fucking bad, dude. It's all the bollocks, the whole thing.
Big old pat on the ass moment, because squatters, for some reason, it becomes such a tricky landmine in the legal system where they end up having more tenant rights than you do as the homeowner. And it's so fucking convoluted. It's so messy. It is disgusting. So I think most people understand wanting to annoy squatters and do what you can.
The problem is I know that people want to just push the tenant bad narrative, right? I get that. Tenants can be bad, and I hate the way that there's a lot of kind of like, you know, mentality that doesn't take that into account. The thing is, though, and there could be problems that need to be tweaked and sorted, but one of the reasons that these rules exist is to stop landlords fucking over tenants, right? Because when you're renting, you are basically a raped entity, and your living situation is in the hands of a third party who, without adequate rules, could fuck you in various different ways. And whilst I'm not supporting, you know, everything about what Joe's doing, I don't fucking know one way or another. It's just the reality that, you know, sometimes landlords will try and fuck people over, and these rules have come into place as a product of that happening historically, you know? And we should have some level of protection for people so they don't end up in a situation where their living circumstances are pulled out, you know, from a rug underneath them. Yeah, landlords can, some landlords can be very ruthless, yes. And they will potentially kick people out in order to justify putting the rent up or some shit like that, you know? And they'll play games like that. So, you know, it's a multifaceted, complicated issue. It's not as simple as all landlords are bad or all tenants are bad. It's more nuanced than that, obviously. And these rules do exist for good cause, even if there's problems in individual cases, you know? So, I don't know. I think there needs to be a balance. There needs to be a balance. And I don't know what the right balance is, but I think that sometimes these complexities are there for the right reason. Woke power dynamics talk. How is it woke power dynamics talk? It's literally true. A landlord has significant power over you. As on a flat basis, a landlord has got absolute power over you. They have got, you know, the rights to the place that you fucking live. So the whole point of legislation is to rebalance that power in some way. I thought Job was an activist for landlords' rights. Come back to me when I'm a landlord, and then we'll talk again, okay? I'm sure I'll have a very different perspective then.
And on your own to take care of it, since the system doesn't like to actually do anything about it. So oftentimes it does end up with people taking matters into their own hands to try and solve the issue, which it seems like in the beginning that was the goal, but it's clearly morphed into something else, which is now just making a big spectacle out of it to farm as much money and as many YouTube views out of it as possible. And Joe is obviously no peach. He's a real piece of work. This guy, I'm only just now learning about him through these videos, but this guy doesn't really seem like a saint or anything. But even still, like, they were in the wrong chasing him around to, like, fucking McDonald's and shit and trying to send, like, army of children in there to, like, bypass getting trespass. Like, everything that you could do wrong was done wrong here.
Those shelters? None really close to here. But he said that his buddy was trying to find somewhere and trying to keep Joe out of the spot.
Okay, well, I don't need to listen to his full react to this, but I just want to hear like his takes. So let's have a look past this part. And then I think he talks about it again here. Here we go.
Rights that are impossible to fucking navigate for just a normal person. And the system does nothing to actually punish it. Now, here's Charlie post-game analysis here, because on stream, multiple people mentioned that you cannot change the locks on squatters, it's illegal. And then I thought it just was like a state-by-state thing, but it looks like, no, that is actually universally condemned and is illegal. It's called self-help eviction, which is also illegal here in Florida, which is fucking mind-boggling to me, but I won't even get into that right now. What I find very surprising, though, is that you, as the homeowner, can't change the locks on a squatter when one decides to infect it. But I have seen on numerous occasions with squatters, they go in and one of the first things they do is change the locks, which apparently squatters can do, but you as the homeowner can't, because then you can get arrested and face charges if you do. You also, at least in Florida, cannot move out their items when they're away. Again, items that are unlawfully in your residence, you can't do that. This is what I'm saying, man. When it comes to squatters, there is so much below.
I mean, the problem is he keeps referring to him as a squatter. The reality is he was a tenant, and even if they want him out, there's still some level of rights that he has whilst that process is going through. So I don't know if I call him a squatter. Squatter suggests he just posted up randomly one day and moved in, but that's not really what happened here. He was a tenant and then became a squatter, I guess, through the person asking him to leave, but that process was still playing out when that video was, that stream happened, you know? Well, no, the house was well looked after, because I think that, and also, in all of this as well, we haven't even heard Joe's side of the story. All of it is completely one-sided narrative, when we've got their side, which is that the mother's got power of attorney over the grandmother and wants him out of the house and has filed eviction notices. We don't fucking know what the deal is with that. But anyway, nonetheless, I'm sure it's all very, you know, anti-Joe. Oh, well, Joe's bad and Gideon normally does good, but this was a bad mistake on Gideon's part.
Like, just so much fucking horseradish around it that I am not surprised to see, like, people taking it into their own hands, like the Asian Andy thing. Like what this probably started as, trying to get a squatter out. Like, I understand that. It clearly devolved into something very different there that is pretty hard to justify or defend, but like the actual meat and potatoes of it is there is a problem with how protected squatters are, that you are very, very limited in what you can legally do to get them out. I remember not long ago, it was like a year ago, I went down this rabbit hole, I think it was on stream, maybe it wasn't, learning about this individual, this lady who went on a vacation. She took like a month vacation, and when she came back, she learned that there was a squatter in her residence. And she tried everything, exhausting all legal options. The police do not do anything about squatters. It is ruled a civil matter. The police literally can't do anything about it, even if there is a drive for them to. Like, if they really want to, they still can't. They legally cannot intervene.
Also, the other thing as well with, like, squatters, right? When does someone become a squatter with some sort of rights that they can then abuse? You know? Because if someone showed up to your house and tried to live in there, you could just call the police and go, someone's in my house, get them the fuck out of here. And that would be that, right? But I think normally what it is that squatters get into a property, and then because they're there such a length of time, that's when it causes you a problem. Not in America. Well, yeah, if someone tried to go into your house tomorrow and live in the spare room, you could call the police and get them out, right? But normally, there's a thing like squatters' rights. That's the idea. Is you're there long enough without being detected that you can then claim some sort of rights.
In a squatting dispute, a squatting situation. But this lady came home, tried everything to get the squatter out, unsuccessful. This battle went on for months, financially butt-fucking her, just draining her, until eventually it made it through the system, and I think it took like over a year to get resolved. But the financial burden that placed upon her was sickening. And it feels like it should just be such a clear-cut issue. Like, squatters, I can't believe how much protection there is for squatters and how little there is for a homeowner who is the victim of a squatter. So, I'm trying not to just regurgitate what I've said millions of times.
Okay, dude, my lefty instincts are kicking in now, dude. You say homeowner, but if someone turned up tomorrow to your house and tried to live in it, you could phone the police and get them kicked out, right? It's not homeowner isn't really accurate, okay? Normally, it's that there's an abandoned property or property that's been used, someone moves in without the landlord recognising it, and then months down the line, the landlord finds out, and that's where you run into these legal difficulties. That tends to be how it works. In this case as well, it's not an example of a clear-cut squatter. It's someone who was a tenant, and then the home changed. Well, it's kept the same ownership, but the person making decisions changed, and then they wanted him out. So it's not the same as like a normal squatting situation. It's like a family dispute.
Times about squatters at this point, but since this started with trying to get a squatter out, it feels pertinent to at least talk about it a little bit. It's fucked up.
Qualified immunity. I am the junior.
Also, you know, this idea that the mother's kicking him out and that's it. How do we know that's even legitimate? There could be a genuine legal case here. Because people are saying, if he's lived there for fucking years, and because of some sort of change of, the power of attorney thing, maybe there is a legitimate argument that something's afoot that he could challenge. I don't fucking know. Maybe he's a total piece of shit. I don't fucking piece of shit out of Granny. I don't know. But we've accepted whole cloth this narrative that Joseph's is a terrible person because Skeeter Jean and fucking JIDEON have told us.
Person here. I want his qualified immunity. 1363. I know my constitutional rights. I know my rights here. I actually want to get back to your vehicle. Officer.
Because yes, bear in mind it's Joe's sister. Everything about this just reads like some sort of familial dispute rather than actually squatting and we should hate this guy and da-da-da-da-da. So stupid.
Trespass that never even went inside. What sense does that make? So you unlawfully arrested those other people, and then with me, I'm on the sidewalk voicing my displeasure with this police department, and you guys...
There's no Phoenix writing your way out of this, man. There's just no point.
Is there a body camera in here?
Yes, sir, it's on. It's recording right now.
Not awesome, brother.
Hey, you know when I get out, we're just going right back to the house. You know that, right? So you guys aren't accomplishing anything. You're wasting taxpayer dollars. I'd appreciate if you get my glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
Yeah, where are they?
They fell in there.
Yeah, I'll grab them.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
This is a usual disgusting display of Chud's quiet quitting. Didn't even watch entire video and misunderstood most of the parts that he did watch. You can stay in the house for 1 day and when the owner calls police claim that you've been there for a month.
What? How do you fucking prove that? What you want about? What? Surely the police. What, the police just gonna go? No, nothing we can do. You've been there for a month. That's the end of our involvement. That sounds like fucking bullshit, dude. That sounds like landlord cope, bro. But thank you for the 333 nonetheless, dude. Also, it's not quiet quitting. I've just seen this body cam like 3 times now, and I figure I want to get to JIDEON's video, but I wanted to get a taste of what Moist Critical was saying about it.
It's not gonna stay.
You guys can just come up to this counter.
I'm gonna get us with the best civil rights attorney.
Yep, right there's good for me. Stay right there for 1 second.
Ultimately, JIDEON Adams was charged with misdemeanor, stalking, and breach of peace. The other 3 crew members were each charged with 1 count of breach of peace as well. A judge set JIDEON's bond at $10,000, which he posted to secure.
Well, I should go back and watch him react to this. And he sits there and burps. Good idea.
Jesus. The other 3 crew members also posted personal bonds. While JIDEON was in jail, his and Skeeter's fans made hundreds of calls to the Woodhaven Police Department and Downriver Dispatch. Some callers reported fictitious crimes, including a false homicide, while others flooded the Woodhaven.
Yeah, I don't know much about it. I would assume that you need to show some sort of like evidence showing your interest in a property. Because otherwise, you could just walk into some old granny's home, sit there for an hour, call the police will be like, I've been here for a month. That just sounds totally bullshit.
Department's Facebook page with messages, and upon his release, JIDEON launched a campaign called Free JIDEON, claiming it would prove his innocence and what he believed was the bias officers had shown in favor of Joe.
I'm not sure what all JIDEON has said about this after the fact, but that is just horse hockey there, man. There wasn't a bias for Joe. Like, you very clearly went over the line here when it came to this school.
I bet Chud has nightmares of chatter saying he's quiet quitting. It's fun for a stream react, but I don't really think much about it now. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because because it doesn't fucking matter, bro. I could literally just sit here gore-pied for fucking 8 hours and get paid just the same. So what does it fucking matter to me, bro? What does it matter to me?
Squatting situation, following him around, and then routinely going into that McDonald's trying to...
Dude, you're lucky I bothered to put any effort in whatsoever half the time, to be honest with you.
An army of kids in there to also do your bidding as well. The employees didn't want you in there doing that either. Like, the actual workers that are just there trying to make a living, now getting, you know, forced into this content to be fucking props, NPCs for this content here, where you've gone way outside the scope of, like, trying to get a squatter out of a residence. Like, it's just... There's no bias here. Like, they did what they were supposed to do. They were called about, like, this disruption here, and they trespassed you, and you kept going. So, like, obviously, this was going to just continue. Like, him and everyone that showed up kept escalating it, so it eventually did lead to these arrests. I don't think there's going to be any, like, long-lasting effects from it. I don't think JIDEON or the other...
Oh, dude. Honestly, rate me one of my top chatters. Hey chatters, guess what? You're here because Chud allows you to be here. Show some respect and reverence. Alright, what the fuck, dude?
That got arrested are going to go to jail or anything. I imagine there will just be like a fine or something like that, and that'll be it. But like, even still, it's such a easily avoidable situation because they took what is something a lot...
Dude, it's so annoying the way it's like, well, it's an easily avoidable situation. It's like you're missing the point. JIDEON did this for content and is just lying through his teeth about all of this. Just like the pedo stuff. Yeah, you gobble it up and are like, ooh, JIDEON, why did you do this? Because he's a totally shameless black grifter. That's why. Because it's a totally deceptive blank grifter. That's why he's doing this. No other reason. This isn't a mistake. This isn't a fucking accident. He's done it purposefully.
A lot of people understand
black.
trying to get a squatter out and turn it into this, which is just extremely hard to defend and is just a really bad look.
2026, where his defense attorney will begin addressing the stalking and breach of peace charge.
Lynching was the common method of justice, not saying it was legal, just common at the time in the South in that era. It just so happened to include black people, more just like how black people are incarcerated more often today. What is that supposed to mean, dude? What is that supposed to mean?
Charges. If convicted, he could face up to 93 days in jail for breaching the peace and up to 1 year in jail or a $1,000 fine for stalking.
Look at the Code Blue recent post.
Okay, not my business, not my business.
Oh no. Oh no. He's a...
Honestly, man, I watch it, dude. All this complaining about me, right? All this fucking whinging, this constant whinging and moaning. And then I watch some other fucker stream, and he's just there going, click. Oh no. Oh no. I'm thinking, fucking hell, dude, I'm putting too much effort in still, even with the quiet quitting memes. This fucker sat in and said, fuck all. And people watch him, don't they? And yet with you want me constantly fucking prancing about the place for you.
Member 2. Oh, fuck. Yikes, that must have been a rough notification. Man, that's sad. That's actually sad to see, bro.
Wow.
No, the email's not from JIDEON. It even says right there, bro. This isn't from them. I'm just saying this is still cringe. This is him. What are you talking about, proven fake? Proven fake by opening your eyes, maybe. Obviously. This is just his community members reaching out. No, he's not. There's no world where he's actually going to jail. That's not going to happen. No doubt in my mind. He's not going for 93 days in jail. Or
no, I'll probably get a fine and go off with it. You really got to start banning the people harshing your vibe, Chud. You don't need to claim all that negative energy. Your name is quite literally Chud Quiet Quitting. That is the name that you have chosen to engage in this chat. So, excuse me if I don't take you particularly seriously, alright?
Or a year in jail or anything like that. I have no doubt about that. This is still such a bad look. He did basically everything wrong after getting the squatter out of the house. It'll just be a fine. By the way, Joe has a violent criminal record, so sending kids there to stalk him is even worse. Even without the... That's frightening. But even without the violent criminal record, it's crazy to just start sending random kids to start doing that.
Yes!
Got them arrested too. Which
yes, finally! Yes!
No, that's not gonna last or anything. I mean,
okay,
that sucks.
that's wonderful. But how do I make
That's
money
definitely like
off depressed people?
a lesson.
At this point we need to look at a squatter body cam to know how easy it is to claim a house. Preferably a black one. Although blacks could be not smart enough to claim they were there for a month.
Thank you for the 330. Listen, I of my own accord, when I looked up how easy it was for some fucking crippled shitter to get a car on UK disability benefits. So I will take it into account. I'll have a look. I'll have a little look later and come out with my findings tomorrow. Because I'm willing to accept that squatters could have it too easy. I'm just astonished by the concept that someone could claim squatting rights within a day when, realistically... Fuck, I don't think I saved it. There was some disabled that was moaning. She was celebrating her disability payments getting, secured until 2031 or something. I was literally fucking going ballistic at it off stream. But I don't think I bothered saving it. You know?
Learn type of moment for them, but I don't think it's going to affect their future or anything like that. You think JIDEON can mend his reputation after this if he owns up to the mistakes? I don't see why not. Ultimately, he didn't hurt anyone or anything like that. This was just a extremely poorly handled and seemingly clout-driven spectacle that he was putting on here to try and farm as much money and as many views off of this situation as he possibly could and flew a little too close to the sun. Like I said, I don't think this is not like I don't think it's unsalvageable. It is just a really bad and embarrassing look. He made a clown of himself here, which is upsetting and disappointing to see. But I imagine he'll own up to it. Like I would think. I'm hoping that he will at least.
Bro,
hopefully there'll be like.
Why has JIDEON got such a good reputation? It's crazy, bro. I told you he's a fucking black grifter, and people are like, "Yeah, man, he's such a good guy. Normally, he's such a good guy." Around blacks, never relax. It's the best way that you can operate, including in the YouTube space.
A mature response to it from him about this. As I said, I don't think he's going to jail or anything, nor do I think the others that were arrested will see the inside of a cell either. But yeah, just a fucking mess and really, really blew that, unfortunately. That's really about it. So yeah.
That's really about it. See ya. Oh my god, dude. I saw that someone recommended this earlier. Let me watch the JIDEON video, then I'm probably going to watch this, man, because I really have got a hankering for being mad at Gary Stevenson. And he's got this documentary coming out as well. But first of all, let's actually watch the video I meant to watch in the first place. I just wanted to see what Most Critical said. And
Sadly,
it was as expected, really.
JIDEON, with tears in his eye, begs on his knees for me, saying I can't quit you, PD. I caress his fat ass, softly wiping his tears with my huge black cock.
Thank you for the kicks, thank you. Okay. The cortisol spike's going to turn you into a sub 2, be careful. Oh. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, let's take a look at this. So, JIDEON has released a video saying, I quit, which is obviously meant to attract attention. But I think the only thing he's quitting is streaming. So let's take a look and see. I'll be back in just a minute. I'll be listening, okay?
Yo, what's good, y'all, man? So, this is genuinely going to be my last video ever like this. I'm never going to make a video like this again, but, you know... obviously you guys know what's all going on. You guys saw me getting arrested. You guys saw Cold Blue's video and everything. And I did a reaction to it, kind of like, oh no, this wasn't right. This is how it happened, da-da-da, da-da-da. But genuinely, during the last few weeks, I've done a lot of just like inward reflection. And I've been talking to my fiance a lot. And I just kind of came to realize, you know, what I was doing wrong. And I also came to realize that truly your boy was spiraling, you know. I was genuinely losing the plot. And I have to say, like, genuinely, I feel like a hypocrite, you know, because just a couple videos ago, I was saying how what Alex was doing was a distraction from the bigger mission. And then I come along doing what I was doing. And if anything, it was an even bigger distraction from the mission. You know what I mean? Now I had to pay 6+ figures for my lawyer fees and then my fans' lawyer fees and everything. And that money could have been used for the betterment of society. But now it's being used in the legal system. You know what I mean? And it's just completely unnecessary, and it's completely...
I'm back. I'm back, and I was listening the whole time. And my first question is, this savage black beast has got a partner. What is the race of this individual? What did I miss? What did I miss, dude? What did I miss? What did I miss? Nothing happened. I heard it all. Nothing fucking happened, dude. I was an Asian.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Typical.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
A shoot body cam of squatter trying to claim an empty house.
As
a
officer.
new age black, loying law. Has sovereign citizen vibe.
Okay, I'll check it out after this. That would be fun, actually, after this, to look at a squatter, a black squatter.
my fault. And while I still don't think I committed a crime, I still do think that, you know, genuinely, I was just being...
Oh, dude. Oh, my God, dude.
What's good, y'all, man?
Okay, well, fine. We're starting again because I pressed the wrong button anyway. Fuck off.
And so this is genuinely going to be my last video ever like this. I'm never going to make a video like this again. But, you know, obviously you guys know what's all going on. You guys saw me getting arrested. You guys saw Cold Blue's video and everything. And I did a reaction to it, kind of like, oh, no, this wasn't right. This is how it happened, da-da-da, da-da-da. But genuinely, during the last few weeks, I've done a lot of just, like, N-word reflection.
Okay, I get it now. N-word reflection, I get it. I see the vision. Yes, very funny. Very funny. He's talking about soft day reflection. N-word soft day reflection. I get it, I get it. Very funny, very good. I mean, this is all bullshit, right? I mean, we know this is bullshit. He's just saying this because he's been caught out and it's getting a lot of negative attention. That's the only reason he's doing this. It's literally the only reason.
And I've been talking to my fiance a lot. And I just kind of came to realize, you know, what I was doing wrong. And
oh, fuck, dude, no! I forgot about that. I knew there was something else I wanted to talk about. We'll put it in the docket for tomorrow. Henry Resilient did another video about NM Palone apparently cheated or something. I don't fucking know. But yeah. I saw someone else watch this and not react to that part. I literally thought, I can't wait for Chud to play this video. N-word reflection. I didn't actually catch that part. I was do you know why? Do you know why I missed that part? I'll tell you why. It's because I was literally seething with rage at the thought of a beautiful, white, gorgeous princess getting sullied by this beast. That's what I was thinking about. I was seething about that, so I was too focused on that part.
I came to realize that truly your boy was spiraling. You know, I was genuinely losing the plot. And I have to say, like, genuinely, I feel like a hypocrite. You know,
never race mix.
Just a couple videos ago, I was saying how what Alex was doing was a distraction from the bigger mission, and then I come along doing what I was doing, and if anything, it was an even bigger distraction from the mission. You know what I mean?
What is this?
Now I had to pay 6+ figures for.
There's assortive mating for intelligence. Smarter people tend to get with smart people, and duller people get with dull people. This shows up both within and between groups. Involvement of interracial relationship is assorted with respect to measured IQs. What the fuck is this, bro? White person, white partner, then black person, black partner, and there's the interracial stats. Okay. Okay, dude. Wait, why is that so low? Look at that. That's like sub 85. That's sub 85. I gotta be honest, guys. This feels a bit racist. This does feel a bit racialist, if I'm being really blunt. I'm not sure I like this. No, it is. It's racism. Clear as day. So you lose power by doing so. You can split yourself by sex to get these charts. The pattern is the same. The coefficients are certainly just differ a tad. So women. Okay, dude, I don't fucking know, man. Racist graphs. Fuck off, man. Get out of here with your nonsense racist graphs.
For my lawyer fees and then my fans' lawyer fees and everything, and that money could have been used for the betterment of society, but now it's being used in the legal system. You know what I mean? And
this guy is he is full of himself, dude. So what would you have been using this money for? Black scholarships. Waste of money straight away. But is that what you'd be doing? Black scholarships for black youth? What is it you'd be doing with your money that's so fucking good? Probably just hunting down the next pedo to put in your YouTube video.
It's just completely unnecessary, and it's completely my fault. And while I still don't think I committed a crime, I still do think that, you know, genuinely, I was just
sports betting.
Not only just an ass, but annoying and...
Oh, sports betting! Oh, oh, is that what it is? The black's going to do some sports betting on what? Basketball? And then what? Is he going to go to KFC? And then is he going to go to the watermelon store? You fucking lowbrow racist fucks. Sick of it, dude. That's all I ever get from you guys. It's fucking annoying. Enough already. Enough. We've had enough.
I've come to realize that, you know, genuinely, streaming makes me the worst me, you know. Thinking back on it, every quote-unquote controversy, not even quote-unquote, every controversy and everything that I've ever gotten.
Dude, if this had gone like the Asian Andy situation, where the woman had like... Dude, if this didn't end with him fucking this up with the police and the young lads that he got to go into the McDonald's, he'd be loving this and be taking all the positive attention and praise. It's literally just because it's gone bad that he's acting like this about it. It's so obnoxious that it's classic YouTuber, I've been caught, so I'm apologising, rather than genuinely reflecting on what's gone wrong here.
Into anytime I trended
God,
on
dude.
Twitter for something negative, it's always been for some shaming clip, you know, like the first one that comes to mind is the Pokemon situation. Then the second one that comes to mind is, you know, the Logan Paul thing. And then besides all that, like, bro, I've been in countless beefs, and a majority, I would say probably like 85% of those beefs have come from streaming, you know? And I think what it is genuinely is, you know, I don't think it's a good thing to just look at a chat for hours on end and you're just like in real time getting opinions of people. And then, you know, I know.
Oh, JIDEON. Yes, dude. Welcome to my world. Yes, exactly that. I get it. I get it. What's my opinion? I mean, my real honest opinion, jokes aside, is that, yeah, it's not for everyone. I get it. It's not for everyone. And there is an obvious difference because, you know, people joke about me getting one guide and stuff and whatever. Yes, I do get one guide. But obviously it's right there. And to be a good streamer, you need to pay attention to chat. You can't ignore chat. Whereas with other types of feedback, you can just fucking ignore it. It literally makes no difference to your life whatsoever. If anything, it slightly improves it. Not listening to what a bunch of retards on the internet say about you. But with live chat, you are literally engaging back and forward and you can't really get around that, you know? So I get it. It's not for everyone. And I think there's some people who are very good at making like your videos and whatnot. Sorry, there's a little weird nubbin on my desk. That's okay. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, I think there's some people that are very good at making videos. They just don't have it in them to do streaming because it's such a different dynamic and content style. So I get it. I get it. The only problem with this is he's fucking doing it because he's got negative reception. But on a fundamental level, yes, streaming is obviously not for everyone. You have a face for radio. Like Call for Ducks back at this point, to be honest.
No, probably some of my other streamers can attest to this. You know, you see somebody in the chat say boring or L
Dude, look at this.
something like that. And then it flips a switch and
Got a little thing.
You want to be more entertaining and you want to, you know, pump.
Dude, what was that?
No, I know probably some of my other streamers can attest to this. You know, you see somebody in the chat say boring or L stream or something like that. And then it flips a switch in you where you want to be more entertaining and you.
Nah, fuck that. If anything, it makes you want to be more boring. No, the reality is, I mean, you know, in all seriousness, the problem with the kind of content that he was trying to do is that is a very real issue in that you're trying to do a live thing, an IRL thing, and someone says that, and you put something on or do something in order to try and make it more entertaining. And this has always been the problem with IRL streaming, is this kind of continuous push to do something bigger, better, more. And then you end up doing something that crosses a line, you know? The problem I have is people complaining about I'm covering something they don't like as if that's going to make me change it. When the only thing that would get me... Like, it does happen sometimes when I'm covering something and I'm like, oh, this isn't really hitting for me. And then I look at the viewership and, like, there's a, you know, a massive noticeable dip. I'm like, oh, I need to talk about something else. But people just sit there and complain. It's like, you're still counting as a viewer. So why are you wasting your time? You must just fuck off and watch something else if you genuinely don't know what I'm talking about. Whereas, you know, in IRL streaming, it's different in that you could be doing something at a certain level, and then that reaction can get you to do something crazy, and obviously you've got a lot of factors and variables that aren't in your control, and then before you know it, you're fucking getting some kids to go into McDonald's with a camera to try and circumvent a police instruction, you know? So, blacks no crimes are the most entertaining. Okay, dude. Oh, but yes. So, whilst I've got issues with the reason for this video existing, he's making some points which I agree with. Yes, I can see that. For IRL streamers, you're going to want to turn it up when you're getting those negative comments, but it's not always appropriate to. And imagine if you're at a certain level with it, and then they want you to take it further. Well, at some point, what do? You have to do something to try and keep these people entertained, so you do take it too far, you know?
You want to, you know, pump up the levels and everything, and you want to entertain. And I think the reason why I gravitated so much to streaming is because I think I'm just like a instant gratification person, and there's no better instant gratification than you streaming. Because when you make a video, you don't get that instant gratification. You can know you made a fire video, kind of like my going to the most racist town in America video. Like, I know that was a fire video, but it took like a month plus to get it edited and perfect. And then when I posted it, you know, it didn't pop off at first. It was actually a 10 out of 10. And then over time, it grew and grew and grew, and it did what I thought it was going to do. But it wasn't instant gratification. Whereas when you stream, you know, you can have streams where right out the gate you have, you know, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people watching you then and there. And then people are clipping you like right away and stuff like that. And you get that instant gratification. But I'm realizing that's not good for me. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's bad for everybody, because you got people like Queso and Jinxie and a bunch of other streamers who can stream and not, you know, causing controversies and just keep it entertaining. But, you know, genuinely, I'm not that guy, pal. I'm gonna be real. And so, like, I'm not on here, you know.
JIDEON's hairline, yeah, no, it's bad. Instant gratification from watermelon. Oh, guys, did you see that? Someone made a comment about watermelon because it's a black guy on the screen. Oh my God. Wow, what great compelling joke.
You know, apologizing or anything, because I don't owe you guys an apology. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't.
I'm sick of it, dude. I'm sick of it.
But I do want to say that I see where I was wrong 1,000%.
He's black. Oh, he's black. He's black. He's black. Get it? He's black.
To the people I do owe an apology to, you know, I've given them to them. You know, to the boys who got arrested. They're all 18 plus, by the way. I know a lot of people were saying that they were minors. They're all 18 plus, but still, you know, I put them in that situation, and they didn't have to be. And at the end of the day, I shouldn't have ever been there, you know, with my vows.
Dude, okay. Yeah, this is... So the thing is, okay, I'll tell you exactly what's happening. He is used to getting all this praise for the pedo catching stuff. And now he's done this, and he's getting some pushback, and he's... Oh, God, it's so annoying, bro. It's so annoying how dishonest this all is, right? Obviously, it's an ego thing, and he's got to do this bullshit fake apology when he spent all this time trying to justify his actions. Oh, my God, dude. I fucking... Ugh. So irritating to listen to.
As a Christian, I haven't been moving like that, man. And I've been falling back to my old self. And I've seen some of you guys in the comment section like calling it out, like, JIDEON, you're going back to your old self. You know what I mean? Like dibbling, dabbling in pranks and stuff like that. And, you know, even though, you know, Joe wasn't doing a good thing by squatting at his mom's house and stuff like that, you know, at the end of the day, who am I to just, you know, troll and stuff? I have so many other better things I should be doing. Like, that time and money I spent getting that stream set up could have been for a bunch of...
Yeah, I mean, that's the ultimate self-reflection that these people will never get to, because it's not beneficial to do so. But it's, are you just doing prank content against a broadly justified target? Are you just doing prank content against people that everyone hates so that you don't get any criticism? Like, that is what is going on here, dude. Name a more hated group in society than pedophiles. There isn't one. And that's just how it is. You can do whatever the fuck you want to a pedophile. No one will say anything. Now, there are some clips of people chucking a watermelon at a pedo that's got some criticism. But even that tends to be more about the procedural issues than maybe just chucking a watermelon at someone's head. Oh, sorry, it's a pumpkin, actually. It's actually pumpkin, but for some reason I thought watermelon. Damn, who's racist now? Who's racist now? But it's more so just about the procedural issues rather than, fucking hell, man. This is pretty mental to just chuck a watermelon, pumpkin at someone's head just because you've got some messages that say they're a pedo. You know? Yes, I do lots of self-reflection. Yes, absolutely. Of course I do. You should do as a whatever, you know? But this, it was not beneficial to him to go, maybe it is actually me just being a prank channel. And no one will ever question that. No one will ever question that because they hate pedo so much, you know? Mr. Pedo. They call me Mr. Pedo.
Of catches, you know what I mean? Getting bad people off the streets.
Okay, that's wonderful.
So,
but how do I make money off depressed people?
Look at this nigger turning 40 and now trying to gain some old man class by pushing back on chat's racism. I knew that the moment his birthday passes, he is going to try LARPing as a normal adult. You are not fooling us, Chudler. We know who you are.
Thank you for the 332. I've actually got a lot of regrets. I'm actually finding a lot of affinity with iDubbbz and his angle on this. I miss the old iDubbbz. I miss the old Chud Logic. Yes, I feel the same way.
The shenanigans are stopping. The shenanigans are over. And genuinely, like, this was a very humbling experience that I really needed. And I genuinely think if this didn't happen, it just would have continued. You know what I mean? And who knows? It could have been something worse. It could have been something horrible that I could never come back from. You know what I mean?
Could you imagine if some young black lad had got involved in this and then he got into the McDonald's and police officer tweaked the fuck out and just started blasting and just shot the kid to bits, and then there was some sort of like Tamir Rice-esque police shooting on his hands? That would have been quality. I would have loved to have seen that. I'd love to have seen that.
So I'm just blessed that God let it be something like this, you know, that I put myself in a situation like this to where
the McDonald's riots
and do better. And you know what? You genuinely, to the Woodhaven Police Department, I see where you guys are coming from, you know? Like, bro, you're a small town and you got this YouTuber having fans coming all over the place and stuff like that, you know?
Oh, man, can we see this cake about fucking Reckless Ben? Oh, God, dude, please, please.
You guys have never probably had anything like that happen in your town before. And, you know, quiet towns like to stay quiet. And, you know, to Officer Mitchell, you know, I called you out of your name multiple.
To be honest with you, it's not just that. It's probably seeing a black guy. That probably is also quite shocking for some of these small police departments too. They're probably quite surprised that there's a black guy just there. A big black guy. What the fuck?
Times. You feel me? Like, if I was a cop, I would arrest somebody too if I was getting called out of my name like that. So, genuinely, I feel like there's a lot of blame to go around. And I feel like a lot of the blame has to be pointed right back at me. It has to be directed at me. And it rightfully so, man. You know, bro, I'm getting spammed up with, I'm a multimillionaire. And, you know, genuinely, like, bro, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Genuinely, it doesn't bother me like that because it humbled me.
Decent reflection.
The whole situation humbled me. And I'm just...
Some of this stuff seems more real. Sure. I just am very skeptical about this YouTuber apology shit. But some stuff sounds good. Some stuff sounds good. You're arrested for being a goon, not out of petty reasons. That's true. That's the other thing as well, is he's trying to act like him acting a certain way is why he got arrested. But that's not why I got arrested. I can't stop playing with this little clip. It's like a form of self-harm. You know when they tell mentally ill whores put an elastic band on their wrist and flick it rather than cut themselves to ribbons? I feel a bit like that with this clip right now, to be honest.
When I titled the video what I titled it is because I'm never going to stream again. You know, genuinely, you know, I love streaming, but it's just too much bad coming.
Yeah, also, we're not going to watch this as well, but just to give you an idea, this is the kind of shit he's pulled before. He's done this exact shit before, where he's posted a video talking about how sorry he is for something. Look, it's the same fucking shtick. Here's why I deleted my videos. And then he, you know, did a whole thing about how he's found God, right? I did watch the Impul video, yes.
With it, and I don't know how to.
Yes, this guy's a total hack. He's a total fucking grifter that's capitalizing on anti-pedo sentiment. He's not changed at all.
Myself, and so the best way to control myself is to distance myself, and so I just can't stream anymore, and I won't stream anymore because I actually want to be here for the betterment of society. And what I was doing during that stream wasn't for the betterment of society. Now, police resources are being wasted, and judicial resources are being wasted. And bro, I've dropped 6+ figures on fighting this legally. You know what I mean? And it's just all just unnecessary garbage. And it was garbage content too. And the crazy thing is, you know, from 2024 to now, I was making good content, getting actual bad people off the streets. And it's just crazy that I
was getting the pedos though.
That wasn't enough, you know? And I think it's just, you know, kind of just seeing all my friends, you know, like seeing Canel do his thing with streaming, seeing Kai, seeing people I know like Speed and all of them doing their thing with streaming. And it's like, oh man, you know, I'm like, I want to go back. And it's like, I'm tempting myself. And then I always just like go back into the streaming stuff when really I should have left that alone, because you guys remember the video where I said that I was done bothering society. And bro, look what I was doing. Just bothering society, being a nuisance. You know what I mean? And
oh, look, it's Lowe's ambassador, and for the first time, they're not moaning about the content. Bro, we can see outside your window. What if someone doxes you? Aren't you worried? I mean, if someone doxes me off brick pattern, I mean, I don't know what to say, man. Good, well done. See you at my house in a bit, and I'll congratulate you in person.
I was blessed to find something that wasn't nuisance, you know, actually cleaning up the streets, getting predators off the streets. And instead of just sticking with that and doing that, I got distracted and I got greedy, and I wanted to go back into doing, you know, slop content. And, you know, genuinely, I don't think if I went through the situation, I think I would have kept on making this slop content. And genuinely, I think if I would have kept on making this slop content, who knows, I could have affected somebody seriously, like where it would be irreparable and couldn't be fixed. So I quit streaming. I quit nuisance stuff. I quit all that. And I genuinely just want to do good for society. I want to make society better. And that's what I'm going to do. So I just came on here to say that. And one other thing I've also realized is, bro, I'm going to be real, y'all. You know, I don't know, man. It's like I got a temper on me. I really do. And people that watch my streams.
What? No way. Quick to anger. Very quick to anger on a dime. Interesting stuff. What does that mean?
You guys see it all the time where it's like I get triggered, you know what I mean? And it's like, bro, the officers were just doing their jobs and I was just getting triggered. And I was acting like a Karen, you know, I had a Karen moment. I feel like we're all due for a Karen moment, but, you know, mine was on camera. And luckily, you know, I feel like we all go through moments like this in life. Not like mine, but we all go through moments like this in life where we're not our best self. But, you know, not everybody.
Dude, what is this emote? Oh, is that Mr. Popo? Dude! What the fuck, man? I forgot Mr. Popo is just a racist character because the Japanese are just a very racist nation.
He has their best self put on camera to millions of people. And genuinely, I wish everybody could have that experience, because when you have that happen, it makes you do reflection. And so, you know what? Weirdly enough, bro, I want to go back to Woodhaven and I want to catch a pred there. I want to actually have a good relationship in that city. If you guys are still calling them or causing them any ruckus or anything, please stop. Do not do that on my behalf.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing too, bro. Very evidently, he wants his audience to fuck with these communities. We saw it in Himbleton's video, right? The way he called that random fucking guy out that ran the studio that didn't immediately fire the pedo because there's obviously some process they need to follow. So obviously, he wants that to happen. And now, because actually... Dude, why does my fucking mouse not work properly? Okay, guys. I need to look into the Stream University stuff because it sounds like there's a lot of funny stories in there. You know, first of all, there's a bunch of whites, a bunch of white sluts that are trying to get in. I think we all know why. That didn't pan out. But apparently there's some streamers that are like no-hopers that were desperately trying to get in and they never fucking stream and shit like that. So I will cover some of that tomorrow, okay? I'm looking forward to that. It'll be good.
Just do not do that at
Link
all.
it in Discord if you know where it
they're
is.
actually out there protecting and serving. And it's a quiet neighborhood, you know what I mean? And I made it not quiet. I'll be honest. And this isn't any PR damage or anything because, you know, I'm going to be real with you guys. Genuinely, like, the situation didn't affect anything. You know, if I was clout demoning off of it, I would have just been like, oh, yeah. Like, kind of like what I was doing before, you know, making jokes about it and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay, bro.
Now I'm realizing that
He's
I don't
such a dishonest
wanna do
wretch,
that.
bro.
You know, I want to mature. I was maturing, then I let myself regress. And now I want to keep on maturing. And I want to move on from this.
Dude, and then you know the next video is going to be, look at what happens when we caught this pedo and forced him to jerk himself off in front of us while showing him CSAM. It's going to be some dumb predator catcher prank nonsense. And people will uncritically gobble it up rather than go, hang on a minute, this is exactly the same as when you're going after Joe. It just so happens that it's a pedo that you're going after.
Just because I want to move on from it doesn't mean you guys have to move on for it. I really don't care what you guys do because, like I was saying earlier, I realized I have a fragile ego, bro. I have a fragile ego where, like, I let comments and things people say affect me. And so I saw something that Scarlett Johansson said, and it's crazy. Like, she also said that she has a fragile ego. So the way she combats it is she just doesn't read comments about herself. And I realized, like, the last couple of days, I feel like the reason why I got to this point is because I haven't been reading comments. It's because I haven't been looking at videos about me talking about the situation. And it's letting me come to a more clearer view because I feel like if I was watching that content, you know, you guys see me react to other people talking about me. You know, I get all riled up and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, why am I triggering myself? You know, no one told me to react to these videos and stuff like that or anything, you know? And so, like, when I post this video, I'm not going to read comments or anything.
Dude,
this isn't for any.
That's not about Himbleton, surely. Well, Himbleton, I mean, the video was good, don't get me wrong, but how many views has it got now? Probably a few thousand, I guess. The problem is that he's not changing his ways, really. He's just going back to doing safe, equivalent prank content, going after pedos, you know?
Any damage control stuff. So you guys can say whatever you want in the comments. I'm not going to read it because I'm going to be real. I can't handle it. But you know what I can handle? I can handle these preds, and I can handle making a difference in society. And that's what I'm going to keep on doing. And yeah, so I guess, you know what? I do want to say one thing. I do want to apologize for one thing, and that is I apologize for the distractions. I apologize for the slop content, and I apologize for...
Black people will self-reflect for 5 minutes and describe it like it's a Buddhist monk's secret to life. Maybe go into a little town, causing havoc, and involving some locals and getting them in legal trouble. Maybe that's a bad idea.
Pretty much forgetting about the mission. You know what I mean? This mission is so much more important than that slop content that I was posting. And so, yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say. We're going to be back on the mission. We're going to be posting the pred catches. And we're going to be going forward and doing our thing with a higher velocity and with a higher ferocity. I think that's the word I was looking for. And so I appreciate you guys, man. If you guys have no idea what's going on with this, go check out Cold Blue's video. You guys can see me getting arrested and stuff. That pretty much breaks down the whole thing. But we're on to better things. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm on to better.
So I thought there was some funny business being played with him deleting his response to the Code Blue video, but No. I think he posted it, got loads of negative comments and thought, fuck this. I need to just walk back from all of this. I'm getting absolutely fucking raped from every angle.
I'm on to just doing pretty much the status quo, the usual.
He's very
catching
ignorant.
creds and posting it and then dipping off. And you guys are going to see, like, I'm going to make me, if you guys see me raging in a prey catch or whatever, it's probably an old one, but I'm going to be watching myself even while I'm dealing with police. Like, if a police officer isn't taking our evidence seriously, it's like, bro, being calm, cool, collected is way better than having a screaming match and stuff like that. And, you know, the Bible says, be harmless as a dove and wise as a serpent. And I haven't been moving like that.
Okay,
I've been yapping now. I really don't
The
got
fucking
anything else to
religion
say.
rift.
That's all I got to say, man. So I appreciate you guys. And no more slop content, no more streams. So if you guys have been enjoying the streams, no more, man. It's just going to be straight preg content and nothing else, man. You guys don't need to know about my life. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I don't know anything about your guys' lives. You feel me? And, you know, I'm not in charge of your guys' entertainment. The only thing I'm in charge with.
No, guys. In fact, I've been very disappointed with chat's complete lack of ass-based analysis, if I'm being real. Very disappointing.
It is trying to get as many preds as I can as possible. That's it. You know, I'm not here to make you laugh. I'm not here to
Ringle-ma-dingle.
I'm not here to do any of that. And I realize that now. You know, I'm not the same JIDEON. And I was trying to go back to be the old JIDEON, trying to go back to being prime JIDEON. But, you know, prime JIDEON is growing up and realizing that, hey, the stuff that I found amusing as a boy shouldn't be the same stuff I find amusing as a man. And bro, believe it or not, I'm 25. I know I look old as hell, but I'm 25
Bro,
years
what?
old. You feel me?
That's ridiculous. He's 25.
I need to take accountability and I need to mature. I need to actually be here for the betterment of society and not for the worst.
That's unbelievable.
And the best thing I know how to do to better society is getting people trying to hurt kids off the streets. So yeah, yo, that's it. That's the end of my TED talk.
He does look older than me.
Sorry about the distractions. And Woodhaven Police Department, after all this legal stuff is all situated, bro, I would love to do something with you guys and work with you guys' department and potentially help better your guys.
Oh yeah, man. I'm sure they're gonna be interested
we'll
in
cross
that
bridge when we cross it. So yeah, without any further ado, peace, y'all.
Fucking hell, dude. Dreadful stuff. Oh my god, I'd say another reason I'm realising that I'm so lethargic today is because it's like quite hot, isn't it? It is 27 degrees. 6:45. Fucking hell, dude. Okay, come on. Right, let's look at this fucking squatter video then that you sent me. Come on. Lock in, guys. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in, guys. Bro, I can't, dude. I cannot, dude. I'm not watching a 2-hour fucking video of Reupload getting interviewed right now. But at some point this week, we will find time for it, because that does sound interesting, okay? Okay, let's have a look at this black squatter.
We deal with people who think they can stay wherever they like without permission.
Come on out. No, do not touch me. You need to come outside right now.
This is literally just racoid slop for you idiots, isn't it?
Like this squatter who had a nasty attitude when confronted about staying in someone else's house.
Oh, that's what we're calling them now. Oh, that's what we're calling squatters. These bloody squatters, am I right? Fucking squatters.
I am an American citizen. You have no right to step in my house.
You're gonna come outside.
Get out of my house.
Remove you from the house.
You cannot remove me from my house with my paperwork, sir.
But it only takes one no-nonsense cop to shut that down fast.
Dude, no nonsense cop. Racist cop.
and the squatters are taught a major lesson they won't forget.
Hey, what's your badge? My badge number is 195. My name's Officer Pat.
Hang on a sec, I thought this video was to prove that squatters are able to just do whatever they want, but now it seems like this one's getting absolutely fucking destroyed.
Okay, that's good.
We'll start when officers were called by a property manager saying someone was illegally staying in one of his properties.
What a joke. That's not our door handle. They took it off.
Now, I've seen situations where squatters break the door lock to enter the home, but I haven't seen them change the door lock though. That's new.
You look... Can you hold on? What a cheek. It's astonishing, isn't it?
He looked out the window and then walked away
What's
from the
the
door.
accent?
The thing is, the only way to get the lockbox off if you don't know the code is to take the door handle off and throw it away.
Dude, this guy's a Britoid as well. I think he's a British American. He's lived there for a while, so he's... Dude! He's taken on a bit... I thought it was a bit Australian at first, but no, it's because he's probably been there for years and he's taken on some of the accent. An absolutely base redcoat going to show the black squatters how it's done. Now we're talking.
They came prepared. That's our standard key. That key does all of our properties throughout the US.
Hi there.
Hi. No. I don't have paperwork. Why are you on my property?
10-5. Come on out.
No, do not touch me.
You need to come outside right now.
No, I do not.
This is the back door to the apartment, so it looks like she was trying to run away but got caught. And it's quite amusing that she immediately comes out with paperwork. I guess she was expecting the police.
I know my laws. Sir, get off of my property. I return adverse property. Adverse possession with title.
Then you need to come out and talk to me.
Okay, I will talk to you right there.
Come outside.
Respect my space. You do not have any right to come and grab me.
Did I touch you?
You were trying to grab me
Yeah, because
when I
you're
have
here.
my paperwork.
Then
Sir,
come outside.
This is a civil matter now because I filed adverse possession, sir.
Come out.
Oh, okay, I see, okay. So listen, guys, okay? Just to be clear, because people were, you know, there are obviously some of these laws which have got good intent and can be used, like, correctly, okay? However, this is clearly someone trying to abuse the system. And people were acting like there's people that try and abuse the system and all, you know, it's kind of like unquestioned and that's it. But it seems like this person is getting fucked. And they're not just going, oh, it's a civil matter, they filled a form out. They're saying, no, we're going to fucking get you out of here. From the sounds of it.
So, when someone files for adverse possession of a home, they're basically trying to legally claim ownership of the home even though they don't officially own it. It can be granted in court, but there are a lot of requirements surrounding it, and I'm pretty sure this woman hasn't met those requirements.
The whole point, so yeah, you've got tenants' rights, and that's a different thing to adverse possession. What adverse possession, normally, my understanding of it, is you go into a property that isn't being used, and you live there for like a while, and you do loads of work to it to make it better, and then the landlord comes along and goes, oh, fucking, I want my property back, but they've let it fall to ruin, and you've done work to actually improve it, okay? And it's to try and remedy that issue in society, you know? And normally it requires quite a substantive investment of time and effort. It can't just be you just walk in and you're like, I've got my document. You know. And then some landlord comes along years later, having completely abandoned the property, sees it's done up, and then wants to take the benefit of that work for themselves, even though they've let it fall to ruin. That's what it's designed for, rather than just moving into a property. See, but this one, when someone steals your car and puts air fresheners in, they should legally own it. Well, no, that's not what it's saying, is it? It's about the substantiveness and the time that you've been there without them even noticing that you're there. So clearly they give a fuck about the property.
Requirements.
I paid $4K down to get this.
Then come outside and discuss that with us.
I will discuss it. You don't have no right to grab me, sir, when I have my paperwork. You are listening to one side of a story you did not...
In the United States, the statutory period for adverse possession varies significantly by state, ranging from a minimum of 3 years in Arizona to 30 years in Louisiana and New Jersey. The typical threshold across most jurisdictions is 10 to 15 years. But this is what I was saying earlier, is you can't just walk into someone's house, be there for an hour, and then claim, oh, I'm a squatter, I've got squatter's rights, you'll get kicked out.
Hear me. I am an American citizen. You have no right to step in my house. There is not one way to purchase a home.
It's not her house simply because she filed for adverse possession. It can only be her house when the court grants her request, which they haven't.
You're gonna come outside.
Get out of my house.
Dude, low IQ whitoids hate an educated ebony queen who knows her rights. No problem more for me.
You cannot remove me from my house with my paperwork, sir.
Oh, rape meat.
paperwork you have? State of Florida, adverse possession, Ashley.
Oh, misspoke.
Me and my husband had filed this.
You need to come outside.
Okay, well, you need to know your laws because you seem very uneducated about adverse possession. I know what I'm doing.
Realistically, officers can't know every law there is, and I think these officers aren't very clear on housing laws, so they might need to call a supervisor and then check up on the law. But first, they need the paperwork and the woman's cooperation, which they don't seem to be getting.
I'll tell you what, the people who know what they're doing and know that they're doing illegally don't react the way that you do. They don't
You almost grabbed me. I said, give me a minute so that I can put my dogs away, and you grabbed me.
You tried to come running out the back of the house to run. You could have gone out the front door.
Yeah. Wow.
You didn't know I was back here.
The front, I saw you from there. See the assumption, sir? One of them came and tried to break in.
That was
and
an agent trying to show the property that is vacant and is not yours. What are you talking about?
First of all, it is.
No, it's not. I've got all the paperwork.
Real estate is an attempt to establish adverse possession with title.
It's the landlord. He's stepping in.
How long has the home been sitting there abandoned?
I love the accent.
It's
not abandoned.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's listed in the
MLS.
MLS. It's listed in the MLS.
When filing for adverse possession, it doesn't matter as much how long the home has been abandoned. What matters is how long the person filing for adverse possession has been staying in that home. In the US, it's 7 years, and I'm pretty sure she hasn't been staying there for that long.
We filed adverse possession on the home already. Thank you. You can be on MLS all it wants to be. Adverse possession is still a law, sweetheart. Thank you. Milo, come inside.
Oh, God, dude. So
Come inside,
smug as
Milo.
well. Is that a kid? Oh, no, it's a dog. This is Chud in 15 years after he tries to kick it out some blackoid. Okay, dude. Oh, well. Hopefully sooner than that. Hopefully sooner than that. She can come live with me and squat on this a little dick. Well, rape meat. Thank you for endlessly obsessing and sexualizing this this lovely woman.
So, she's confident claiming to own a home someone else built or paid for with their time and money. And it usually doesn't end well for these types of people because the property manager would be much more eager to get her out now.
Don't sleep here.
Please stream the landlord arc. Dude, I don't even know if I'm going to have a landlord arc. But if I did, could you imagine streaming evictions? That'd be so funny, man. Just go in there with the bailiffs and the police and just filming as they get kicked out of the property and then being like, oh, no, see you later, see you later.
You'll be out, don't worry.
Oh, your little kid's got to go as well. Oh, boo-hoo.
I don't care.
Yeah, you will.
I paid already.
You'll be out.
I already
You'll
paid.
be out.
We went to the...
You'll be out. I'll be back in 30 days with the sheriff and you'll be out.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so, okay.
yeah. Don't worry. You'll be out.
Oh, dude, look at this guy. Britoid landlord. He looks evil. He looks literally evil. I love this guy. He looks like an evil British guy in a Hollywood movie.
Smarty pants.
What's adverse
You know what you're doing? Out you go.
Yeah, whatever.
What's adverse?
He's trying to say it's abandoned. It's not abandoned. There's a sheet in there where the contractors come and clean it every week. It's not abandoned. It's listed. It's been listed for a year. We have showings all the time. It's not abandoned. It's not an abandoned property.
So MLS is short for Multiple Listing Service, which basically covers homes being advertised by real estate agents. And it's much harder to file for adverse possession of such homes because the real estate agents are regularly looking for people to live in them. So the home isn't abandoned.
So she's lying. She doesn't know what she's talking about. There's a certificate of title.
And he's showing us the certificate of
Oh, he's got his paperwork.
Portfolio Servicing. There's my listing agreement from Select Portfolio Servicing. This is how old the file is. It's never been abandoned since we foreclosed.
Bro! Dude. He's got his fucking paperwork. Yes, dude. Let's go. It's insane that it gets this far. I mean, there's probably some cases where there's like things that happen that fuck it up for the landlord. and then they end up in this kind of situation. Yeah, sure, that happens. But obviously, you know, the reality is that some of these cases, I mean, I'd assume most of these cases get dealt with correctly. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong, and maybe there's a situation where, you know, there's a clear example. The police don't do something, but I don't know, dude. I think that, you know, like how often does it happen that there's some crazy situation that doesn't get resolved rapidly? You know, like the reason you see body cams like this is, I would have thought, because it's an edge case. You're wrong, but they've been addressing the legal side of it. Okay. What is it as like a percentage?
Posed on it. My phone number was on the window. She's taken that down.
The realtor said his phone number was even on the window and they took that down.
This was in the window. We don't see it now. I got pictures of it there last week.
Okay.
There's my sign last week, and there you can see the lockbox and our brass door handle. Gone.
So the property manager has all the documents to claim ownership of the home and has pictures proving that he's been coming there regularly. But the woman doesn't even have a lease agreement with the homeowner. So right now, she's trespassing on the home, and the officers could literally break down the door and drag her out.
Here's where we're at. What she's doing is squatting. They changed the locks, took the locks, that's that. So we have authority. If you want to break the door down, we can go in and remove her for you.
Oh.
We can arrest her with trespassing and...
Oh. I thought the police were... I thought it was going to be the police are like, sorry, it's civil. But no, it seems like they're ready to kick some ass. Nubian goddess has paperwork neatly sorted in a fun, colourful plastic folder, and Chud's like, what a dumb black bitch. Whitehall is a mess of paperwork. Yo, Victoria, thank you for the gigs. Thank you. Whitehall is a mess of paperwork scattered in a cheap paper folder. Wow, White King. Woo, let's go. He's got his paperwork. White King.
That for stealing the locks, that's entirely...
Sadly, you're raped.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have a screwdriver or a drill?
Why would you need a screwdriver and drill?
I have my multi-tool that has a screwdriver in it.
Yeah, it will be faster with a drill.
Sadly, you're raped.
Like you said, it's
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you.
That little piece of wood is holding it.
Ma'am, you're going to need to
Being English and white, he can claim her as a slave, dude. Yes, dude. She gets to stay as a sex slave.
outside. At least open the door.
Why?
Because I'm ordering you.
You are not my authority.
If you refuse to follow that order, you will be arrested for resisting. Do you want to be arrested for resisting?
Resisting what? I have my paperwork.
Resisting a lawful order.
Give me a second, I'm recording.
Go ahead and record, and then open the door.
People think recording the police puts a shield between them and the police. It's almost like they haven't heard of body cameras before.
You said you wanted to see the paperwork.
We need to see it personally.
Let's
Come
go.
open the door.
Adverse possession means paying the taxes on the home.
If you have no reason to worry, come open the door.
You grab me of your assumption, sir.
I'm going to go grab my multi-tool. If we don't have a drill, we don't have a drill.
Step back. Step back. Step back from the door. Step away from the door. Step away from the door. Sir, step away. Tell this.
Bro. Dude, what is this react, bro? Dude, what was that? He went, how was it? He carried that in. Dude, this is crazy, man. I'm putting in way too much effort, dude. I need to be much lazier. You guys have got it too good, to be honest with you.
Man, you step away.
Just step away just a little.
I need to see him. I filed adverse possession on the 20th.
Can I see that?
Yes. You can hold. You don't have to hold it, sir. This is the original copy.
Oh my god, dude.
You didn't think to make a photocopy?
Dude, I didn't even notice it before, but since it got pointed out. Yes. He is so snarky. You didn't make a photocopy? As if that's the fucking issue. As if that's the issue. Talk about her IQ and genetic inferiority, please. Don't just make little snarky comments about being, photocopy much.
As you can see, this is the adverse possession
What's
of
your
the
name?
state of Florida. Ashley.
Okay.
Now, I know what I'm doing because this is not the only property that I pay taxes on.
Where's Branko when you need
pay
him?
a portion of taxes for adverse possession. And you make...
Dude, Branko by this point would have bought up a you know, a sort of graph with different skull shapes on to compare a skull shape to a simian. He'd have been on it already.
Cleaning up the home so you can take over the home. Milo, come inside now. Melody, inside.
You can clean the home and pay taxes on it all you want, but if a court hasn't granted your request for adverse possession, the home's not yours. You just did the homeowner a favor.
So no longer, this is not in your hand. This is a court civil case where we fight and we show them that we're going to be paying taxes on the home. When you pay a portion of the taxes, you go to the appraisal office and you pay a portion of.
It's very sovereign citizen coded,
this home
yes.
Has been sitting. That's why
Yep,
adverse possession
definitely.
exists. That's not my fault that you can't do your job and you can't
legally foreclosed on.
If you are a real estate agent, that means you have to sell in a limited time.
You know nothing about what you're talking
Yes,
about.
I do. It's called adverse possession.
$575,000 was paid for this property in January of last year at foreclosure sale.
Yeah.
That makes it legally the owner's property. It has
No,
not
it
been
doesn't.
abandoned. I have pictures of the property every week, date and time stamp, which will go to the court. You are wrong.
No, you are wrong.
Dude, the cops just letting the fucking landlord speak. Dude, this is mental.
Now, the woman should ordinarily be out of the property, but the older cop is just unsure of what to do. He asked the property manager what adverse possession was, so I guess he's just trying to play it safe since he doesn't really know the laws around it.
The property, and we have not abandoned it.
I'm going
We're
to
here every 10 days.
10-15, let's make it.
So your criteria are wrong.
No, my
That's
criteria,
enough.
sir.
All right.
Dude, that's enough, dude. Oh, this white guy said some stuff. Let's go with that.
Let's go.
You cannot grab me, sir. Sir, you cannot grab. I have dogs. Sir, I filed adverse possession.
Stop resisting.
I filed adverse possession. I did it the right way. Stop. Sir, please. My dog.
It's funny how she
Get the dog.
aggressively
Shoot the
stood her
dogs.
ground about
Shoot the
adverse
dogs.
possession, but immediately starts
Shoot those fucking
begging when
dogs.
she sees that the officers aren't playing around. It wouldn't have gotten to this if she had just reasoned with them calmly.
Sir, can you help me? I filed adverse possession. Sir, that's
Oh.
my paperwork. Sir, what about
Oh, dude. Did you select this one because it's like the worst of them resisting and stuff? Because it just seems like you've selected this specifically because it's got an example of a black person badly resisting to further your kind of racism.
my dog?
Finally a spin for Papa.
What about my dogs? You didn't listen to me.
Can't stop resisting.
Correctly.
You want to get tased?
No.
Turn around right now. Turn around. Turn around.
Oh, that shot was for rape meat.
Oh my God! I paid $4,000.
Stand against
Dude, that shot. Did you see that one shot for rape meat?
Turn around.
Rape meat's licking his lips for that one, based on his JIDEON comments. If anything, he would probably get involved, get in the mix on this. But imagine it's JIDEON. He'd imagine it's fucking JIDEON.
Oh my God! I paid $4,000.
Stand against the wall. Stop resisting now.
I need to call the police because this is wrong. I have my paperwork. You cannot arrest me. You cannot arrest me.
Oh, yes, he can. Oh.
Why are you arresting me? Are you serious? Why am I being arrested? I have rights.
I told you, burglary, trespassing,
This
and
is
theft.
not burglary. I have the paperwork, sir. I went through the appraisal.
You have the paperwork showing you applied to own a property. You don't have the paperwork showing you own the property. The property manager does. You're going to jail.
Oh my God, sir.
And now you're
He's a little bit too happy about this, isn't he? I think his hair. I thought his hairstyle was because it's just balding, but I think it's actually a choice. I think he's selected that hairstyle for certain political reasons.
charged with resisting.
I have my MacBook Pro. Wait, let's go inside. I have to. My dog.
We'll get everything.
I can't do this again. Sir, are you pressing charges?
It's up to the bank.
Are you pressing charges?
If this officer.
Bro, this guy's so based. It's out of my hands. It's up to the Jews. It's up to the Jews over at the bank to make the determination. Not up to me anymore, sweetheart. Not up to me anymore, brown sugar. Not up to me anymore, dark chocolate. You're fucked, bitch.
Fall in the water because you won't cooperate.
What about my
You're gonna be
stuff?
charged.
We'll get it for you.
I wasn't the one who did it. What about my husband?
Oh, wait a second. I do remember covering this. Yes, in New York. In New York, I remember this. Yes, there was an issue. Yes, I remember covering this. I'm pretty sure I covered this fucking ages ago. And it was crazy because New York had this kind of lax rule or something. Or this loophole that they could use. So yes, okay. I do remember talking about this. Don't worry though. Mam Danny sorted it out. Well, no, I think they were trying to sort it out before.
Stop resisting! Stop! Leave me alone! Sir, please! Stop.
Yeah, dude, have you noticed, by the way? Hang on a minute.
Officer, fall in the wall.
Well, I think it's a bit more complicated than we're giving it credit for. So I think the house has fallen into disrepair. I think it's been repossessed. And some, landlord guy has got it to do it up and stuff like that. And then it's like an issue because she's fucking around in there or something. You know?
Water because you won't cooperate. What about
You're gonna be charged. It does look pretty rough. But, I mean, you know.
Stop resisting! Stop! Leave me alone! Sir, please! Stop spitting in my face. I'm not...
1 minute, she's begging to be released, and the other, she's ordering to be released. This is just straight comedy.
That's not fair because I had my paperwork. You're racist?
He's loving this.
Ah, here we go.
Oh, look how he reacted to that.
I can't wait to come for you. You're a racist fat. I'm coming for that. Don't worry. I have my paperwork. Don't worry. Don't worry. I had paperwork. I had paperwork too. I had my paperwork. And I'm being arrested for what? What am I being arrested for?
Well, Danny being an Indian who's into hip-hop is really stepping on the toes of wiggers like me. Save some thick-lipped brown sugar for the rest of us, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, you're trying to break out of your cuffs now. So now you're gonna get another charge. Up against the wall. You're about to get tased right now.
She cannot stop resisting. She just cannot stop resisting, man.
Resisting a cop twice your size is only gonna get you hurt.
Ray? 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 Ray?
Roll over on your back. You're gonna stay right there on the ground.
You fat. Get the fuck out of my face. Or I spit on you. Get the fuck out of here. I have no respect for you, you GED, you dumb loser. Adverse possession is a law, and I'm gonna
This
sue the
man
fuck
just
out of you
tried to
for what you just did. I
qualification
swear.
hard.
Get the fuck away from me! You ugly fat fuck!
Do we need to wait for a female? She's just pulling in the car.
I have
Wait.
mail coming too.
Where was that beat from?
Wait to see your
Oh, it's my fan turning off. It's fine. Did you hear that?
This is when I started working out again 3 weeks ago.
What?
Wireless fan just turned off. Yeah, I got a wireless fan. It's switched off.
Why does the sober Nubian act like the drunk Aryan when detained? She has her magical paperwork.
Thank you, Sister Godot, for the kicks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, it's fine. I'll do the taxing after this. I mean, to be honest with you, dude, I really want to go in on this tax shit. Because Gary Stevenson's about to have a fucking documentary come out. But I'll try and limit it. I don't want to do it all, I understand some are not interested in it, but, I can't stand him, man. Advocating for... By the way, you know the wealth tax he advocates for? I think there's a statistic or something where it would cover like 6 months of government debt spending or something. It's like such a worthless proposition.
Here's my son.
Monday I'll probably watch the documentary.
There's our sheet. As you can see, if you want to take a picture
But
of
we'll
this,
watch a little
this
interview we
is
did
sign sheet. Look at the dates right here.
after this.
We have a crew that come and clean it and make sure everything's okay.
All that is to show that the home was not abandoned as she claimed, and therefore cannot be filed for adverse possession.
You're trying to ruin my life? You see a black woman all by herself and I'm the mastermind all of a sudden?
Absolutely nothing about anything that we've done.
You were trying to grab me
had anything to do with race.
Away. When I tried to tell you the front door, go play with the front door right now and see if you can open it from the front.
You have got to be kidding me.
Stay.
Watch out, doggos.
So according to this, in order to use adverse possession, you must move into and otherwise neglected property and improve the property, and the title can be granted to you after a period of time, and it must be done in a visible manner such that is in conflict with the owner's right, none of which she does.
So, the officers have finally checked out the laws surrounding adverse possession. Well, that's good.
I'm not gonna cooperate.
Dude, what is this guy's problem, man? Well, that's good. The thing is, cops normally wouldn't deal with adverse possession because it's not in their remit. It is a civil matter. And, you know, it's probably unusual that you would have a situation. I don't think it's that crazy that the cops wouldn't necessarily know about this.
It's okay. I'm just going to do a quick pat either way because it's just for safety measures.
Safety measures for what? You got f***ing belts and everything on you. How safety for what?
You're getting getting transported from one place to another.
I don't care.
Either way, like I said, I can just hold you here and I can just do a pat real quick. But either way, it's going to happen.
Don't touch
and then I got to.
I have my own authority. I'm a sovereign citizen, so just don't touch me.
Let's go!
She's a squatter and a sovereign citizen.
My favorite.
This is perfect.
Well, we're going to. So
Don't touch me.
cooperate with the pat down.
You realize just how easy it is if you just. I just.
How big legs? If you spit on me.
So, she resisted for a couple more minutes and eventually had to be placed on a body wrap.
There to put the retard straps on her.
The only time she looked peaceful through this entire.
They literally had to crack out the retard straps. No way.
Interaction. However, when the next squatter refused to comply peacefully, the officers came with an explosive force.
Am I under arrest? Hand me your hand! My hand!
There's another one.
It starts when officers are called regarding a squatter who refused to leave an apartment for 4 months.
Yeah, I'm not taking this one. I'm just going to assist the people who are. They're on their way right now. So what's going on?
Well, you know, I own the house behind me.
Yep.
Okay.
Can you get your hand out of your pocket
Yeah,
for
I'm
me?
sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Can you put
Or do you care if I search them real quick, make sure you ain't got nothing, and then you can put them in?
Dude, what's so funny about that is you think the cop's acting like irrationally. But there are... Didn't we watch one on stream fairly recently? Where the cop... Maybe I watched it off stream, I can't remember. But this cop... There's this call that comes in, and he goes up to a guy who I don't even think is the suspect. He's just like a random guy. And this guy pulls out a gun and just shoots the cop dead. Like that. So, these cops, man, they do have to be fucking careful because a random guy can just shoot you.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Fucking America, man.
Yeah, standard officer safety.
Okay. I just want to make sure you don't have nothing. You can... so that way you can put your...
I just came to the courthouse.
Yep. You're good. You're good. I know it's cold out here.
America.
You can put your hands in your
America.
pockets now. Or in your jacket pockets if you don't mind.
Anyway, so they have been squatting in there for 4 months.
Okay.
No water the whole time. No water the whole time.
Yeah, I know. I was the one who called in about the no water.
Oh, okay.
Because, so...
Well, and see, they, you know, they always keep on giving me a song and a dance. You know?
All right, you want those people out of the house back there?
Yeah. Just a little bit of a history. Okay? They've been there 4 months already.
Yeah.
Well, we know.
Sadly, you're right.
Yeah, we know.
Whoa! Yo! Sucking Mr. Suds! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Succulent Mr. Suds. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
So, I think he's the homeowner, but he's unsure whether or not he can legally remove them since they've been staying there for 4 months now. But the officers are already up to speed and are just there to remove them from the property. Gloves up.
Dude. Gloves up! You cannot be serious, man. that's his fucking reaction. Just what a stupid thing to say.
Oh.
So you can clearly see the occupancy prohibited signage right there on the door. I guess the squatters didn't really care much for that.
Hello. Yes.
I know it's not the point of watching this, but fucking hell, man. I guess you can see the sign right there. I guess they didn't pay. No, obviously not, because they're in the house. For fuck's sake. Oh my god, dude.
Hi, Dave. I was going to come over there to your house, too.
Yep. You know you're not supposed to be in this building.
I called uptown, and they said give me 2 weeks because I was getting the plumbing fixed, and I'm getting ready to give him a cashier's check. If you don't want it, that's fine, me too. A cashier's check. I just told him this road yesterday. That's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah, this sounds like a tenant that's been in there for. This doesn't sound like a squatter necessarily. This sounds like a tenant who hasn't paid their rent, and then they've done a process which they're going through. That's what it seems like. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it seems like to me. Tenant gone wrong. Yeah, exactly.
For this house, you said you want to sell it. Do you still want to sell it or not?
Okay. Hey, what's your name?
Tara.
Spell your last name.
S-H-E-R-R-O-D.
Oh, can we come in?
No, you cannot come to the house.
Okay. Is there anybody else inside?
No, there's nobody in this house right now. And I'm not in a very good mood.
Okay, well, hey, you're not going to go back in there. What's your
Dude, I cannot. It must be so stressful, dude. There's these people, man. I guess they've got nothing left to lose. What a stressful situation to be in. At any point, the coppers could turn up and do this. This is what we want. He's the superior commentator between you two. I can't stop laughing. That gloves one was a real hoot, wasn't it?
I got a card.
I need you to spell your last name.
You don't know how to spell Sherrod?
No. Spell it.
Why do you need my name?
Well,
you're in a prohibited building.
It doesn't have water. It's going to have water in about an hour because it's been fixed.
She's saying that the home didn't have running water when she started squatting there, but she got a guy to fix it. And because of that, she has the right to stay there now. Okay, but that's not how it works. You just did the homeowner a favor that he doesn't have to pay you for.
Who fixed it? I had a guy fix it. Is it legal?
So this has been prohibited.
Yeah, I think this all links into this concept that if you do the house up, you get some sort of legal rights. So I think there's probably a strategy where they move in and they desperately try and do stuff to improve the quality or value of the home, and then be like, oh, adverse, whatever, da da da. You know?
I was in the hospital. Did you not just hear me? I just got
You
to the
weren't.
hospital.
We literally saw you outside of here last week. Spell
didn't
your
see
last
me.
name. Spell your last name.
Well, I might have been here twice.
Spell your last name. Spell your last name.
S-H-E-R-T. Spell it out. Excuse me. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Tara Sherrod.
Letting her back in the home is probably a mistake because I don't think she's planning on coming out again ever. Well, at least not voluntarily.
That's true. He's right there. He's got him there. He's got him there. Come on. Get the fucking battering ram out.
You don't have a key?
Oh,
Open the door.
Am I under arrest?
Open the door.
I'm calling the attorney right now.
Open the door.
Am I under arrest?
Open the door.
Am I under arrest?
If you don't tell me your name, that's obstructing identification, and you're gonna be under arrest. Open the door.
Dave knows my name. Get my name from him.
Open.
I told you my name.
Open.
It's prohibited. Go.
Can I kick it in?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay.
That was good. That was good for a female cop. It's supposed to, yes, exactly. It's supposed to be some edge of town, dilapidated property that has been left to rot, abandoned by the family, like the owner dies and the whole family is astray, so someone reclaims it as their own rather than having to be torn down. Yes, exactly. And they do it all up, and then the actual owner comes along, even though they've had no interest or anything to do with the property, and they've got a piece of paper that says, well, we own this property, so all this time, effort is now ours. And it's like you are benefiting from the work that you've put into it on a property that otherwise would have, you know, been destroyed. Yes, 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 yes. May I ask if you reacted to the Harry Dresden video? What's the Harry? I don't know what the Harry Dresden video is.
Am I under
What's
call my
that?
attorney. You're under arrest. Oh, I just got a...
Wow, this female officer is not messing around.
Oh, the doorbell guy. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I watched that when it came out, yeah.
It's just me in here and my dog. And you are... And I got phone cases to you. Okay, look. What are you
Classic.
doing? This is a call for because my hand. Give me your hand. My hand. My hands were under my back.
Oh my god.
I got you on video right now, so it doesn't matter to me.
Not fucking around with this one, are they?
Okay, okay.
Not as much to look at. Not as much meat on the bone, shall we say.
Get off of me! Okay, you are... Oh, hell no! Give me your hand! Get your back off me, I got 13
See, it's not just...
You don't tell me right...
It's not just the blacks. It's the coffin dodgers too.
Yeah. I am not really resisting arrest, you idiot.
Sure.
Oh yeah, this guy's got such good reacts, man.
I'm calling to my attorney because you didn't have no reason to do that. None.
Interestingly, if she actually has an attorney, he would have advised her to comply with the officers, not refuse to step out.
I'm under arrest for what? Dave, that Hamlet in there is got...
Dude, when does the heat fucking stop?
Go get my vehicle. Okay, I got... You guys are so fucked up. I did not resist nothing. I shut the door to keep the call my attorney.
What?
What's your
This whole week's gonna be
what's your
like
badge
this.
number is 195. My name's Officer Paget. Okay, that's good.
They always ask for badge numbers, but I'm pretty sure she won't remember it for more than a second. And it's unnecessary because the arresting officer's details will be in the arrest report
No, I haven't got AC.
which she can request after the arrest.
We don't have AC over here normally. I want to get AC, okay, but I just, you know, I've spent so much money on other things the property needs. I just don't have room in the budget right now to have AC installed. So I need to wait a bit, and I'll probably do it this autumn. But at the moment, it's not really feasible. And I'll just have to rely on fans for now.
Breathe.
No, dude, I'm not doing a fundraiser, bro. That's absurd,
was
dude.
cleard, and the woman
That is
was taken to
fucking
jail.
absurd. And I don't want a unit like that. I don't want to do that. I might as well just keep the fan that I've got for now. The fans are good enough. Okay, for a few days. But I will get AC installed for next summer, definitely.
Thing might feel like an easy way to get around the system, but as you've seen, it doesn't take long for reality to catch up. And if you ever find yourself with an illegal squatter in your property, just remain calm and call the police and your lawyer.
No, I'll get a split
because
system.
in the end, trying to game the system doesn't save anyone. It just speeds up how quickly things fall apart. My name's Bart, I'm an ex-officer, and if you enjoyed this, please like the video.
Dude, that was a dreadful react on his part. What is it? Anyway, look, come on. One more thing before I go today. I think the mistake I made, because the reason I've got a wireless fan is because it's a fucking pain in the ass having to lug about the fucking power cord here, power cord there. And it does work normally, so I think I'll have it plugged in here, and then if I need to move it somewhere else, I think that's the better plan. I'm just a retard that buys wireless shit. That's the truth of it. That's the reality of it. It would probably be better to just buy 3 fans and put them everywhere than buy a wireless fan. I'm just an idiot. I'm just an idiot. The fan does have Wi-Fi controls, yeah. So watch this, check this out. Let's have a look. It's not going to connect, is it? Because it's off. I can control it from my phone. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Oh. Device connection failure. Okay. That's not quite what I was hoping for, to be honest with you. Okay. Well, it's okay. My punishment can be the last thing I've got to do through this punishing heat. Not for me. Well, tomorrow I'm just going to be about 30, it reckons. Oh, dude. Listen, guys, okay? I know I like to complain a lot, but honestly, it is like fucking, it's so lethargic inducing. It's like this. Ugh. That's what it feels like. It just feels like, ugh. But it's okay. Come on, let's crack on. Right, let me do this. Where's this Gary Stevenson video? Here we go. This is it here.
Why did you want to make...
Oh my god, dude. I'm going to get so mad at this. I can tell already.
The documentary?
Because I want people in the country to know what's going to happen to the economy so they can stop things from getting worse. I want to reach more people. I don't want the country to go down the pan, basically.
And because your challenge in the documentary is that if we continue with this level, the pace of wealth inequality, the middle class is going to be screwed.
Yeah, it's getting quicker. You know, I started becoming interesting.
Dude, none of these, oh my God, none of these people are going to like press him on this. It's just going to be all just, oh, tell me about your little documentary about the wealth tax.
Interested in wealth inequality 2011 when I was a trader, and back then it was increasing. But since COVID, the rate of increase is enormous. And I want to be clear, when wealth inequality is increasing, it's not just an abstract.
Dude, here's the problem. Here's the reality of it, okay? In the UK, I think it was similar in the US as well, right? But there was this mass furlough scheme where people got paid by the government to not work, right? And that obviously had a negative detriment because people weren't working. They weren't generating, income that could be taxed. So they got paid up by the government. It created all this fucking debt that now we're having to pay off, right? And the problem is the UK government is not... The reality is there needs to be some fucking austerity. That's just how it is, bro, okay? That's just the reality of it. And I'm not talking about austerity that targets some poor wheelchair-bound cretin, okay? I'm talking about austerity that targets pensioners and people that don't actually need the benefits that they're receiving. But they get them anyway because they've passed some fucking tick box exercise with, or they've not passed the tick box exercise and some fucking judge has gone, oh, that's mean, give them their money. Those are the two areas that I think, you could realistically look at. But certainly no one wants to go near the fucking pensioners. But yes, we're just in a fucking shit state, right? And the reality is that you can't wealth tax your way out of it. The austerity chip gets installed in your brain for free as soon as you sign a mortgage. Well, I mean, austerity is not a problem. It's when it targets the wrong people and you target, police officers on the street or people that genuinely need help and assistance. But when you look at the amount of money that's projected to be spent on things like the PIP and the triple lock, it's fucking mind-boggling and eye-watering. It's like, fucking hell, man. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's like multi-billions of dollars more than it's currently being spent on it. It's just not sustainable. And I think the narrative for people like Gary is you can tax your way out of this problem and you can just put more taxes in place to cover it. The revenue projected to generate from this sort of tax doesn't even touch the fucking sides. And on top of that as well, there are other negative consequences of taxing people's wealth that people like this never fucking get into. And they're just like, dude, you should hear this guy when he gets questioned about it. And he's like, the meager amount it's going to fucking raise. And then he gets asked like, well, that doesn't really cover much, does it? And it's, oh, well, it's a start, isn't it? It's a fucking start. We should tax streamers. They have loads of money and barely work. There should be a specific tax for kick partner money. That's what I reckon.
Abstract thing. And it's not even just about the rich. That is, the rich getting richer and everybody else getting poorer, including the government, including the working class, including the middle class. We're really at a point
now.
Well,
I mean, obviously it's a retarded concept because it's not a particularly broad base of tax revenue, is it? Streamers. I mean, dude, it's silly. I lent into it as a self-deprecating joke, but obviously it's a retarded concept because there's barely any fucking streamers that you can tax. Even if you put a fucking 70% tax on streamer earnings, how much would that even generate in the UK? How many streamers are there? Like, dude. Reality is, if you want to raise tax revenues, if that's your goal, you need to target a broader base as you can. That's how you fucking get more tax out. Or you tax things that aren't taxed already, like land or something like that. Okay? But you're not going to tax by going, oh, this specific percentile of this percent. You're targeting a limited base. And with the wealth tax, you're targeting a group of people that have got the means to not pay the tax at all by moving to another fucking country.
Where the government's finances have been so badly deteriorated. I think this has been patched up for a long time by government borrowing, if I'm honest. And we can't do that anymore. And now we can't do that, but basically we have a choice to make. Because inequality is still increasing, that has to be paid by somebody.
When we talk about wealth inequality,
yes,
we're talking about things that people own. We're not necessarily talking about income inequality, which is a separate thing. This is housing, stocks and shares, land, businesses. It's the valuation of those things that is driving that wealth inequality.
Ownership of assets.
Most people will acknowledge that this is a problem now. There are lots of different ways to find an answer to this potentially. Your way is massive wealth tax.
I mean, ideally.
How would that work?
So, I mean, what we campaign for is 2% on wealth above 10 million. So that's marginal above that. So if you're worth 11 million, you'd pay 2% on 1 million, which is £20,000 a year.
Also, dude, the other problem as well, it's totally misidentified, right? There are about 150 billionaires in the UK. Do you know what there's tons of? More, I don't know the exact figure, but way more than 150. Some fucking baby boomer couple sat in a house, right, that they bought for fucking £3,000 50 years ago, and now it's worth £500,000 with fucking 12 fucking empty bedrooms, and they refuse to sell because they don't want to give up the equity in their property. That's who the problem is. It's all these fucking people that are on a triple locked pension that are sat on a property that's worth a fortune but refuse to sell it and provide that property back into the fucking market and don't want to downsize. Jews. Well, they're not even Jews. They're just like old people that feel entitled to the, benefit of that property in perpetuity forever. When the normal process, this is how it normally goes, right? You get to the end of your working life, you have a bit of time going on a cruise and stuff like dude, the forever crew, dude, they go on a cruise every fucking 3 months now, these fuckers. It used to be, you get to the end, you take your tax-free amount out of your fucking self-invested pension or some shit, and you go on a cruise once, you have a blowout time, then you sell, downsize, live the rest of your days in a small property, right? And give the rest to your fucking kids. And they can go and buy the house. They go and buy the house of some other boomer that's sold up. But they don't do that anymore. They hold on to it. They just fucking hold on to it forever. That's the problem, dude. That's the issue. Not 150 billionaires who, even if you managed to implement this, would yield fucking, I don't know, X tax. Actually, some sort of land tax on their property is fine. If you could, because the thing is, if you start charging some boomer sat in a fucking £1 million house or whatever that they bought in the 70s for $5,000, okay? That incentivizes them to leave. That's actually not a crazy idea because you incentivize them to move so they're not hammered by this value of their property tax, and then you don't have a fucking charge in stamp duty to move. And so you move that property back into the market and maybe bring some more supply. So that's not a crazy take. That's not a crazy fucking take necessarily. And I think that, yes, that is a big problem that we've got over here. But no one wants to do anything to upset the fucking pensioners. It's so annoying, dude. It's so fucking annoying. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. 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 When are they going to die? I don't want pensioners to die, okay? I don't know, man. There needs to be something shifting and changing. And I do not think that the answer is this stupid fucking wealth tax. And, they're clearly designing it to target the ultra wealthy. But then you're not targeting enough people. If you were going to do it, you'd need to target more people, but that would then have negative knock-on consequences and end up affecting people with modest wealth in comparison. It's a total populist fucking brain rot slop solution that raises barely any money, is difficult to administer, complicated and expensive to administer, but lefties are bought into it because this guy's so fucking charming.
Which is not a lot. You've got to bear in mind these guys make 5% a year, like minimum. We spoke to one billionaire on the show, and he doesn't take less than 15% a year. So 15% on £11 million is going to be, what's that going to be?
I don't know.
It's going to be it's going to be 1.6 million pounds, basically. You know, he can pay 20 grand a year. But I mean, I'll be totally honest with you. That probably wouldn't be enough, but it would slow it down.
The difficulty with that, obviously, is wealth isn't necessarily crystallised until that asset is sold or the gains are returned. So who values the cost every year of the value of the house, the art, the car, all that stuff?
So when Jeff Bezos got divorced and his ex-wife got given, I don't know, $100 billion or whatever, who valued that?
Well, I guess his lawyers and her lawyers.
It gets valued by the people who value assets.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
So the government would do that.
Yeah. And how much did that cost to do? Bro, how much did it cost to make that happen? Bro, dude. Yeah, a team of lawyers paid who knows how much, diligently working to analyse all of that in one fucking case. And then you've got to do that every fucking year. And bear in mind as well, right? That would have been something that would have been fought tooth and nail from each side. And you'd have the same thing for every person this affects every fucking year. Where you'd have the government trying to say, your assets are worth this much. And they'd fight back and use lawyers and accountants to push back against that every fucking year, bro.
That's the government.
Yeah, you have a department in government, yeah. But I mean, it's totally possible to do. You know, we do it when rich people get divorced. We can do it when rich people pay their taxes. You know, I think it's worth bearing in mind, like, how incredibly complicated the system of income tax is.
Yeah,
and yet we achieve it every year for 60 million people. Because we're only going to be doing it people above £10 million.
Bro, what do you mean it's complicated? Bro, what? No, it's not, bro. You get an allowance that's this much, and then if you earn this much, you pay that % on that. Bro, what, dude? This is so stupid and asinine, bro. It's the opposite because of its simple. Oh my God, people believe this, dude. People actually think this is true.
No, this is only a few thousand people. You're not doing it to many people.
You put yourself forward to be challenged in this documentary, which is, I think, really good. I think that's a good thing to happen. Because lots of times you watch stuff and it's kind of a puff piece for an idea that never really gets put the other side. So I take my hat off to you in doing that, because you go to see a very, very wealthy individual who says no thanks very much, and then you go and speak to various tax experts, one of whom, Dan Needle, kind of well known to a lot of people now, who says, what you're talking about is populist claptrap.
Yeah. Yes.
It won't work.
Yeah.
It's not the long term.
Dude, Dan Needle, I love Dan Needle. Great tax guy. Does lots of good articles. Strongly recommend him. And I can't wait to see him rape fucking Gary's economics. Only for Gary to undoubtedly pull some sort of debate pedo nonsense.
Solution to this, and there are other solutions available.
Yeah. It's really frustrating talking to Dan Needle because I'm an inequality economist. That's my area of expertise. I'm very, very confident if we don't do anything on this rapid growth in inequality, we will see an enormous explosion in poverty. And not just we will see it, like we are seeing it. Poverty is increasing incredibly quickly in this country. That will continue. I've been working.
You could do other stuff. You could.
Dude, is it? Wait, maybe I'm just disconnected. Where? What is he on about? Poverty. What does he mean by poverty? Is that true? The poverty is exploding currently in the UK? Is it? What is the definition of poverty, though? What does he mean by that?
Is equalise capital gains tax with income tax.
Yes, you could do that. But let's consider a billionaire who's making 15%, like a Bassem Haidar in the documentary. He's going to be making 15% on £1 billion, £150 million a year, passive income. Capital gains you pay when you sell.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so if you are a billionaire, the poorest billionaire in the country, making just £150 million passive income, £3 million a week. If you had £3 million a week passive income, how often would you sell an asset?
But if you're going to be taxed on the payment of that £3 million a week into your bank account, aren't you?
But that's the thing, they don't pay income tax either.
Well, he's got these cases. I mean, obviously, I don't know the ins and outs of it, right? I mean, he's making it sound very simple. But I don't fucking know what his financial situation is. And, you know, the other problem too is how much tax are they paying on that already? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know how much tax they're already going to be paying on that. And if they're taking that as dividends or something, then there's already a tax they have to pay, and then you want more on top. I don't fucking know what the structure of their accounting is. But it's this idea that no matter what, they've just got this endless ability to pay more, pay more, pay more, pay more. And obviously, you know, no analysis or discussion about what further impacts that could have if you were to continue to ask them. Capital flight, negative impact on investment. I don't fucking know, dude. Clever accounting, 20 to 25%. The ultra wealthy can leverage debt against their assets, and that can, you know, potentially be an issue. I don't know how to fix that problem. But targeting, there's going to be people out there who are, on paper, millionaires to the tune of 10 or 15 million that are not going to have this, you know, massive cash flow that they're getting off of the assets that they've got. And it does then become more complicated to know how to tax them, you know? UK doesn't have tax-free dividends. No. You get £500 without tax a year. And then after that, it's taxed at, I can't remember off the top of my head, 10% or 12% up to 50k or something. And then 36% after that, I think. And then that's obviously after you've paid corporation tax on the revenue. Will kicks be taxed as part of the wealth tax? Well, if someone's making enough money, sure, but I'm not in that bracket yet. So, you know, I'm safe.
That money is generally in trust or it's in corporations, so they don't pay income tax.
So this is the way in which you go about tackling that wealth, don't you? You're taxing that wealth.
The great thing about a wealth tax is it taxes...
Okay, but if money is in a trust, if you somehow draw money from that, you either pay income tax, or normally it's set up that you pay some sort of dividend tax. I looked up the structure of the Duke of Westminster, right? And it is structured weird because of the, you know, the way it is. But they pay 33 or something percent dividend tax on the money that comes out of the trust. And that's on top of the 0.6% or whatever it is per year that they have to pay, 6% every 10 years, you know, because trusts don't die, like that fucking matey boy was talking about. And then also, yeah, it's what tax is paid on the money that's in the trust. Like, you know, this narrative that there's all these ways of circumventing tax, it's not really true, right? People that are wealthy do pay some tax somewhere, but obviously, you know, the narrative from the left is that there is no tax and there's all these loopholes. And maybe at some point I might get to the stage where I obviously not in my fucking lifetime, but let's say theoretically, maybe there is this echelon that you reach where your accountant kind of opens the door to the back room and says, it's time. And you go in and there's some new secret tax code that you didn't see before. And it explains that when you reach a certain level of wealth, there is no tax that you pay. But somewhere along the line, right, there is some tax you pay somewhere. Now, sure, maybe there's loopholes, maybe it's not enough, maybe they need to be closed. Yes, I agree with all of that, right? But the narrative pushed is this simplistic idea that they don't pay tax, therefore put in place a wealth tax. Stupid. It's just it is populist fucking brain rot.
People who are wealthy. And the problem we have is any other tax, for example, Dan Needle suggested tax. And I want to be clear, I don't oppose Dan Needle suggested tax. I think it's a good tax change. Because that taxes you on sale, it's only going to tax people who sell assets.
Yes.
And the super rich don't ever sell. So it's an upper middle class tax.
But do you mind, are you fussed about the method if the end outcome is reached, that wealth that is accrued in lots of different ways by already wealthy people is taxed at a greater rate than it is now, and particularly we move taxation away from taxing work into taxing wealth? Do you care that much?
I'm actually relatively agnostic about method.
Yeah.
I just think we need to be really, really careful that we don't.
Dude, the other issue with this as well is that the unfortunate reality for working people is your money is like the easiest and broadest to tax, right? And little change, like what was it? I think it's like a 1 pence increase in the base rate of income tax. Just 1 pence increase generates an extra 6 or 7 billion pounds of tax revenue per year. You're just kind of raped, really, you know? Especially with things like PAYE, where your company does it all for you before you even get the money in your account. Why not just raise property tax? Biggest issue in my opinion is not financial assets, a shift that doesn't stimulate the economy. I mean, yeah, that's what's being suggested in the UK at the moment. Which, you know, I don't know, dude. I don't fucking, dude. I don't even fucking know, man. I don't even fucking know. The only reason I know about wealth tax is because I got so mad with people liking this guy. I went and looked into it because it sounded like bullshit, and it turns out it is. You can't raise property taxes. My entire net worth is in this $1 million house, and I wouldn't be able to afford to keep living in a wealthy lifestyle with no savings and no income. I say if you pay over XYZ in tax, then the government allows you access to a list of projects which you're allowed to directly fund by net in tax money. I think slightly differently. I think if you pay enough tax revenue, you should be allowed to break one law. Just one, you should have one instance of being able to break one law and get away with it. But it can't be financial. It can't be financial. That's too easy. You need to pick another one, okay? Wow, look, everyone's going to rape and murder straight away. Wow. Fantastic.
Because obviously you need to bear in mind the very rich are, of course, very rich, very powerful. They have a lot of influence in media, in politics. They will be trying to push loopholes in this to make sure that when the tax comes in, the very rich are exempted. And a great example of this is the exact tax which Dan Needle supports will not tax the super rich. It will not tax the richest because they don't have to sell assets. So I'm agnostic about the way that we do it as long as people who are richer are paying more in percentage terms than people who are poorer. Genuine progressivity.
Yes. I don't like giving wealthier people money from poorer people. I think that's a very, very bad idea. And there are, I think, lots of examples.
Don't look into government debt interest then.
Well, quite.
Yeah.
But there are lots of examples of that. I think, and part of the reason that there are methods of solving this without a wealth tax, the way in which government spends money is frankly ludicrous on things like giving a bung to already quite wealthy older people who don't need that extra money out of the taxation of people who are already struggling to put a roof over their head.
Listen, if you want to reduce wasteful government spending or what you consider to be wasteful government spending, I support that.
What about the triple
100%. Lock? Listen, I don't want to get involved in a fight which pits, poor people against poor people.
Bro, this guy's such a fucking hack, bro. This guy's a total hack. Go and ask any fucking tax organisation. What is the #1 most expensive government policy that needs to go? It's the triple lock every single time. Every credible tax organisation says the triple lock's too expensive and it's not sustainable. And he refuses to answer because he's a disgusting fucking grifter. He's a wretched, disgusting fucking grifter, bro. So he refuses to answer because he doesn't want to piss people off.
But it's not poor people, Gary. It's not.
Listen, obviously, very wealthy people. 1 in 9 pensioners pay very wealthy people should be paying their fair share of tax. But say you're a pensioner and you're not paying your tax, you're not paying what tax maybe you think they should, and we raise your tax slightly in a situation where the billionaires are paying zero.
It's not about tax. It's about the money that is being repaid.
Do you notice that? He doesn't even answer the question. He talks about whether or not someone's paying tax. The triple lock is a measure that was introduced to tackle pensioner poverty in 2010 by the coalition government. And it says that the state pension needs to go up by either 2.5% minimum, the cost of products, the CPI, or what average wages are, whatever that tracks those metrics. And it's too expensive. And the other year, the state pension went up by like 10% or some absurd amount of money. And obviously, the issue is, it's meant to be, that gives you an idea of where they would roughly want it to be. And it's going up by like 10%. And then you think, 10% increase across the amount of pensioners, and pensioners that are up and coming, and pensioners in the future, it just starts to reach this absurd, ever-increasing curve to the point where it's projected to cost the taxpayer like hundreds of billions of pounds in like years to come. So removing it would just immediately put a stop to that. and you could have it go up by the same rate as, you know, wages or something. So you have a parity between workers and pensioners. Yeah, it's like exponential. Exactly, it's exponential. And any credible tax person, no matter what their fucking politics are, every single one would agree the triple lock's not sustainable, it's too expensive, and it will continue to be too expensive. And he can't even answer that because he's a total fucking hack. Oh, dude, I fucking hate this guy, man.
Purposed from taxpayers now to older people who aren't working, obviously because they're retired, and whether or not those older people actually need that money. The OBR said the pensions triple lock is going to cost tens of billions more, 15 billion more by 2030. Is that worth looking at as a transfer of wealth from poorer people to some, not all, because some pensioners are very poor and need that money, some wealthier people? It's got to be looked at.
Listen, Tom, that's your fight. If you think that's a good idea, I support it. I don't shoot it down. I think one thing that's very important here is we don't get involved in this situation. I tell you this right now. I'm an inequality expert. If you don't deal with that...
Bro. So this guy's some sort of economist that can't even, you know, give a substantive comment on that. He's just a hack, bro. He's just a fucking hack. He's a total, wretched, disgusting fucking hack.
At top 1% inequality, I guarantee you an explosion in desperate poverty. And I think what's interesting, say somebody like Dan Needle, he has his own tax suggestions. Good tax suggestions. I support them, right? And you've got your own...
Dan Needle has a broad base of ideas across the entire spectrum because he's not a fucking charlatan ideologue, and he'll suggest this tax, that tax, that tax. All he's got is tax the rich more, 2% over 10 million. And that's it. Nothing else. Because he's not a fucking economist. He is a fucking ideologue charlatan.
Tax policy changes. I'm not an expert on the triple lock, but they sound good, and I suspect it's a good idea.
Thanks.
I wish that people like Dan Needle would stop shooting in the head people like... He's not an expert on inequality or economics. I'm an expert on inequality and economics. If you don't do anything about top 1% inequality, I guarantee you living standard collapse.
There's doing something that is different to what you're suggesting, and then there's...
Even that claim. What? What? If we don't do something about it, there'll be a standard of living collapse. When? Yeah, when? How? What would the mechanism for that be? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. And also, I love that, dude, if you listen to his substance, he doesn't really have any. He doesn't have any substance. He never says anything that makes him seem like a fucking expert ever. Oh my God, dude. I fucking can't stand this guy, man.
Wedded to a particular method, then you want the outcome. And the outcome is people are taxed on their assets in a way in which they're currently
The outcome is we stop seeing the collapse in wealth ownership of the middle class and the working class.
And that can come through, well, in part, building more homes too.
When you consider the rate of growth. So when I first started my YouTube channel 6 years ago, I did a video on the... Maybe you remember, I called in LBC and spoke to you about the massive growth in government debt. And I said the government's going to give out £350 billion. And I couldn't find a way to describe how big that number was. And I settled on it's more than 3 times the wealth of the world's richest man. 6 years ago, £350 billion was more than 3 times the wealth of the world's richest man. And just 2 weeks ago, we had a man go through $1 trillion. These guys are growing their wealth at 40, 50% a year, Tom, in economies that are growing 1 or 2% a year if we're lucky. If you do not stop that, mathematically, I guarantee you, in 10, 20 years, they own everything, which means ordinary British families own nothing.
Do you want to stop that? I.e., you want to stop their ability to be that wealthy? Or do you just want to tax them more on the wealth that they're gaining so you end up having more...
I want to stop their ability to grow that wealth quickly. Listen, if you've got cancer, you need to stop that cancer from growing. It's as simple as...
Making money is cancerous.
No, if they are growing their wealth at 50%, in economies that are growing 1%, then everyone else in that economy has to lose an enormous amount of wealth every year. It's as simple. It's not an infinite sum game here, Tom.
But there's no.
How? How the fuck does that work? Exactly. It's not a zero. Someone could tomorrow start a business, a cleaning business. I keep going back to the cleaning business thing because it's the easiest example I can think of as something that anyone could do. Right? Not that everyone should do it, obviously, but everyone can clean. if you're willing to work to upskill yourself, you could create a cleaning business essentially out of nothing, out of sheerly your own labor, which normally you'd sell to someone else. And you can build it into something that could be a profitable business that you could even sell down the line. You could even sell it to a company in the future, you know? Like, you can make that out. Someone right now that is working for a cleaning company could do that tomorrow. They could start the process of that tomorrow and build something for themselves, build wealth for themselves. It's not a zero-sum game. You can create opportunity out of cleaning shit off the back of someone's fucking toilet. So this idea that they're going to hoard all the wealth for themselves, you know, yes, there are problems with this. There are problems of home ownership and wealth, sure, but it's this idea that it's, you know, that means that someone else can't do something. Why was your shit deleted? I didn't delete anything.
One specific pot of finite wealth. Wealth is
how fast
created.
is the economy growing, Tom?
Oh, if at all. I mean, less
exactly.
Than
Listen. There is an infinite pot. There is a finite pot. We're 1% growth a year. Listen, of course, I want the magic growth, just like Keir Starmer. I want the magic growth fairies to come down.
You need wealthy people to continue to be wealthy in order for the wealth tax to generate anything for poor.
Right. I'll tell you another reason that I'm thinking of the cleaning thing. Right. So, I ordered this cleaning thing, this post renovation clean, right? And do you know how much it costs to do a post renovation clean? It's like hundreds of pounds. It's hundreds of fucking pounds for a couple of women to turn up and do a bit of dusting. I mean, obviously it's a bit more in depth than that, but you see my point. You know, there's money to be made in cleaning someone's fucking house, bro. It's there for the taking, bro. It's there for the taking. Honestly, I do think there's a dust problem because I've had this like dusty kind of cough for ages now. So hopefully they can sort it out. But yes, dude. You know, there's people that will pay for things to be done. Bro, I tell you, okay, here's another concept for you. That ages ago this was a thing. I'm sure it's still a thing now, right? You know, going to a festival, having to set your own tent up, right? It's a fucking hassle, isn't it? It's a fucking hassle. There was a service, I remember when I was younger, there was a service where you could pay people to set your fucking tent up for you, at like Glastonbury or something. You know? Someone's just like, oh, fuck it, I could do that. Oh, that'll be 50 quid to set your tent up, you know? Times that by however many across Glastonbury, and you've got a nice tidy little business there, haven't you? And you can offer different levels of service, setting up your tent, doing your mattress, whatever. There's loads of little add-ons you can do too. Like that is the kind of thing you want to see, you know? And the problem is that whilst this wealth tax isn't necessarily going to affect it, you know, you want people to be able to, you want to have low barriers so people can get into it, you know? So, I don't know. It's a balance. It's a balance between taxing people at the right level to give to people that need it, that can't do that themselves, whilst also not inhibiting people's ability to, you know, move forward. And I think that this wealth tax and a lot of the ideas these lefties propose, it just really squashes that kind of, you know, that mentality. Dude, Chud's mind is blown at the concept of offering service in exchange for money now that he's actually contributed to the economy by hiring for a couple of months. What are you on about? I've not hired on an ongoing basis. It's a one-off thing. But I will probably get a cleaner, to be honest. I will probably get a cleaner. But you see what I mean, though? It's like there's opportunities out there where you can just find something as simple as that, and it can be something that you build. And yet people sit here and act like it's a zero-sum game, and because some wealthy fuckers are buying up a bunch of properties. Also, does he even ever address this issue with pensioners owning so much fucking wealth in society? You know, the housing and shit like that. No, he never gets into that. It's always just the 150 fucking billionaires.
Trying to generate income. This is not about generating income. This is about protecting the ability of ordinary British men and women to own wealth, to own their own home, to not be poor.
Do you think there is something wrong with making money?
No. And I obviously, hopefully you've read my book by now. You should have done.
I'm doing the Lego slot tomorrow.
It's not about demonising the rich. You know, I'm a pretty rich person. I've made quite a lot of money, and I think if you've got an opportunity to make money, go for it. Fill your boots. You know, a lot of these people are rich because they do good for society.
Yeah.
You know, not all of them. But it is just about having a systemic understanding. Listen, take a step back, right? I know we're talking now 2026 in the UK, and the last 78 years have been good for working people in this country, all right? Look around the world, look at history before World War II. Most countries, including this country, lived in extreme poverty. And my grandma was born 100 years ago in this city, London, the richest city in the richest country in the world. At the back end of the Industrial Revolution, the biggest ever increase in economic growth and wealth in the history of humanity. And 3 of her siblings died of tuberculosis, a preventable disease of poverty. What this shows you is, if you do not take care of your distribution, doesn't matter what you do with the rest of the economy, you will see poverty, desperate poverty, and we will go back there. Listen, it was just one simple message. I'm not against growth. You do need to manage the distribution, and it is going incredibly quickly towards extreme inequality.
When was the last time you spoke to Andy Burnham?
I've never spoken to him personally.
Where have these stories come from that you're advising him on?
You know what I think it is, if I'm totally honest. So I
just... What sort of... Maybe I'm just out of touch now. I've bought a house. But what poverty is he talking? I don't understand what he means by this poverty thing. What does he mean? Who is he talking about? What people are struggling with poverty in the UK? Because to me, poverty is, you know, very meagre living. And I'm sure there's people that are struggling to get by and need help and stuff like that. But, you know, we've got fucking disableds getting, well, not anymore. We've got some disabled that are driving around right now in BMWs because of the generosity of this fucking government. I'm supposed to believe there's this like poverty issue on the horizon in the UK. I don't know, man. Where?
Listen, I don't just do my YouTube and this documentary for fun. I am trying to change policy. So I've been trying to lobby Labour, for years. Obviously, I never thought we had a chance on the Conservatives. But, you know, as long as we've seen Labour coming in, we've been talking to them. Under Keir, they never wanted to listen. But, you know, it's been pretty obvious for sort of maybe more than a year now. Keir's on his way out. We've started to have people listening a little bit more.
Sure. I think, yes. It's harder for younger people to buy a home now than before. Yeah, there's all that stuff's true. Yeah, sure. I can see that. But it's worth talking about, but someone struggling to buy a home is not the same as like poverty, right? Poverty is a specific criteria. I don't know what the international, but there's like some criteria of X amount per day or some shit like that, you know? Yeah.
Reach out to Labour MPs, I email them, and just we had a date in the diary for months for me to go into Parliament and meet maybe 4 or 5 Labour MPs, just make my case. And it happened to end up being the day Keir Starmer resigned.
Oh, right.
So I was in, and that when the train coming down. So I was in Parliament the day Keir Starmer resigned, and I guess I got seen by the press. And
so would you want to advise Andy Burnham on wealth tax?
Of course, yeah. I want to influence policy.
Because one of the people who is advising him, a guy called Jim O'Neill, who I'm sure you know, ex-Goldman Sachs, formerly in the Treasury, founder of the sort of the BRICS idea, has said that the wealth tax doesn't work. It doesn't raise money quick enough, capital flight, all those things he worries about. Do you then worry that Andy Burnham is going to be given the wrong advice?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Listen, you know like I know, I'm a betting man. And what I expect at this point is for Burnham to come in, not do anything serious on top-end wealth taxation. The rapid increase in inequality continues. The middle class continues to lose wealth. Government continues to lose wealth. And it will just be...
The housing crisis is not about supply, it's about logistics. One granny taking up 3,000 square feet that could house dozens of Asians sleeping in drawers. Yes, he is a betting man. Much like me. I'm going to start gambling soon, I think. In my hubris, I'm going to start gambling all this money away. Squandering it down on fucking pachinko or whatever the fuck it is.
Starmer 2.0, which is you come in with all these promises, but you have no way to pay for them. And you're seeing... The thing is, the people who we currently can tax, the middle class, are getting poorer every year, and the people who we currently can't tax, the super rich, are getting richer every year. If you don't change that, government will basically have to shut down.
Do you think that, because I agree with you, the way in which work is taxed is absolutely screwing a lot of people who don't earn huge sums of money.
Yeah.
So would part of your advice to Andy Burnham be stop taxing work so heavily, particularly for that cohort of people?
Well, you can probably see the. I don't know if this is just radio, but I'm wearing a T-shirt saying "tax wealth, not work." You look the top marginal tax rate. For people with university degrees, I think it's 71.5%.
It's mental.
And then we have billionaires complaining. I'm trying to get them to pay 2%. I think it's crazy. People say,
what? Is it 71%? What? Am I misunderstanding something? What does marginal tax rate mean? 71% of I don't know what they mean by that.
So Gary's ideas are going to stop innovation. Listen, if you had a business idea now that you knew was going to make you 50 million quid,
and you said student degrees have got a marginal tax rate of 71%.
Thought, but there's a chance that this YouTuber is going to get a tax in so that when you're worth 50 million quid, you'd have to pay 2% a year. Would you be like, actually, I'm not going to do that business? Of course you wouldn't. But what we have is a situation where if you go to university, you're going to be 100 grand in debt. You're going to be paying 72% tax rate. That's much more disincentivized.
72? What is he on about? 72% tax rate? What? What is that figure? I don't get that. Am I missing something here? Is he including like loan repayments in that? I think he's okay, but yeah, guess what? If you take a big load of fucking debt, it's going to cost you more, bro. Dude, you can't just include fucking debt in your tax rate. What? Bro, I don't fucking know what he's talking about.
So, I mean, I want to make it clear, it's good because I'm not trying to raise tax. I'm trying to cut tax on working people. And the truth is, I absolutely guarantee you, this government...
See, the thing is, right, he talks about cutting tax in working people, okay? Here's the reality. He says it so plainly to act like he's talking about someone on 30k, right? There is no cutting tax on someone earning 30k. You cannot... In order to cut the base rate of income tax, you would need to find government spending. You'd need to you need to double up essentially, because you need to find savings in government spending and then more savings on top of that to justify cutting that tax rate. Okay? Yes. In the UK, the standard, the 60% tax trap. Yes. Yes, I know about the 60% tax trap. That's a very specific quirk of the system. But that's what I'm saying is, that's the sort of thing that would need to go. That's the sort of thing that, you could justify changing and having a more scaling system for everyone, right? But when he says, working people, he doesn't make it clear necessarily that he's talking about people on six-figure incomes, right? Because he wants it to seem like he's talking about Johnny fucking whatever down the street that's on 40k. But that's just not plausible. That's not plausible. And realistically, the cuts that are to be made on income tax, 60, yes. It's very fucked. I mean, it sounds, bro, it sounds very, money, I don't know what the right word for it is. But yes. If you earn between £100,000 and £125,000, every pound that you make in that exact bracket, you get 40 pence. The government gets 60 pence because they take away your base allowance. Essentially, it's pretty fucked, man. And it has an impact as well, because if you're like a doctor and you get to the end of the tax year, say, and you're on 99k. What are you going to do? You're going to think, well, I'm not going to fucking work more. I'll take some time off or whatever, because if I continue to work or do overtime or whatever, I'm just going to be, you know, giving away all this extra cash to the government. So, you know, it disincentivizes people. The same happens at the 40% tax bracket too, where someone hits like 50 odd K, and then because the next bracket is 40%, every pound you earn beyond that, you're only keeping 60 pence, and the government takes 40. You're just going to fucking not bother. You're just going to go, fuck it. I'll just take some time off or reduce my hours or whatever you want to do, you know? So it's like a bad incentive. And I think that, you know, having a tapered system, a genuinely progressive system that has, you know, a sort of ramping up, and I don't know what the exact measure is and how you do it and how you structure it, but it just makes a lot more sense, because then you don't have that same cliff edge where you're like, well, I can't be fucked now, you know? So, I don't know, man. It's just stupid little quirks like that. But that's the kind of thing on the income tax system that you'd be targeting, right? You'd be looking at a more tapered edge when you hit 50K, or you'd be looking at removing the 60% tax trap. But the way that Gary presents it, right? The way that Gary presents it is to act like Johnny down the road that's earning 30K will get a tax cut, which is just not fucking plausible under any reasonable assessment of, you know, the tax system. Actually, it's the reason I'm gonna set up a limited company, because otherwise you just end up very raped, having to, you know, because the problem with being a sole trader is that you don't have any control over it. So if you turn a certain profit as a sole trader, you can't say, well, I'm only going to take that portion. The rest of it, I don't want to take as an income. You pay tax on every single penny of your profit. So it's like a sort of tap you can't turn off. But with a limited company, you can obviously draw what you need, and then you keep the rest in the business, you know? Chud Limited. Well, I'm not going to call it that, obviously. I'm going to get doxed. Or Gok Chaser. So, you know, it's not Dubai lot. Bro, there's nothing wrong. Dude, there's nothing wrong with doing this, bro. It's totally normal, dude. It's totally normal. There's nothing anti-lefty about it. Why is it lefty to have your tax affairs set up where you get totally raped in unreasonable ways by tax quirks?
And every Western government is going to do one of three things in big size. Either significant taxation rises on the extremely rich, what I'm campaigning for, significant
tax evader
taxation
logic,
rises
bro,
on working people, or further dismantling of the welfare state. Because inequality is increasing, and that has to be paid for by somebody. And we can't borrow anymore. So when I say tax wells not work, I want the public to recognise I'm not trying to raise taxes on working people. And if you do not raise taxes on the very rich, I guarantee you Burnham will have to raise taxes on working people. Either that or further dismantling the welfare state, because the inequality is increasing, and that welfare
Also, there's the idea that people like fucking this idiot push that you need to dismantle the welfare state in order to save government expenditure. No, you don't. You can still have a perfectly well-funded welfare state, but just be smarter about how you're spending it. You had to dismantle shit. Like, dude, acting like there's going to be people in wheelchairs, all gaunt. Have you got any bread? They took away my mobility payment, and I'm left with this wheelchair. I haven't got any bread. Can you bring me some scraps of bread, please?
They come from somewhere.
There was a report yesterday by the Treasury Committee that suggested that student loans had been missold to students.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
I mean, it's shocking the interest rate these guys are paying on them. Back when I paid £1,000 a year when I was there. Yeah, I didn't even have to take a student loan.
I think I was last year of £3,000.
Okay, so you're younger than me.
Yeah,
Glad to hear that.
I mean, that's another thing as well, is there needs to be a restructuring to incentivize good quality qualifications and things like that, right? The idea that these people get fucking lumbered with debt, it just massively disincentivizes going in the first place, you know? And there's things like that. Like, for example, in Scotland, I think, university education, I don't think you pay for. And you think, well, why can't we do something like that? And not necessarily for any old fucking shitter qualification, right? But for good quality degrees where it's needed and there's an identified need, at least start there, you know? Welfare isn't the big deal because most of it gets spent on gambling and alcohol and cigarettes, so the state gets all the money back right away. Oh.
Yeah.
The grey hair gets.
I mean, it's. I mean, a lot of I've got a friend who I studied at high school with, and he went and studied fashion design at Central St Martin's. Got a great grade. Central St Martin's, for those who don't know, is like the most prestigious fashion university in the country, maybe the world. Went and got a great job at Burberry and this kind of stuff, and he can't buy a house. He was living on his mum's sofa for ages. You know what I mean? We have a situation now where, my dad, I mentioned this a lot.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
The only thing this guy needs to be cut is his foreskin. His thoughts about economics is typical of the goyim. No idea about basic supply and demand or multitude of ways to tax the population. He will be demolished if he would try to debate a Jew on it.
Thank you for the 420. Thank you.
5 years for the post office, making 20 grand a year, bought a house, got a pension, got a retirement, sent 3 kids to university. Now my sister's got 2 degrees and she can't pay the rent. So I think, and of course that's not to say that people without university degrees are not struggling, because they 100% are. But yeah, I do think young people who did everything right, worked hard, went to good universities, got their head down, got degrees, and now can't afford to have families. Yeah, of course they've been given a bum deal.
Fucking hell, dude. Honestly, man, I can't. Oh, man. It's so annoying that he gets all this attention, and now he's getting even more because he's releasing this fucking dog shit documentary. I'll do some more tomorrow. I'll try and figure it out. I do want to stream and do a lot of politics stuff tomorrow morning before the normal stream. But I really don't want to miss these deliveries, otherwise it's going to be a fucking ball ache. Because my hope is tomorrow we stream, final stream. Oh, dude, it's actually the end of an era. If things go to plan. It's going to be the last stream. It's going to be the last stream on this. Isn't that crazy? After what? 4 years. I'm going to be switching over to my new stuff. Oh, that's crazy to think about.
If we don't get
I've got this in the list of things to watch. Yes. God, I want to see, dude. What? Andrew Neil needs to rape this guy. That's what I want to see. But yes, this little beast. It served me well. I'm actually stroking it right now. I feel a certain way about it. See me through thick and thin, this thing. Gonna get repurposed. Actually, I probably shouldn't say too much because I don't know how it works. I don't think it originally. I can't remember. I can't remember how this was, done. HMRC wise, but if you've got basically if you've got an item that's listed on your business as a thing, if you dispose of it or sell it, apparently there's some tax that you need to pay on it. And I'm going to keep it and do something else with it. But I don't know what that thing is yet. Send it to Lucari Inc. Well, I was actually thinking about getting it put in a new case and stuff. Because it's quite a hefty beast. It's quite a hefty unit. So I might get it kind of rejigged. Can they do that? I mean, I know I could probably do it on myself, my own account. But could you get someone to put it into a new case and stuff? Or is that not really a thing? Give it to the gypsies. In Before Chud watches a 5-minute YouTube video, then a month from now lectures us about intricacies of depreciation and write-downs. I mean, it is quite eye-opening. It honestly is eye-opening when you start to understand, what it is actually like to run a sort of limited company and tax and how it all works. It is quite interesting. And I do think that, you know, there is an overly simplified narrative about economics on the left when it comes to some of these topics. What it's like to not pay taxes. I tell you, the one thing that really blew my mind was the 60% tax trap. I had no fucking idea that existed until my accountant told me about it and said, you got to be careful of this, because once you hit 6 figures, you get fucking raped, basically. I had no idea that existed. So there's stuff like that you just don't think about, and then you find out about it. Fucking that's a bit shit. You know? And then you start to look at things a different way, you know? You think, fucking hell, that's a bit harsh. But yeah. Well, the thing is, if you're a lefty, you're not going to think about what someone earning 100k. Well, you're not going to think about, oh, poor, because you think, well, fuck them, pay the tax. But then you don't necessarily think about, well, what are the what's it called, the second order effects or whatever it is. You know, what are the further consequences of that you don't necessarily, because the initial thing you think is they pay this much, but then you don't think about, for example, because I'm just a fucking shitter at the end of the day. But what about like a doctor? You know. What about a doctor that earns that and then they make a decision because they don't want to have to pay more tax on that money? You know? Did Chud buy a hardwood desk or did he get furniture wall which is a medium density fireboard with a veneer? This is carbon fibre, I think. I can't remember what this desk is. It's a very sturdy, solid desk. And I was talking about buying some absolutely insane, overpriced, whatever it is, Secret Lab desk earlier, but I thought better of it because it just seemed a massive waste of money. And I'm going to keep this desk until it's finished. I don't know, it's got some sort of material on it, looks like carbon fibre. It's cardboard fibre. But yeah, I don't know, man. I got my new monitors coming. I do think. I mean, does this work? I think it's the lighting. If I got a little ring light, I think it would be fine. I mean, with this lighting already, it's looking better. So I don't know, man. I think it's fine. Clean the lens. Did you see the grey hairs? Yeah, because I'm going grey. Oh! Hey! Did that make it better? I think that made it better, didn't it? I think I made it better. You can see the bricks. Well, here's the thing with the bricks. Is I do actually worry that there's a detail you might be able to notice, but I don't think you can. Brick by brick, brick by brick. They need their pointing done. Yeah, can you see that from here? It's true. It's a common issue in older properties that you need them repointed. So I need that. But the thing is now. Oh, dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. I need to just knuckle down for a bit. But then eventually I do need to do more work to the property. But I've done so much. I just need to chill for a bit. I'm not ginger, it's brown. It's the lighting. Modern, dude, I like that look. The white, what do you call it? Whatever the white material on. I think that looks a good look. Oh no, you got to have all the brickwork out. No, thank you. I'm going to turn it into a modernised monstrosity, actually, because I like the look of it. No, you know what it's called. I can't remember what it's called, but anyway. I'm not ginger. That's misinformation. Defamation. Yeah, silicon. What's it called when you put the stuff over the brickwork? What's it called? What's it called? Someone in chat knows. Not plaster, no. Render, that's it, render. Rendering the property. You're going to do great work interior design, Maxing. I got to be honest with you, I find it difficult to visualize. So I need to get like a new bed and stuff. And so I'm looking at the room and I'm thinking, what size bed can I get? Is double the most? Or could I get a bigger one? And then I measure it up and I'm like, oh, it's perfectly big. But I can't visualize it. I can't see it because I've not done it before. Low IQ. Twist an apple in... I can't twist an apple in my head, exactly. Visualize. But I actually had a tape... Dude, honestly, this house has got me doing crazy things, man. I had the fucking tape measure out earlier. I was literally measuring up the size of a room to figure out what the thing is. I was like, fucking hell, what am I doing? Never thought about that before. Didn't fucking care how big a room was. But now I'm like, oh, let's see how big the room is and see what the... Oh, dude, honestly, I'm unk. I'm unk and I'm old. You know, it's over. I'll tell you another thing as well, because my previous rentals have been quite small. I'll tell you one thing that's mental is you just like walk around and you go, oh, wow, look, I can walk around all this. Oh, I've got a box. And before you're like, fuck, I've got this box I've got to put somewhere. Now I just put it over there. Put it over there. No problem. Put a little box over there. It doesn't even matter. But to be fair, that's only because my previous rentals were so fucking small. Because I was trying to save money. Because I'm a little fucking dirty little wretch. Well, dude, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm trying to, you know, trying to be a bit sensible and not just fucking waste money on Amazon slop. Do you know what I mean? It's easily done, though. I'll tell you one thing, though, right? Furniture's fucking expensive, man. When you don't have to buy it normally because you've lived in rented place, you don't even think about it. Fucking hell, dude. Unless you want some utter slop. Do you know what I've been looking at as a little sort of short-term solution? Fucking bean bags that you stitch together into a sofa just because it's easy and I can give it to the kids after. Even that's like a few £100. What? For a fucking bean bag? Are you serious? For a little bean bag chair? Fucking hell, man. They're taking the piss. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like a little fancy thing. IKEA is very good value. IKEA is very good value. You know. But, you know, you do get what you pay for. It's quite cheap and cheerful stuff, isn't it? But there's some stuff I've seen on there that I actually would quite like to get. Like just stuff for the kids' rooms. Because the thing is, with the kids' rooms, you think, well, they don't need high-end furniture. They're not even going to fucking notice it. You know? So I think stuff for kids, IKEA is generally fine. Just as like a little desk or something, you know? But, you know, I think I probably want to get like, I don't know, like a solid wood bed. Because honestly, I do have this kind of, you know, having rented for so long, you just get constant, what is it called? The like the normal flat pack furniture. What's it made out of? What's it called? You know, when it's like sawdust mushed together. Yeah, sawdust boards. Particle board, plywood, particle board. Yeah. Where they basically just get sawdust and put it all into a big sting and go, there you go, there's your wood. MDF, that's it, yeah. And it's like, you know, I crave an actual piece of wood, I think. Not for everything, but for like your TV stand, for your bed, you kind of want solid wood. You don't just want the stuff you know, I've had that stuff for literally fucking years. You know, when I've gone to buy something, it's been like an Argos special or something like that. So you do kind of crave an actual piece of wood. So, but then, you know, you've got to be careful because it can get very fucking pricey. Yeah, mate, I think buying it used is probably a good idea. You can get some good used stuff, apparently. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. What colour of wood do you crave? Well, brown and black, obviously. Okay. So we'll see. Need to keep my eye on the second-hand market. I'll tell you what though, dude. Honestly, right? I've been trying to give away a fucking cooker and shit, and finally it's gone. Even trying to give stuff away for free on these fucking like Facebook Marketplace. Oh my fucking god, dude. It is a fucking hassle, man. It's a fucking hassle. Yeah, I'll come and pick it up. And you think, good. And then you check and they've not picked it up. Yeah, no, I'll be coming later. I need to go downstairs and check this other thing I put out the front. It's gone. Because fuck me, dude. This guy was like, I'll come and get it, I'll come and get it. And just hasn't come. So I just left it outside and said, look, it's outside. Just come and grab it. I need to check and see if it's gone. And I've had something else, without going into detail, just so I don't dox myself. But I've had something else on there for like weeks. And I've had to reduce the price and no one's fucking biting, bro. And it's not the kind of, you know, it's like brand new in a box that didn't pan out. And I can't take it back. And you're like, fucking hell, will someone just buy this thing, bro? I don't want it, dude. It's like fucking massive. Just get out of the house, bro. So, it's, you don't know what to do. You don't know what to fucking do. And then you look and there's like 20 other things and some of them are free and you're like, oh my god, dude, I'm raped. I'm totally raped. 40 years old and knows nothing outside of turning on a stream. Selling stuff is more complicated than you give it credit for, man. Do you know what else I found? I found some old consoles knocking about. And I'm a bit torn because I maximise the value if I sold it on, you know, the marketplace thing. But then I think, fucking hell, do I want to deal with people, oh, well, can I get £5 off? Oh, dude, I'd rather just take it down somewhere and be like, just take it and buy, give me some cash and I'll call it a day. Don't sell consoles. Do you think I should keep it, just in case? The problem with modern consumer electronics is they're so widely produced now. Okay. That I don't know. I've got an Xbox One, an original Xbox One, one of the big meaty ones, the external power supply, with a Kinect. And I am a bit loath to sell it, because I think, well, maybe it's going to, you know, do something in the future. You think I should keep that? What about PS4? Yeah, to be honest with you, you're probably right. I probably should just keep it. It's just sitting in a box. I don't, you know, it's not like I, you know, it's like 50 quid or something that I would get for it. I do have some physical games, yes. Too much of a pain to sell stuff. I throw all my old electronics into the ocean. Okay, dude. Okay, you've convinced me. I'll keep it for now. Right, guys. Okay. What Sony shit? Oh, I'll put that in for tomorrow. Yeah, they're not doing discs anymore. Guys, thank you for watching today. Great stream. And tomorrow, I don't know what I'm going to do because I need to wait for this delivery. But then if it comes late, I'm fucked. So I'll try and figure out when it's coming and go from there. Thank you for watching. More stuff to get into tomorrow. Much appreciated. Thanks for watching. Be good, have fun, enjoy yourselves. And I'll hopefully see some of you tomorrow. By the way, check this out. Look at that, eh? That's good, isn't it? The last thing you see down my local pub on a Friday night. Okay, see you later. Bye.